the palace.
Ew, get out of my way. Okay, that should be good. That also worked too. Hi, John. Hello, horror. You might have inspired my first video on YouTube. Of course it'd be the unhinged video where I punch the camera. Of course it'd be that one. Of course it'd be the one that inspires you. That's crazy. Did everybody like the video? I'm sure everybody loved the video. Believe me, horror, the review of Nocturne is coming. Believe me, it's coming. It is coming. I know she's looking forward to that one. Alright, boys. It's reacting time!
Not to the Palestinians' fault, by the way. The rest of the Arab nation hyped them up for 70 years to fight Israel and basically all left. So I don't blame the Palestinians, but like, I think they are in a state of delusion and that has to be addressed or brought back from the brink. Nothing has happened from it. Nothing is going to happen from it. It doesn't inform what you're... Wait, no, let me finish. 12 weeks of you wearing a maid outfit. I don't want you in my apartment wearing a maid outfit that long, okay? Let's chill.
Why do you care about America?
Not, just chill. You can wear a maid outfit at 45K along with the movie if you want, okay? You said 40K? No, I said 45K. Sardine, go roll back the VOD, you fucking loser. Okay,
When it comes to H. Bomber Guy, the best thing you should do, actually, to him, is to ignore the shit out of him. H. Bomber Guy did not make that video to talk about globalization. He made that video to try and attack Internet Historian and label him a Nazi, and to put up the signal boost and the lightning rod to begin the attacks on him, because they don't like the fact that he's a popular YouTuber who makes edgy jokes. That's the reason that happened. It wasn't because of plagiarism, because he had to, quote, ask Hassan for permission to not mention Hassan's name, to put Hassan's chair on the stream, and the same reason why Hassan tried to attack Willie Maxo. That's supposed to be that's supposed to be him addressing people on the left that do reaction content that's lazy and plagiarizes other people's content for money, monetization, views, with dishonesty. That's supposed to be the answer to that. And it's not. So the thing you should do is what people did back then in the 2016 era and ignore the shit out of him. Because it's not legitimate. It's an excuse of a take. It is bullshit in and of itself to every single metric of degree. And the only reason it's being done is so that a bunch of people who wouldn't be comfortable doing it are now comfortable doing it. Stitch and Adams already dropped a take on this, breaking it down step by step. I would suggest going to their Clips channel and looking at that. I will drop the link for it in the chat room because I literally watched it earlier. And that is, where is, right here. Here's the link on the video. There you go. Should be pushing to every platform. Wish you just made the video about James Somerton, but if you made it only about James Somerton, then it wouldn't be okay. It'd be bad. Even when lefties do infighting to try and debase somebody out of existence, they will do it as a way to justify anything. Now, there are a bunch of people who are like, oh, look at this guy. He removed his entire existence from the internet. He was caught out there. He was destroyed for 2 hours. All of that is the reason why it was made. It wasn't made because he cared really badly about it. Because if he did, one of the things that he certainly would have focused on wouldn't have been plagiarization, but it would have been platforming. And he would have spent the video not on an internet historian and James Somerton as a whole, because it would have just been, here's people who are bad, who have bad platforms, who have bad businesses. It would have been about that, and he would have definitely gone in on Illuminati. But he couldn't cash in on that because Illuminati's already been destroyed. So he needed a different figure to attack, and so he needed some red meat. That's it. That's all there is to that take. There's nothing more past it. There's nothing more interesting about it. There's nothing interesting about him. He's balding, he's molding, he's literally losing his hair. Stop it, Carl. Stop it, Carl. He's already dead. There's nothing more. There's nothing more I can say. There's nothing more I can say. Anyway, let's get back to the tough acting reacting.
Dylan,
Hello, hello.
it's been such a long time. How have you been?
Dylan Burns confronts Destiny on his Israel take.
You know, I'm surviving. I'm pulling along.
Very nice.
Where
very
are you
nice.
right now?
For anybody who doesn't know who Dylan Burns is, he's the actual... I wouldn't say he's a Twitter leftist. I wouldn't even call him necessarily a leftist. He is actually one of the few true reporters, if you wanted to say he has a left-leaning view, that actually does the work. He's actually been on the ground. He's actually gone to war-torn nations, and he's reported live from the incidents. You know, he's the guy, basically, gets the footage that Hassan then uses on his stream. Big platformer of the debate bro scene before he eventually indefinitely postponed the Hippy Dippy Roundtable and Hippy Dippy Championships, which is basically where leftists went to try and farm kicks and try to farm views to grow their channels in terms of politics, because they don't have the ability to have normal conversations on panels because they're a bunch of fucking cancel culture weirdos. He's actually a pretty cool guy. Let's see what they're talking about. I'm putting it at 1.5. Fuck everybody.
Back in DC, just got back to Maryland about a week and a half ago, just in time for Thanksgiving. It was very nice to be back in America for Thanksgiving. Yeah, I'm gonna be here for 4 months, then I head back.
Very cool. Very cool. How's life in general going? How you feeling?
You know, I'm very happy with my work. I'm very happy with what I'm doing. Like financially, it's definitely more stressful, but it's fine. I care a lot more about the fulfillment. And I got a big college thing to go where they were charging me at the United States levels in state University of Maryland. So I feel a lot better. Anyway, how you been?
Chilling. I haven't been. I got a lot of weird personal shit going, but
Got you. Okay, so I wanted to talk to you about the Golan Heights. If you wanted to talk about that quick. I can't hear you. Give me a moment.
I think his mic is messed up, Dylan. I don't think it's on your end.
Oh, that was on my end. Remember to donate, everyone.
hey, can you hear me?
Yeah, now I can hear you.
Jesus, I don't know if this mic is going out or the mixer is, or the XLR cable, or your mom. Okay. I'm so sorry. Oh yeah. I've been just working, studying, reading. You want to talk about the Golan Heights? What's up?
Yeah, well, not just the Golan Heights. I wanted to ask you a few things. So the first thing I wanted to ask you is about the settlements, because as far as I know, you're like against the settlements, yeah?
Yeah, for sure.
Okay, because we had this interaction about a UN resolution that was passed, and there was two parts of the UN resolution. The first part of it was the condemnation of the continued expansion of settlements, and it specifically had to do with that in the Golan Heights. And the second part had to do, well, it was basically settlements, and then more specifically settlements in the Golan Heights. And you said that the resolution was stupid, and because the Arab states don't want the Palestinians anyway, could you like expand to me exactly like why the UN resolution was stupid.
Wait,
'cause
can you link it? I thought that this also was a reaffirmation of Resolution 242, as generally referred to. Is that wrong, or did I fuck this up? Or you message DM me the tweet, I can read it.
Okay, I can DM you the tweet and I can DM you the resolution stuff, so you remember what the resolution is for a moment. This one right here. And here has here's all the information on the resolution.
I love you, like, be careful.
And if you want to search specifically in that UN document about where it's a big document about a bunch of different resolutions, it is down like I think like 7 or 8 paragraphs. It starts by the terms of the occupied Syrian Golan.
Didn't this also have to do with the territories of like the West Bank and the Gaza Strip as well?
Well, there's different parts of it. There's part of it that has to do with specifically desisting from changes to the character of the Golan Heights, the currently occupied Golan Heights, like its demographics, its institutional structures, etc., etc. Basically, don't put settlements here, and don't make an attempt to change the demographics of the area, which would make it easier for Israel to annex it.
Sure. I mean, I probably agree with like not doing settlements. I just think that any resolution talking about like, oh, like Israel needs to give back all this territory is just like retarded. Like nobody, it's not like a realistic solution.
Yeah, there's nothing I can do about the white noise wine. It's a condition of the splitter slash technique that I use to push switch to the OBS. I think I might have to get a new one, but donate to your boy if you want to see that happen. Money is tight, I can tell you that much. And we're still saving up for the mic sim to begin with.
So
Yeah,
this is why I was confused. And this is why I wanted to understand your objection to it, because as far as I know, you've always been against the settlements, and as far as I know, you want the Israelis eventually to come to a deal with the Arab states. So I didn't understand why a UN resolution, which the only two opponents of it was the United States and Israel, I think at least.
Usually, it's capable of being covered up by the game sounds because it's only in the background there. But yeah, you can always hear it all the time. It's just I literally can't do anything about it. I don't know how to fix it. Supposedly, there was a way to do it in the way that I bought this from the video that suggested me buy this splitter, but apparently all the splitters do this except for the $100 plus ones, and this one I'm pretty sure was like $25. It's a struggle.
When it comes to the Golan part, the second part, I think it included the Marshall Islands, the Federated States of Micronesia, like a bunch of smaller nations in Hungary, Canada, I think. I was confused because it seemed to be in line with what you've always supported, which is stopping the expansion of settlements because it's just going to make it much harder to make a deal, and it just increases the territory that the Palestinians won't be able to live on, increasing the amount of stateless people.
Yeah, I'm opposed to the expansion of settlements. I just don't know why people are trying to make like large agreements on this, and then trying to like also in this like, oh, and Israel should do all of these things, like give back all of the, I don't know who give it back to, all of the conquered territory or whatever. I just don't like these like really broad resolutions that are.
Well, there's different parts of the resolution, right? For example, the occupied Syrian Golan part, there was only 2 people voted against it, and it was the United States and Israel. Whereas the other part that specifically had to do with Israeli settlements in the occupied Palestinian territories, East Jerusalem, and the Syrian Golan, that had more votes against it. Canada, Hungary, Israel, the Marshall Islands, because it was more expansive and it covered more issues, including the West Bank and Jerusalem, which caused Canada and Hungary to jump off the ship, where they more agreed with, yeah, they shouldn't be settling in the Golan Heights. And so this did give America more selection on where it could agree with Israel, where it could disagree with Israel, but we just agreed with Israel on both counts.
Yeah, I mean, like I said, generally I'm opposed to the settlements, but I think like any change in Israeli policy, I think has to come with like agreements with other parties. Like it can't just be Israel unilaterally pulling back from here or doing this particular thing. Like let's say Israel unilaterally pulls out of, well, I'm saying unilaterally, but Israel is through UN condemnation pulls back from the Golan Heights, and then the Golan Heights just becomes another area by which Syria or Hezbollah decides to start bombing Israel again, right? Well, not so what the fuck, we just get from this. What's the point of this? Like it's easy
Well,
to
I agree with
yeah.
you. I agree with you on that. I don't think Israel should just tomorrow pull out of the Golan Heights. It probably would just become a hub for terror groups, considering the current state of Syria. What I do think, though, is that the more that they place settlers in there, the more settlers move in, or the more provocation settlers have with the UN area where the UN soldiers are, that separates where the Syrian soldiers are and the Israeli soldiers are, the more that occurs and the less Israel does to discourage that, the harder it's going to be to eventually make a deal that is beneficial, well, not beneficial, but acceptable, tolerable to all sides.
But the problem there is that even if they were to pull out of that region, they'd still get fucked anyways. Because it's just like if somehow there was a drug lord system, that was actively fucking up a place like Atlanta. If you know for a fact that they are there doing drug deals in Atlanta, and you say to Raphael Warnock, listen, all the super churches need to get together and help us, help you, because we literally cannot solve this problem without you guys stopping whatever's going on in the region. He will look at that and say, but I'm not going to stop making money in my super church, so fuck you. I'm the senator. And then all of a sudden, Crips and Bloods start shooting and spraying out in the street in the middle of a Keith Lee video reviewing another business because he decided to give Atlanta another chance. It'd be just like that. But in this case, we're talking about a terror region in the Middle East, so it's really bad. You're asking them to basically get butt fucked That's what you're asking them to do. You're asking them to be butt fucked, and that's just not helpful. It's not tenable. It's not none of it. Well, I understand where he's coming from because we watched this already the other day with Destiny. I think so. I did so on air. I believe I did so on air because I believe yes, I did. There was the whole point that I made about them getting butt fucked and doing 3v1s and 4v1s throughout the fucking region. So a comparative basis to put this in is basically West Compton. West Compton rooftop Koreans. Imagine as like the basis of a movie. The rooftop Koreans, the African-American business owners that are all about all black everything. They all work together to basically fend off the CIA, the FBI, and multiple parts of the ATF, trying to take them for the granted and throughout the entirety of basically Southern California. From Napa Valley, San Diego, San Jose, all the way to San Fran and downwards. Just everything that gets closer and closer to Tijuana, and then that upwards around to about, I guess, the top half of Napa Valley, all the way to Kings County. All of that is basically just owned by MS-13. Just everything. Everything's MS-13. Every single thing is a proxy war between MS-13. If you were to be like, hey, yo, L-Dog, you guys are going to have to pull out of 21st Street. Everything from Sunset to Radio, you guys got to stop dealing drugs here. It's like, hey, yo, fam, if we pull out, MS-13 gonna be all up in your shit. Do you want 13 on your block? I want 13 in my block. I got a baby coming next week from 3 baby mamas, bro. I can't just let them be out there like that. That's what basically he's telling him. And he does agree with him. But the problem is, at the end of the day, we should not be involved in the fucking politics of the world governments of places in the Middle East. That's my opinion. We do not have time for this shit. Just my personal opinion. We shouldn't be playing world police for the Middle East, period.
Because the longer this goes on, the harder it's going to be for Israel to ever make the decision to pull out, which means they're going to have less to offer at the negotiating table. It's going to make it harder to come to a
Yeah,
deal.
and I definitely understand that, and I'm sympathetic towards that. But on the side of the Israeli argument, their argument is going to be the only way we've ever been able to get peace with anybody is through conquest and might. And if we don't settle, if we don't have this territory, if we don't do things to make it hard for other people, then they have absolutely no reason to negotiate with us. Let's say that in the future, let's say Israel wants to come to some strong agreement.
Okay, but I think when it comes to the Golan Heights, it's a little different because Israel has offered the Golan Heights before, but the Syrians didn't accept the terms. They didn't think they were tolerable because they wanted no Syrian soldiers, no Syrian bases. I mean, no Israeli soldiers, no Israeli bases, no Israeli air control.
Actually, keep the amulet.
And now that position has changed because the Likud is in power, and since then Israel has decided to annex the Golan Heights. So I agree
well,
that
now the
Israel
position has changed. Now the position has changed to what?
The Israeli government position has changed to how they should treat the Golan Heights. Now they treat it as sovereign Israeli territory, even though no other state except the United States, which happened during the Trump administration, acknowledges that.
Sure, but I'm saying that, like, from Israel's point of view, there's no reason to give this up without like a strong negotiation on the table, right? Do you agree with that? Or no?
I understand that there's no reason for them to give it up,
Okay.
but the more they settle, the harder it's going to be to ever give it up, period. And they won't be able to make the same offers they made before, making peace less attainable.
Sure, I understand that, but it only gets better for Israel as they continue to settle the territory, right? It only gives them a stronger bargaining position by doing that. And if they feel like they have enemies to the north and the only thing they recognize is threat of annexation or military might, then that's Israel's prerogative to do this. And if nobody else wants to negotiate, if they did in the past, right? They didn't even, yeah.
It's harder for me to think it's going to be a stronger negotiating position because at a certain point, once they've done enough settlement, there's not going to be a negotiation about returning the Golan Heights. They're just going to keep the Golan Heights. I don't think that the Likud's agenda is to move in a bunch of settlers and then leverage, much of the settlers being their far right base, leverage those people who support them and keep them in power, leverage them against the Syrians to get a better deal and eventually pull them out. I think their goal is to move in settlers and then never let go of the Golan Heights ever. I think that would make much more sense considering like Likud's agenda.
Possibly, I might agree with you there. I would argue historically this isn't relevant, but historically Israel was willing to demolish settlements when they made peace with Israel and give them back to Sinai, and Israel under I think it was Sharon, I think it was under Sharon, unilaterally disengaged from Gaza and they pulled back settlements from there. So historically they've been able to do it. Now in both of those cases it wasn't is it what 25,000 settlers in the Golan Heights? It wasn't that many people, but I mean Israel has the capability of doing it. I just don't see how, like, I don't like going to Israel and saying like you need to do this, you need to do that. Meanwhile, like there's like terrorist groups that are attacking them constantly. They're like, okay, well we need something from them. We're not just going to disengage or stop moving here. Like, we are going to move to annex the territory if somebody else doesn't like do something about it. Yeah.
But continued expansion of settlements isn't going to decrease the amount of terrorism or decrease tensions or make Israelis safer. It's just going to make those settlers, they're going to put them in positions where they're more in danger. They're going to put more Israeli soldiers in the Golan Heights in danger.
Because that's the entire point. They want the terrorist groups to have a ratchet upon which they can say, look at what they're doing to you. Look at how they're abusing you. They think nothing of you. You have to fight! Because they want to do nothing but fucking ego pump them until they are crazed.
And it's going to end up making it harder for Israel to come to terms that makes it more peaceful for everyone. So I don't necessarily think that the settlement of the Golan Heights is benefiting Israel as much as controlling the Golan Heights territorially is benefiting Israel's security, which I can understand that. That's much easier to understand.
I actually think I 95% agree with you. I think that Israel right now is conducting themselves like it's the year is 1968, and they're worried about every country invading them again. Like it feels like Israel acts a little bit more on edge than they need to. That being said, if anybody
really... I can ask you a question. How much of that do you think is Netanyahu, and how much of that do you think would be the case no matter who was in power? Because I think if it was Benny Gantz in there, I don't think the position of like what they're doing right now would change that much tremendously.
Well, yeah, but it's because probably it's largely in provocation to Palestinian attacks. That's why the general sentiment in Israel is fuck these people, we don't want to work with them. And broadly speaking, I think that's the feeling around basically the entire Arab world. Nobody cares about Palestinians anymore. The citizens kind of do, but for the most part, people have kind of moved on. That's why the only people supporting the Palestinians now are fucking Islamic jihadists. It's Iran, it's Hezbollah, it's the Houthis, and then it's whatever Hamas crazy shit is out. And even the PA is pretty fucking crazy in Israel. So yeah, their support has become increasingly radicalized. A lot of the other Arab nations have taken a step back or are bilaterally negotiating peace with Israel, and increasingly, yeah, the Palestinians are finding themselves with only more and more radical allies. So when Israel looks at that, like, yeah, there needs to be like a real conversation about if Israel wants to give this back, what are they going to get in exchange for it? Who's going to like, what are we doing about Iran? Because that's the big fucking deal. Or the very least, like,
Also,
yeah.
let's be clear, we're talking about the Golan Heights here. This isn't a question of giving the Golan Heights back to the Palestinians. This is a question of giving the Golan Heights back to the Syrians.
Yeah, but I don't know if they're. You can tell me here. I don't know historically. Like, what would the chances be if the Syrian government got back the Golan Heights? What are the chances that somebody like Hezbollah like moves in there and uses it as a base of operations? And then what are the chances that Assad would even be able to control that situation?
That's the two things that I wanted to bring up. This is why I'm not in favor of Israel giving back the Golan Heights right now, but I am in favor of them stopping settlement. Because I don't think the current status of the Syrian civil war or just Assad's brutality, even though I think that's less of a concern for the Israeli government considering the other actors in the region they're willing to work with, I don't think it would be beneficial for Israel. I don't think it would be necessarily that beneficial for the Syrians. I think it would probably just be filled with terror groups very quickly. It has actually happened early in the Syrian civil war, which made the UN peacekeepers flee the area between the Israeli government and the Syrian government. But what I do think is that the more settlers they put there, the harder it's going to deal. And in the long term, no matter how the Syrian civil war ends,
backhand across your face.
Someone said like one tier 5 sub if you can name one Israeli city besides Jerusalem or Tel Aviv. Does the West Bank count? What about like Bethlehem or Ramallah or I think Haifa, Jaffa? These are districts of Tel Aviv. Fuck you. Give me my shit. Oh, Lod, LOD is one. Fuck you. Give me my tier 5 sub, motherfucker. Okay, keep going. Sorry.
The most fun I've been having learning more and more about Israel is just learning fun Hebrew words.
Yeah.
Like shmekel. It's great.
I didn't know, I'm going to be totally honest, I didn't know that the Israeli currency was actually called shekels. I thought it was just like a Nazi fucking meme. I didn't know you still called new shekels.
It is shekels.
Jesus. Okay, sorry, keep on.
But in the long term, when Israel eventually comes to the table with whatever future Syrian government that is, hopefully not Assad's, if there are settlers in the Golan Heights that number 100,000, 200,000 instead of the 20 to 25,000 that currently are in the Golan Heights, it's going to be 10 times harder for them to come to a settlement, especially if those settlers or the parties that those settlers support have political influence in a, maybe not a Likud coalition, but any coalition.
Sure. But then that would be then Israel would say, okay, well, negotiate with us now then before it happens. Because the pressure's mounting. We're going to keep moving settlers in. So negotiate. You're still not negotiating? Okay,
But the problem is that the current government doesn't want to ever negotiate its release peacefully with sovereign Israeli flag. Do you disagree that? I mean, Israel formally annexed the Golan Heights, and then Donald Trump's presidency acknowledged it.
Sure, which is stupid, yeah. But I mean, like, Israel
and if any government was to really believe that, it would be Netanyahu's.
Sure, but Zionists also have historically recognized that Jerusalem is like the sole right to Jewish people. But there have been multiple deals on the table that have like split East Jerusalem and West Jerusalem and made administrative districts, but like internationally, blah blah blah. So, like,
I'm not saying that it would be impossible for any Israeli government to make this deal. I am saying that this specific government probably would never make that deal because they don't want to make that deal. And if continued settlement expansion happens, it's going to make it harder for any government to make that deal.
Sure. Here's what I would say. Stopping or pulling out the settlements from the Golan Heights serves zero strategic or geopolitical interest whatsoever, I think, for Israel. Increasing them there creates mounting pressure for... I don't even know if Lebanon exists as a fucking government, or if it's just Hezbollah, or Syria, which I don't know if that government exists right now, or if it's just a collection of fractured terror groups as the country tries to build something. But until these two countries, at the very least, are willing to create some sort of agreement or some sort of security, whatever, with Israel, I don't think Israel has any motivation whatsoever to say, like, okay, we're going to go ahead and stop the settlements and start to pull them out and blah, blah, blah. I just don't see... Like, maybe morally it's the right thing to do, but, like, strategically,
I don't think that having more people in the Golan Heights... It depends on what your goal is. If your goal is just to grab as much territory as possible, then there's zero motivation to stop settlement expansion. If you just think that the territorial hold is security, and they hold the Golan Heights, whether it's respected or not respected, that security, if that's your primary goal, and considering Netanyahu is the security candidate, that wouldn't surprise me that much, then I would understand not wanting that.
Sure, I think the aspirations are territorial. At this point, I'm sorry, I love my Zionist. Security is a pretty weak argument. It's 2023, we got nukes, we got planes, we got all sorts of shit going on. I don't think the security argument for the Golan, like, is it 1955? I think park artillery there and start shooting. Like, I think the security argument is way too strong, so yeah.
The Golan Heights was used as a base of operations to launch an invasion of Israel during the Yom Kippur. Well, no, it wasn't during the Yom Kippur War. It was 1967 war, and then it was tried to be retaken by the Syrians.
Sure, I understand that, but I'm just saying that, like, we don't live in a world, because I think that Israel has a problem. This is why I say Israel is stuck in 1968, where they feel like they're surrounded by enemies on all sides, and they've got to be ready for war and attacks and blah, blah, blah. If Israel...
Well, the truth is that technically they are. It's just that the attacks aren't coming from places that you'd originally expect. It's not a knife in the dark. It's a diplomatic deal that then allows terrorists to be like, hey, yo, fam, I don't have to care about these rules. Kind of like a person who has enough money to ignore rules, just basically considering them as guidelines that only 4 people have to follow. And like, I mean, sure, it can be considered ridiculous, but if they just keep getting fucked in the news, it's kind of a self-fulfilling prophecy that just keeps coming true, you know?
Israel gave, here's something I say with extreme confidence, okay? Maybe I'm wrong. If Israel gave the Golan Heights back and some group started to stage, like, attacks on the Golan Heights, Israel would fucking demolish it. It wouldn't even be like a...
Exactly.
It's not even a strategic threat. Like, people are acting like it's 1950, and there's gonna be, like, artillery firing shells, and oh my god, and what is Israel gonna do? I don't think that's true anymore. I could be wrong, but I seriously don't think that's true. I think Israel could deal with it.
I generally agree with you. I would say that a state still wants to protect itself from threats that won't annihilate it, but still damage it, but still hurt its people. So there's still a motivation, right? Like if we knew that there was going to be some ISIS attack on the United States, we wouldn't do nothing because we was like, this isn't going to destroy us, right? And so Israel still has a desire to try to protect itself from that type of attack.
I understand what you're saying, but when I look at Israel's actions since 2006, okay, we pulled out of, there's disengagement from Gaza, okay? All of those were done. Only anybody that says it was for peace is lying. It was done to shore up the demographic majority of Israel. Number one, we look at the expansion of settlements in the West Bank, which is strengthening Israel's right to annex it, and it's strengthening the territorial claims they can make for any agreement. And then you look at them annexing the Golan Heights and doing something over there. It's territorial. I don't think that these are, I don't think they're security, because it weakens their security in some respects. Like, yeah.
This was the point I wanted to come around to. I do think it's territorial, but I think at the end of the day, Israel is going to kind of embed so many conflicts in a way that makes it impossible or near impossible to resolve through mass expansion of settlements, through continued occupation of the land with no consideration of trying to come to a deal. If that continues for a long enough period of time, then I think it's only inevitable until either the displaced people who are stateless, or different terror groups, or others who are feeling the repercussions of those types of occupations, or feeling the repercussions of that type of expansion of settlement, leads to another mass attack, leads to another October 7th, and then it leads to another wave of violence. And I think settlement is one of the key potential like lightning rods for starting another wave of violence.
Yeah, but so here's the huge problem right now that I think exists with Israel and Palestine, okay? Is one side lives in reality, which is Israel, the other side lives in delusion, which is Palestine, and they both have the shared belief that continued conflict will benefit their side. Palestinians think if they keep fighting it will help, and Israelis think if they keep fighting it will help. It probably does help Israel, it almost certainly is not helping Palestinians. And I think that's one of the huge contributors to both sides, not really, like, the push for peace is not going to come from Israel, especially after October 7th. Also because the status quo benefits Israel. They're expanding territorial settlements, their economy is growing, all these other Arab nations are falling like dominoes to sign up for peace deals with them. Like, yeah, they're doing fine. The Palestinians, on the other hand, have been trained to fight against Israel and struggle against the Jews for 75 fucking years. They're not going to look for peace because that's all they know is fighting. So what do you get at that point?
I would disagree with the classification of like the Israelis live in reality while the soy Palestinians live in reality.
Palestinians, they're delusional. The Palestinian fight went from a territorial conquest back, or from territorial kicking out European settlers, which was noble. From 48 on onwards, fuck it, yeah, kill those fucking Jewish settlers and the European settlers. I support it, but it's jihadist Islamic shit now. Sorry, go ahead. Yeah.
I think it's delusional. The approach of Netanyahu's government, for example, the current administration, towards the Palestinians, and how he thought that this could basically just be the state of affairs forever. That, he could perpetuate this conflict forever, and that he could kind of, we can move these troops away from the border with the Gaza Strip, we can manage our relationship with Hamas, and we can keep this conflict going in perpetuity, and not expecting like something like this to happen eventually. Especially as he let his defenses down in the Gaza Strip and failed as the security candidate, as the person with the most experience in the history of the country in the position of prime minister. I do think that position of keeping this conflict forever is going on, we can live with it. I do think that is a little, what was the word you used?
Delusional?
Delusional.
Wait, why do you think it's delusional? Do you think
I don't think that keeping the conflict going on in perpetuity is going to keep Jews or Israelis safe.
Okay, well, but whoa. We're not talking about keeping Jews or Israelis safe. We're talking about strengthening the country of Israel as a whole. Since 2006, whose position has...
Wait.
Yeah.
Netanyahu's candidacy and his government was based upon security. He was a security candidate. If you go look at all of his ads, it's all about keeping people safe. There's like this ad of him like at the beach, watching people play volleyball, watching everything happening, making sure everybody's safe. If that's your position...
Wait, hold on, real quick. When I analyze political leaders and what they're doing, I'm looking at actions, not advertising. If Netanyahu wanted more security, he'd pull all the settlers out of the West Bank and there wouldn't be any more violence between settlers and Palestinians anymore. Clearly, keeping Israeli people safe is not his priority. I think a dual priority of his part is territorial expansion in this part. From 2006 onwards, here, write this down, you can ask whatever. From 2006 onwards, the status quo of Israel fighting with Palestinians has been maintained. Who's benefited from 2006 onwards? Whose position is strengthened? Israel's or the Palestinians?
One second. Sorry, I was writing the question down. Say that again?
Or you can do your point first, I'll ask you this. Go ahead.
The Israelis... Fuck. Okay, I just lost all of it. Just ask me a question again.
No, wait, hold on. We were talking and you were saying Netanyahu's government, he said in political ads...
Wait. Yeah. Okay, so... The question was whether Palestinians or Israelis are delusion. I think there's delusion on both sides, and if somebody is voting for Netanyahu as a security candidate under the idea and supporting this coalition under the idea that keeping the conflict in perpetuity, keeping the conflict managed with the security wall, with the security state, and not coming to a settlement, not creating some sort of state for the Palestinians, that is what would keep the most Jews and most Israelis safe. That is what's best for them from a security standpoint. I do think that's delusional.
Okay, so then here's my question. This has more or less been the status quo for the past 15, 16, 17 years, since 2006, about whose position has improved over the last about 20 years, Israel's or Palestine's?
You mean like security-wise?
Everything-wise, just like everything.
Well, then like the Israelis, obviously.
Yeah, Israel in every size, shape, and form, right? They've made more allies, they've strengthened their relationship with other actors in the Middle East, they've expanded their settlements everywhere, their economies continue to grow, their relationship with the rest of the world remains, even past, all the individual conflicts, remains relatively good. Like, Israel's position has only improved. The Palestinian position has drastically fallen. Gaza Strip has become overpopulated, they're still embargoed and nobody gives a fuck about it, or blockaded and nobody really cares that much to do anything about it. They're losing allies except for terrorist groups. Hamas is literally, the Palestinian position has gotten more and more dire over time. Who's delusional when both sides are saying, let's keep fighting and we'll do better? Only one side can be right when that's the statement of the policy of both sides, I think.
Well, okay, I think there's different ways of delusion, right? Different countries have different delusional, views of their own history, for example. Like, there's different, delusional, narratives that nations have about what they did or what they can achieve or what's special about their country. So I guess when I hear, Palestinians are delusional, where Israelis live in reality, I think we're talking about two different subjects being deluded about two separate.
I mean, I'd say deluded in every sense of the word. I would say they tend to be violent, they support radical jihad Islamists. I would say that their choices on leadership has consistently been fucking horrible. Their outlook on the war and October 7th is insane. I would say in almost every sense, the average Palestinian, I know that people like to do this thing where oh no, it's just Hamas is bad. No, the average Palestinian is mind-fucked right now. At the very least, almost all of them in the Gaza Strip are, if for no other reason, because Hamas literally educates them them with programs of like Mickey Mouse the Jew goes to like murder Goofy the poor Hamas fucking person. Like it's insane the level of like insanity that exists. Not to the Palestinians' fault, by the way. The rest of the Arab nation hyped them up for 70 years to fight Israel and basically all left. I don't blame the Palestinians, but like I think they are in a state of delusion, and that has to be addressed or brought back from the brink if any like peaceful process is ever going to be pursued. I think because the status quo right now, you agree, the status quo supports Israel.
Well, wait, the status quo supports, well, it depends on what your goal for an Israeli state to be, but the status quo supports Israel winning in any conflict. If any long-term conflict, as long as they don't get tired, then they'll win in the general conflict, yes.
Yeah, so the push has to come from the Palestinian side, and I don't know how that's going to happen right now, right?
So I think that there has to be an acceptance that Israel is going to exist in the region in some shape and form, and there has to be a deal made with Israel. I do think that is something that people have to accept, whether they like it or not. You have to live in the real world. I do think, though, that there is some sort of... I don't want to get too stuck on delusion, because I would just talk about these elected MPs are delusional. Look at the crazy stuff they're saying. Here's these fringe parties over here that have an immense amount of influence within Netanyahu's coalition, and here's the violent things they say. Here's the agriculture minister saying we can use a nuke in the Gaza Strip. I want to avoid... I feel like we're just going to go back and forth with, like, whataboutism. I don't want to do that. Can we move on to...
Sure, yeah. But just to be clear also, yeah, we can argue these things. I'm not looking at, like, people like to make these arguments of, like, here's what a minister said, or here's what the interior defense guy said. I'm not looking at, like, statement. I'm like, what do you got?
By the way,
yeah.
I feel like we've kind of avoided the whole point of this conversation. By the way, my position was that whether or not, from a security perspective, not what's best for international law, but what's best for, you know, actually having peace and no sort of like version of like waves of violence. My original question about this was whether it was a good idea for the United States, as an advocate of the international rules-based order, to vote against resolutions that are asking for Israel to uphold the international rules-based order, which basically every international law scholar acknowledges that they're violating.
I don't know if every single law scholar acknowledges they're violating it, but no, I don't think Israel is held.
Wait. If we're talking about settlement expansion in the illegally occupied Golan Heights, is there any international law scholar that's going to say that's legal under international law?
It's complicated. All these issues are really complicated.
Wait. That's not a complicated question, though. Is there any international law scholar who would say that it is legal under international law to put settlements in the occupied Golan Heights?
Big question, aren't you?
If we said this about like occupied Ukraine, this wouldn't be a question, right? If we said this about
That's completely different. They quite literally are the same. Some, please. One of them is being fucked over because one of them decided, you know what, I think I can take your bitch ass. Another one's like, listen, bro. If we just try again for the 26th time, I promise this time they totally won't see it coming. It's not the same. It's not the same.
About any occupied territory wouldn't be a question.
I know for the West Bank and the Gaza Strip it's different. I can't venture an opinion on the Golan Heights. I would have to read specifically about that because technically the Golan Heights was taken in '67, right?
Yeah, 67 and fought over again in '73.
Golan Heights was, hold on, I'm trying to remember. Was the Golan Heights part of Syria proper?
Yes it was.
From 48 onwards?
It was like the Syrian Arab Republic, and then it's like I think it was like an Egyptian-Syrian like union thing that not Arafat, what was his name? Nasser wanted to try because he's just wacky and funky, but it was part of the Syrian Arab Republic.
Okay, let me just double check. Yeah, the Golan Heights might be different here than from the West Bank or the Gaza Strip. Then.
Well, yeah, it was part of a separate country. This is why I'm saying that no international law scholar would say it's legal. Now you can make an argument like I don't care if it's legal. I don't care about that international rules-based order. I think that security purposes, that argument can be made. My point is that the United States is making a lot of moral stands in the world right now. A good example would be in Ukraine, and I have to talk about this a lot. And I'm very concerned that when I'm talking to people, when I'm talking to my Lebanese friends, because I know some Lebanese Ukrainian people, or I'm talking to some other people from other parts of the world that are not traditionally considered the quote-unquote West, and I'll talk to them about Ukraine. I'll be like, yeah, it's good that the United States support Ukraine. I guess it's bad the Russians invaded, but like the United States is obviously hypocritical. Look at them violating international law here. Look at them violating international law here. If there's going to be
if they're going to play the game of whataboutism and international law, I would remind them we are the U.S. We are not the world police. We need to not be the world police. Half these problems come up because we need to be the world police, because there are places in the world where it's obvious that you need to just put your foot down someone's throat, that they will not put their foot down someone's throat. And so they end up having to deal with terrorism, they end up having to deal with slavery, they end up having to deal with doctrined slavery, they end up having to deal with some of the most ridiculous levels of unsafe living as a civilian, as a citizen in a country, where both a foreigner's child and a regular child, not to say that one should deserve one or the other, mind you, can be raped in the street, then get gang raped on the way to the police station, then get gang raped in the police station. Shout out to my boys from the Bitbong Isles. It's ridiculous. These things happen because we, America, keep playing world police. What we should stop doing is playing world police. We should tell them, oh no, we will support you if some real shit breaks down, but on all these other things, you guys gotta work it out. Good luck! You gotta hit them with the deuces, and then just fade away into the background. You have to. Because if you don't, Everyone's going to come to us looking for a solution. And when we don't give them a solution, they're going to say, America, you have to help us. You're such a big superpower. You're so big and strong. Your hands can hold so many nuclear arsenals. Come on, America Coon. You have to help me. It's never going to stop. It's never going to end. And we, the American citizens, have to keep hearing about places that we don't live. Carl, are you saying that you don't care about civilians living in poverty? That's not what I said. What I said is, why the fuck do people keep attacking us for doing what we're supposed to do, that they beg us to and they ask us to do, and then when we do it, this is me, sir. We never asked for American World Police. Yes, you did, bitch! Yes, you fucking did! Yes, you fucking did! It's tiring. I'm tired of seeing it. I'm tired of hearing it. I don't know about the rest of you, but I'm kind of tired of hearing that talking opinion every single time I go to the poll. I'm kind of being tired of being told this is the candidate that's going to ensure peace. I'm tired personally of hearing it, because I know it's a lie. Because I've been hearing it since I was 5. True, John. But you see, that's the problem with being the strongest man on the table. When you have all the chips, everybody wants a little bit of your money. Money, resources, interest, all that shit. They want to have America under the thumb to basically say, you have to help us, because if you don't help us, then terrorism wins. It's really a bad fucking take. It's a bad take, it's a bad perspective, and it's a bad analogy of the world, and it's a bad way to look at policies dealing with the world. Because if we have to do everything, and every time we say no, that means terrorism wins, it'll be a talking point that will be inevitably used to justify how actually America's weak right now. How do I know that America's weak? Because America won't help its allies. They only want to make sure that they can get something out of it at all times. Americans are so selfish. Tui! Stupid Americans! Something has to change. Now, I would like to also mention that none of this shit was a problem when T-Rump was in office. I would like to just mention this was not an issue. This did not come up at all. Nobody made moves like this. Big T-Rump did not cause this shit to happen. I'm not even a true Trump fan or a Trump supporter to the point of being arrogant, but I would like to say I did not have to pay with a bunch of this bullshit under Trump. I did not have to worry about a bunch of this bullshit under Trump. We did not have to have these questions under Trump. None of this shit was a concern under Trump. I just want to make sure we understand that and remember that wholly so that we can make better decisions moving forward in the future. It's not a matter of who's supposed to be the best and who's supposed to be right. It's a matter of what is best for the country and what is best for our living conditions. This was best for our living conditions, and it was definitely best for Israel, because regardless of whatever the fuck they tried, they were not trying that shit with a person who was possibly considered crazy enough to put his finger on the nuclear button. I'm just saying. Just stating obvious facts. These are things everybody has to deal with and think about when you're talking about national security. Because it's not just one nation you're talking about, it's an entire sect of nations. Because imagine if Israel is the linchpin, because it's one Jewish state against 50 Arabic states, of which I'd like to highball 60% are fundamentalists. So, not your moderate, bro, I just like shawarma, I'm gonna go to temple, we're gonna pray at Mecca, moderate Muslims. We're talking Wahhabi fundamentalists that want every Western and Eastern woman in a Najabi. That's possibly what Israel is holding back. And while they're pulling what is effectively a political 50-1, and what is territorially 3v1s, 4v1s, 5v1s on political policy, motherfuckers keep crying saying, you guys are just trying to destroy the Palestinian people. Open air prison, bro! Open air prison! Open air prison! Meanwhile, the reality of the ground, nobody sees it because nobody's willing to go there. I wouldn't say he's not willing to go there, because he's willing to go to Kiev. He is willing to go to Russia. He was willing to go to Ukraine to report on what's happening in Ukraine. That's what we know him for. That's something that he's actually capable of doing. More than any of these fucking inside boys ever did. Carl, you're an inside boy! No, I'm an inside Negro. But in terms of actually having the ability to, if I was not living in poverty, I damn sure would be on the ground fucking level. Because this shit's so goddamn easy. It's so goddamn easy to do the actual job and just go to a place and report the fucking news and make sure the news is reported correctly and make sure that when the news is reported correctly, people are not just taking the shit for granted. It's so easy to fucking do. I don't know why we don't do it more. Probably because people like Assam still stake our fucking credibility. But all of these issues, they are only a concern because we have weak leadership in our government. If we did not have weak leadership, they would have already said, listen, you motherfuckers are playing these games. I'm about to teach you what happens when you play these games with me. I'm about to go and put forth full help for these regions. We're going in tonight. In fact, we didn't go in tonight. We did it 5 days ago. We already wrecking your shit, baby. We already wrecking your shit. Like, that kind of energy, that kind of leadership is what would change these situations for the better, not the worse. But we, as Americans, we as America, on the world stage, can't make that play. Because if we make that play, we're going to be called conquests. And we're so terrified of the conquest allegations, we're willing to let obvious bullshit go to the wayside. Because we don't want to be called Nazis. We don't want to be called conquering warlord bigots. Not saying that we should. That's definitely not what I'm saying. What I am saying is, this shit would not be a problem if people would let other people do their motherfucking job. Or if motherfuckers did a motherfucking job. But they are not doing their motherfucking job. So, they're having a hard time keeping shit straight. Because they can't do their motherfucking job. It could be better if motherfuckers did their motherfucking job. But motherfuckers are not doing their motherfucking job. So until motherfuckers start doing their motherfucking job, we're going to keep having this conversation. It's going to keep being a topic of discussion. It's going to keep being an issue. It's going to continue to need critique. It's going to continue to need work. And we're going to still be stuck in a neo-Sarkeesian world where we can't get the fuck away from people talking about shit we don't want to fucking hear about while we play video games. In Minecraft. In Roblox. And Diablo 2 Resurrected.
quote-unquote night watchman, or somebody that stands up for this rules-based order, which the Biden administration espouses it's standing for. It has to be able to stand with it consistently. It cannot just be like, of course I'm going to apply the rules when it comes to my enemies, but the people I give weapons directly to, no. We're not going to do reviews on their weapons usage. We're not going to do reviews on whether they're following the laws of war, which I know that State Department officials have resigned over the fact that they're not doing that. And Anthony Blinken and others have yet to indicate that they are doing that. And so that just makes me very concerned when I see the UN voting against these UN resolutions.
But it's also so weird
I think it's going to hurt our credibility around the world.
It's possible that it might hurt our credibility. I'm not sure how much stuff related to Israel hurts our credibility around the world as opposed to stuff related like Ukraine, which is in a far more reasonable region of the world, as crazy as Putin is. The international law claims and the UN resolution claims relating to conflicts involving Israel, they seem to fall so hard.
In Shin Megami Tensei, Nocturne Redeemable Bastard. True. I mean, there are so many political themes that actually reflect what I just described in that game. But you see, that's a Japanese video game about fiction. And that's when I'm going to stop that, because I'm not going to make demon jokes.
When it feels like nobody else around them is held to any of these standards. Like, if we pull back any macro, here's what we're saying. Israel, you guys are violating international laws by building settlements on this occupied territory. You need to give it back to Bashar al-Assad that used chemical warfare against his own citizens over and over and over and over again. You're really bad. Like, that, like,
That's
that
not
argument.
that's not what the UN resolution said. The UN resolution simply said to stop settlement expansion in occupied territory, not to give it back.
Yeah, but again, like, even to stop, okay, not to give it back, but even to stop settlement expansion. Stop expanding settlements. Like, you need to adhere to international law when the people that are boarding you clearly have no fucking concern for it whatsoever. Like,
True.
Israel espouses to be a Western-style democracy. It often claims to be the only democracy in the Middle East. When it tells its national story, the UN resolution creating Israel, creating a home for the Jews after the horrors of the Holocaust, that's largely part of their national story. It's part of the justification for the foundation of the Zionist project, for the foundation of the Israeli state. And to use these international institutions, to use international law when it's to your advantage, but then to disregard it because the other team also isn't playing by the rules, and for us to stand with them discarding it while their team doesn't play by the rules, while we stand for the system on the international stage, it just seems horribly hypocritical. I think it's going to hurt our image, and I think there's one of...
Sometimes, the things that we would normally not do, we have to do because we know the enemy does not do it. And we say to ourselves, we had to become monsters in order to uphold this. I feel bad about it. But you know what I don't have to worry about? The roving thugs destroying the things that we hold sacred and dear because we weren't willing to make a hard choice and a hard time. That's sometimes what has to be done. It's unfortunate, but it's got to be done. It's unfortunate, but it's got to be done. It doesn't make it okay. It doesn't make it right. By all means, it is a moral failing. But you know what is not a failure? That trigger discipline, baby! Carl, stop being flippant. This is real life we're talking about. Yes, it is. And how many times in history have there been people who have lost and won wars, and because of that conquering of a lost or won war, they then were eternally fucked for the rest of their fucking nation history? Plenty, if you actually tell the truth. I mean, shit. I'm part French. as well as part of everything else. How many times in French history did we have to pull the trigger and put a bitch in the dirt? How many people did we use our vertical fruit slicer on because they weren't representing the people in power? How many times did we had to do this shit? How many times, boys? How many times? How many times? Because I can promise you, I can tell you, however many times we had to do it, it was not enough. We had to do it a lot. A lot. And that doesn't make it okay that we had to do this shit, but it makes it understandable. You can say that I disagree with it, but you can say I see why they got a point. Because that's what we had to do. Because we had to do it for a reason. It's unfortunate. It's unfortunate. It's unfortunate. But it had to be done. It had to be done. Don't get that ass whooped, me, fuck. It is unfortunate, but it had to be done. Not even close to enough. I love caster builds!
The weakness of a lot of people, and I don't hate to use the word developing countries, but I don't know how else to say it to get it across to people. It worries me when developing countries see these flaws and see these obvious hypocrisies in the idea of an international rules-based order, and then they'll listen to other world leaders like Vladimir Putin, who make a much more cynical observation of like, they play by the rules when it suits them, they don't play by the rules when it doesn't. That's how we should all play by the rules, which is what I'm getting.
That's how everybody in the world does things, sir. I'll give you a perfect example. Streamer business. Everybody does reaction content. Everybody chooses to steal people's content. Is there a better way to do these things? Absolutely. So, should I steal content? Absolutely not. I should do it correctly. I should do what I'm doing right now. I should be playing video games while giving my takes about whatever it is that comes up in my feed that I would like to talk about or look at on the stream. Whether as a way to entertain myself, or as a way to entertain the rest of you, or as a way to inform myself, and at the same time, learning as I fucking go. I could have no knowledge of the topic, and I could become even more knowledgeable than Hassan fucking Hamas Piker. But does that mean I need to be lazy and whenever somebody does lazy reactions, try to cover shit literally same day? Try to cover shit as it's breaking to try and get in on all the kicks, try to get in on all the shekels, and also try to make as many people pissed off so I can try to grow my channel through virality, not through consistency? Probably not. Probably because it won't be very effective. Probably because it will have the opposite effect of what I'd like it to have. But will people know that? Will people seek that out the correct way every time? Probably not. It's a serious issue that matters at all points of things. Yes, I agree with him. We actually should have the ability to stick to our consistency and to our principles and to what we say that we want to do. We should live our examples. But we also need to recognize when there are people who see that we will live our examples and they're like, man, they ever gonna do a shit to us. They're good boys. They can't be seen doing this. Because once upon a time, in these places where these things happen, sometimes, especially as American superpowers, as we are, somebody's got to be the one that walks in a room and be like, listen, taking off the glove. You innocent, I get to whoop your ass, bitch. Someone's got to be the one to do it. If it's not America, who will do it? Because who's going to be powerful enough to make them say, don't make me get the button. Don't make me hit the, I'm going to press it. Because if we can't do it, who's going to do it? Unfortunately, that's what it is. As much as I saying that I don't want to be involved in it, because I don't want to be involved in it, who's going to be the one to press the button? Who's going to be the one to have the big stick to threaten with? I mean, we can't walk soft and not have a big stick. That's just not possible. We cannot walk strong and not have a big stick to crown him in the head with. Because if we don't have a big stick to crown him in the head with, we're still gonna have the exact same fucking problem. It does not matter what we say or do. It's still gonna be the same issue the entire way around. Personalize your items. Personalize my spirit, please. It doesn't even do anything special. Yeah. Anyways.
Getting from his commentary around the war in Gaza.
Sure, and I mean, we can examine that, but like anybody seriously looking at Israel, surrounded by a host of countries that have never given a fuck about international rules, that have never truly endorsed Resolution 242, that have had explicit statements in the past to never like even recognize Israel exists as a country, because their conflict so far has been so bad or gone so poorly, to say that Israel now needs to strictly adhere to international and needs to strictly adhere to the rules in this area. Like again, in terms of like morally, I can see an argument for it, but like realistically, realpolitik or whatever the fuck, like looking at Israel's actions, the neighbors surround it, like it's hard for me to condemn. Yeah,
okay.
And I don't believe I don't believe that the United States loses credibility for that in the eyes of Putin when the U.S. is supporting Israel that has historically had an unbelievably unique history in the Middle East.
I'm saying that's not what I said. I didn't say losing credibility in the eyes of Putin. I'm saying that the developing world...
No, losing credibility in the eyes of the rest of the world.
Yes, I do think that we're losing credibility. If we're trying to say we're not like the Russians, we don't build empire, we stand for an international rules-based order, we believe that's what's best for nation states, but then disregard that order when it comes to some of our key allies like Israel, I do think that hurts the reputation of what we're supposedly trying to stand for. And I think that like you said, if you're just real politiquing it, then you're real politiquing it. But that's not what the Biden administration, that's not what Anthony Blinken, that's not what Jake Sullivan, that's not what the State Department is claiming to do. Henry Kissinger's dead. I mean, I don't think they're taking the real politic approach.
Sure. I mean, I'm not arguing that like realpolitik is like a good way to approach the world, or is like a morally justified way to approach the world. I'm just saying that surrounded by the people that they are, I find it uncompelling to say that Israel should be forced to adhere to some particular tenet of international. I'm not even sure 100% of the pilot. Also, I still don't know 100% that's even true. And I don't believe that the United States is losing.
You've acknowledged in the past that the settlements are legal, I thought.
That was before I knew anything about international law and how much clusterfuck it is. If you want to show me articles on it, I'll read it. I've got a ton of stuff up right now that I want to like read and research more relating to international law because I don't have my opinions on here aren't that strong. It might be, for instance, that Israel is 100% acting illegally in regards to the Golan Heights. But I just like, on the macro, broadly speaking, I am wholly uninterested with the condemnation or encouragement of like action from Israel that is taken without other states surrounding them being involved. I'm still wholly uninterested in it. I don't think it's done in good faith. I don't think like African countries or developing world as well as the United States are like, oh my God, they're so hypocritical in Israel. Let's go do Putin. Maybe we do a third Chechen war. Like I don't think that would ever happen.
What I'm saying is that if you look at the world's rules that we're supposedly holding up, or we're holding up above everyone else, and we're saying these are the rules that they should follow, which is the system that, I'm not saying specifically the system though currently, but I do believe there should be some sort of international rules-based order, which is what the Biden administration also believes. If you're going to do this, it cannot just be when the rules apply to me, I follow them, when the rules apply to them, when the rules apply to them, we enforce them, the rules apply to me, never mind, we ignore them. And again, I'm not advocating, I'm just talking about the United States' position. It would not hurt the United States that tremendously.
Hello, Alex.
To say, yes, I'm going to vote against settlement expansion. Yes, I'm going to vote against settlement expansion in the Golan Heights. I'm going to vote against continued settlement expansion here. It would not hurt us strategically. We would still probably have a very positive relationship with Israel overall, considering how much they need the United States right now. And it's not like it's impossible for the United States to do this. Ronald Reagan did cancel F-16 shipments to Israel back in the day over his bombing campaign in Lebanon, which Reagan called a Holocaust in private conversations. So and that's what I want to see more of, because as of right now, it just looks like we refuse to pull back on Israel's action whatsoever, even though...
We've limited a lot of what's going on for the invasion of the Gaza Strip. We've condemned them for settlements in the past. I know Obama did. I think Biden might have. But I mean, like, our condemnations they ring a little hollow. It's not like we have...
Would you, for me, if there's not internal reviews about how our weapons are being spent and some sort of condition being placed upon our aid, how much leverage do you think just like dialogue with them generally is going to have on their actions?
None. Zero. Because why the fuck would they care if we don't get the big stick?
Just dialogue? I mean, for the Gaza Strip stuff, the dialogue, it seems to have been incredibly successful. I don't think Israel wants to make enemies of the entire fucking world. Like, I think they want to generally remain on the good side of at least the United States. I think that's probably their goal. I just like the idea that any real conversation happening with just Israel unilaterally just seems to be pretty hollow. Like, I know we can look at one thing right now. Like, here's one thing we can look at right now, which is like, oh, Israel should stop these settlements here, or Israel should do this or that. But like, if they end up doing some particular action and then they get attacked even more, or something like the October 7th shit, that's just going to like further serve in their mind. Like, okay, well, fuck the United States, we're not going to listen to them. Or, you know, fuck everybody pressuring on this shit. We need to do what we can to defend ourselves because clearly nobody else has our interests at heart, right?
True.
Like the UN General Assembly, you look at the voting body of that, you look at all the resolutions and everything against Israel. If we want to have like real conversations...
It's basically the same attitude people already have when it comes to black Americans. Black Americans feel the way that Israelites do. The Israelites. Black Americans, I shouldn't even say as a conglomerate monolith because we're not a monolith, but for those that are collectivists and believe in it, Black Americans behave when they are collectivists and ideologues that act as a monolith the way that Israel does with the rest of the world. Use whatever factor you want to justify it. Use whatever factor you can to legitimize it in your mind. whatever argument one can best use to bring it closer to you understanding, they act the exact same fucking way, with all the words about desegregation leading to a worse form of segregation on race-based and class-based and culture-based and historian-based standards. Most especially when it comes to all black, all new, all Nubian, everything. Don't even need to invoke your cub. It's literally just, if a black person didn't make it, I don't want it kind of rhetoric. They have the exact same attitude, especially when it comes to community policing. They already feel the same way, and it has already been a fucking travesty, because you need people to work with each other. You need people to work with each other, both on a macro and micro level. And when they're not willing to work with each other on a micro level, the macro can't fucking happen. Because people, unto themselves, first and foremost, because this was the opinion that I had, that I put in my Keith Lee video, you need to have black Americans that are willing to say, not, that shit is ass, not, that shit is horrible, that shit is garbage. I'm not supporting you on this. Just because they want to act as though they are dying because they've been criticized by a man who is known for being unbreakable and uncorruptible. They need to see it in and of themselves, so that when it comes about in the future, someone's like, but you guys can't ever unify. They can say, no, actually, there is times when we can. It is very rare, but we're able to see eye to eye with people. And we've learned to stop doing this, and we learned to stop doing this too. And when this happens, we don't do this anymore, in reaction to this, and this, and this, and this. There will need to be so many other issues that we can be able to address properly, because we no longer need to look at things as a community. We can instead look at them as individualists. And then after we've arrived at the individual position, we can say, I don't have to support you just because I have melanin in or without my skin. Just because my husband or girlfriend or wife or squeeze piece is Africanized. I don't have to cook myself to your beliefs. I can be my own person. I can live the way I want. Oh my god! Why didn't we do this before? For some reason, when it's those social issues, we're all 100% on the board. We see how it's a problem. When it's this kind of social issue, we're fucking lost, bro. We're fucking lost! Find that crazy. Personally, find that crazy. I find it really, really crazy. I find it really, 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 really crazy. Let me teleport out.
Conversations here. It can't be like, here's a UN condemning Israel settlement. It needs to be like a. It needs to be, wait, here, real quick. Let me finish, okay? Because we can go back for forever. You can go back for if you want. I don't care about bullshit saying Israel needs to stop doing a thing unless we're involving all the parties. If we're not involving all the parties, I don't give a fuck. And I think that all these are virtue signals. I think it's virtue in the actual truest sense of the word, and that it's just other countries saying, we condemn this because it feels good. But everybody knows we're not moving towards a realistic solution. Everybody knows that Israel's not going to act unilaterally against their own interests in an area where they feel like they have other terrorist groups that obviously don't give a fuck about international law. So I think that the conversations need to be real conversations between countries, between groups, with actual mediators and actual treaties being signed, not UN General Assembly resolutions condemning settlement expansion. That's how I feel. And you can get your point on that if you want.
Okay, so, oh, hello, Lincoln. First off, I just want to say, when it comes to the settlement expansion in the Golan Heights, I don't think this is just a question about international law, and I think we kind of established this earlier, but I just wanted to make sure it's established. It's also a question of sabotaging future negotiations and making it less safe for everyone down the road, including the settlers, who are going to be putting themselves in harm's way by placing themselves in disputed territory. Disputed territory next to a civil war, disputed territory the terrorists have tried to infiltrate before, disputed territory which is a potential hot rod for conflict in the future. And so I don't think this is just a question of international law, which I do think, and I'm going to come back to that in a moment, should be upheld by the United States if we're going to claim the mantle of some sort of night watchman or encouraging a night watchman in the international system, even if it's just
You shouldn't be, but continue.
UN interventions. But my point is, though, I don't think it's just a question of international law when it comes to settlement expansion. I think it's generally going to make everyone less safe in the long run. As for the international law, why would you? I mean, you kind of like said, oh, they're going to like do a third invasion of Chechnya or something. Why is it so silly, the idea that somebody in the developing world, let's say President of Mozambique, President of wherever it is, looks towards the United States, looks towards the international system, hears them say, we should, respect sovereignty, respect everyone's international borders, we need to respect the international rules-based order, which is the terminology the United States government uses, and then will violate the rules of that order a year later once it suits them.
Smite,
Will they
that's
come
crazy.
away with the conclusion that this is an order that we should uphold, or this is all stupid politics?
I don't know if
and
people look at it as
politics?
like just like the international rules-based order. I don't think it's just like looked at in terms of like what are the actual international courts saying or whatever. Because like technically not technically, like the USS doesn't even submit itself to the authority of ISIS, right? I think that people are generally
This
looking
is something
for.
I also think is hypocritical when you defend.
Sure. Maybe.
I mean,
wait, let me find what you said. Hold on. Whoa, you're doing you're talking a lot. Okay, so I'm just doing a lot. Okay, so I don't believe that Africa aligning itself or disaligning itself with the United States has to do with whether or not we're upholding a rules-based order. Okay. Okay, I don't think right now, and I could be wrong. Maybe there are conflicts that I'm not aware of. I know that we were involved in bombing. Is it Sudan or South Sudan? I know there was at least one African country that the United States was involved in decently heavy military intervention in kind of recently. Do you know what I'm thinking of?
You could be talking Chad, maybe Somalia, maybe.
Okay, I can't remember, but just so I don't make this completely ignorant. But like, relatively speaking,
Niger?
I don't. Oh, it might have been Somalia. Relatively speaking, okay, save for the greater Middle East region, right? Things like Libya or Egypt or whatever, right? The United States doesn't have such heavy involvement in African affairs that they're looking at us and going, oh my God, the U.S. isn't upholding rules-based orders, blah 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 blah. I think they probably have their own motivations and the reasons for supporting who they decide to do. I don't think any of these like decisions are going to be made or broken based on our support or lack thereof for Israel. I don't think that's ever going to be.
I remember you talking about Donald Trump and Kim Jong-un negotiating, and how us sitting down with them and giving Kim Jong-un this reputational boost on the world stage was a loss for the United States geostrategically, even if we didn't really technically give them anything outside of a photo op.
Yes.
Now, something like that.
That's going to be really hard to do. That movement's kind of hard to micromanage, but honestly, the damage for it is worth charging for.
And have that type of a disastrous impact on the image of a dictator. Do you not think that the #1 advocates for the current rules-based system, violating the rules of the rules-based system, or at least ignoring when their allies violate the rules of the rules-based system, could not also have a disastrous reputational impact?
No, absolutely not. Where is North Korea on the map? North Korea's issue wasn't just that we were. Yeah, North Korea's issue wasn't just that we legitimized a dictator. It's that we legitimized a guy who was testing like intercontinental ballistic missiles with a potentially. Strengthening nuclear program right next to two of our strongest allies, right? South Korea and Japan. That was the big deal with Kim Jong-un, right? That was the huge issue with us legitimizing him there at that particular point in time. It's the fact that we are doing this, and then as we fly our diplomats out, Kim is sending missiles, lobbing them right into the fucking sea, sometimes right over or right next to our allies, and Japan and South Korea is looking at us like, what the fuck are you guys doing? That's the issue with that there. It's their proximity to allies, and it's not just the fact like, oh, it's Kim, now the United States has been weakened all over, blah, 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 blah. That is like an issue, and I agree with that. But like legitimizing Kim Jong-un, the rationale for that or the reasons for that list is a very short one. It has one thing only, that's photo op for Donald Trump. That's far different than support for Israel, which has a far more complicated and tenuous and strange history in that particular region of the world than it would for Kim Jong-un. We've had a lot more support Israel than we have to take interest.
I'm not just saying support Israel as a vague, like, you know, died and put on like an Israeli flag over his shoulder and said, yay, Israel. I'm talking about specifically violations of international law that we refuse to condemn, or sometimes enable.
When we say violations of international law, what are we talking about there?
We just talk about like illegal settlement expansion.
I don't even know if that is technically.
Dude, it's 100% illegal. We can like sit down and wait and sit down.
My understanding is I think there's one case right now finally that's working its way through the ICJ to determine the legality of this. But the idea of that clearly being illegal, I don't think that has ever been clearly stated to be illegal because everything relating to this region.
A nation state unilaterally taking another nation state's territory after a military conflict, and then after taking that nation state unilaterally with no international body coming down and saying that yes, this is your territory or yes.
Wait, but that territory, most of that territory has been renounced. Not the Golan Heights, but the West Bank and the Gaza have been renounced.
We're talking about the Golan Heights right now. I'm talking about this is why I'm so angry about this one in particular. I'm not that angry, but I'm upset about this in particular because it's such a clear-cut example of the violation of international law. This is why I was against when Donald Trump recognized the annexation, because the reason why previous presidents like Obama and Bush and other administrations didn't recognize the annexation is they knew it was illegal. They knew it would make the United States look bad. They knew it probably would just escalate tensions.
No, they did it because they were pussyfooting. Let's not talk about what big. Let's not talk about Obama. Let's not talk about Obama. We'll be here for a while.
In the region, and also knew that it was giving Israel something for nothing, which is what Donald Trump did.
I don't necessarily know if I disagree with any of those arguments, but those are all separate from the idea that it's like clearly like an illegal act. I don't know if that is
unilaterally annexing territory and then placing people on that territory or allowing your citizens to settle on that territory is an illegal act.
I don't know if allowing your citizens to settle on territory you've conquered in a war is illegal. I know forcibly moving your citizens there. I think that text might be there. But again, if this is like clearly and obviously illegal, then show me the body that's like declared it to be clearly that makes rulings like this. It's declared it to be clearly illegal.
And the UN is not counting this because the UN is not that guy that gets to do that. Starting from there. And nobody has one because one doesn't exist because nobody actually has the ability to say that it's illegal. It's just that it feels illegal. The argument is about the kind of thing that Russia did, which was to basically displace people from a region, fill it with people who are Russian in genetic heritage in terms that they are ethnically Russian, and then coming back about 20 years later after they already fucked, breeded, and multiplied out of the number of the people who are indigenous to that region. So let's say there is a radical Indian expansionist movement that usurps the upper 25 states of the United States of America. But they do it slowly over a course of 25 years. It starts with attractive, thick-ass women and large, peen-eyed men. You don't notice them at first. They take the feathers out of their hair. They learn how to pronounce their I's correctly. But they don't live on a reservoir. They don't at all talk anything about their heritage. They just happen to have very particularly pronounced schnozzes. They could pass for like a Hasidic Jew, or they could pass for a person who came from an Amish community. Which is a cult, by the way. And slowly over 25 years, suddenly sucking your son's pieces is your daughter-in-law, and you have 25 beautiful children burgeoning throughout every bloodline for every single household. So let's say you got 2 kids, and one of these kids gets with an Indian person. Somehow they have anywhere between 2 to 3 kids, 2 to 5 kids, because let me tell you, the Indians are industrious people. Native Americans, I should say, excuse me. Native Americans are industrious people, whether or not they use their culture as a way to do so, because they have such great businesses on the reservations, or not. But every single time you got a kid, in every household, you got 3 to 5 kids on a block, that's at least 25 more people being born on your street. Multiply that number for every city, for every street, and every place in America amongst those 25 states. That's a very large populace. And then slowly over time, as the Indian proportion begins to grow and grow and grow, regardless of how much of a percentage of heritage they have in them, suddenly the members of the reclamation of land for the indigenous Native Americans comes up and says, "Chief, sitting with your bitch, has something to say. I believe as a member of this union that these upper states should return to the reservation of the Native American tribes of the Choctaw, the Inca, the Cherokee, because we believe that we have the rights to do so. We can be able to prove historically, heretically, genetically, that these people are Native American. It is mostly a majority Native American. It would harm nothing in the Americans' interest. We should do everything possible to ensure that this land remains in our people. It is indigenously important to us. It is historically important to us. It should be given to us simply because there are more of us here than there are of you. We will still do business, but across this is considered reservation land. Thank you." It is the exact same thing that Russia has done. That is something to be concerned about. But unfortunately, that's not what fucking Israel is doing. They're not doing that. They're not slowly replacing people over years. What they're doing is they're like, "Bro, can I protect myself? Can I be allowed to protect myself?" It's entirely different. But for some reason, we don't want to see that as a world people. What's the use of the fucking United Nations if we as your United Nations cannot see, "Hey yo, maybe you guys need to stop doing these war crimes." And while we're doing that, can you guys stop making women cover themselves up in public? Also, while we're doing that, can you stop stoning the bitch just because she kissed a man? Is it possible that you guys can stop making the excuse, "Well, we had to beat the shit out of Abdullah. I could see her ankle. She was unclean." Maybe the men of the household shouldn't be able to declare whether or not a woman is full of sin to the point that she needs to be purified by being pelted in the head with millions of pebbles and rocks. Maybe we can start there too. Yeah, maybe that's a concern. No, we still worry about the other shit. Very interesting, guys. We can start there. It should start there, realistically, but I don't think they will start there for a while. It's like ever, ever.
Like, I don't think the ICJ has made a ruling on this is clearly illegal. Or maybe they haven't, I missed it. In which case, oh, well, fuck, it is illegal. And, you know, maybe in support of international law, the United States should take a stronger stance against it. But I don't think that that's the case. Yeah, but if it is, then you're just linking it. They tell me, oh, the ICJ made this ruling, and they say here. But it's not, it can't be a link to, like, here's what a Yale professor said, or here's, like, somebody's legal opinion on this. We're saying it's clearly illegal, like, it's been ruled upon, like, it's like a done deal. I'd be curious if
would you prefer, like, a legal, like, either, like, an international institution calling it illegal, or would you prefer the law itself that would be...
He would like a fucking court. He would like the ICJ to rule on it.
Like, you cannot unilaterally annex territory. You cannot unilaterally... Which one would you prefer? I mean, we have, like, 5 minutes left, but I can get it to you.
If you want, I don't know if I can make a reading and say, well, I've read this law, now I clearly understand it. I don't know if that's the case.
Would you want me to then have, like, a legal expert's opinion on the law with it, or what would you want?
Well, why not just get, if it's clearly illegal, why not just like an international ruling on it?
Okay, I can look for an international ruling. But I mean, if I could find a law that's like murder is, you cannot go up and shoot somebody without them posing some threat to you, and I have something that says like you cannot unilaterally annex territory, would that not suffice?
No, whose international law is that? Is this the ICJ, the arm of the UN?
I'll get it to you afterward.
Sure. I'm curious on this. Let's say that.
Let me just be clear. The reason why I don't have it on hand is I've never had somebody question the international legality of the annexation.
Because when we're talking about legality, as Destiny has already said on the last stream where we had to deal with this before we dug into the shit about Cringe Lord Viper, is that you cannot just say, well, it feels illegal, so you know, the optics around this is a bit icky. No, this is illegal. This is obviously wrong. We're obviously going to fuck you in the ass with sanctions for this. That is what he's looking for. The same way that you can say, is Carl wrong because he happens to eat the whole slice of bread, and he eats the butt of the bread too from the loaf? You know, that kind of feels icky, Carl. That kind of feels disgusting. Yeah, but it's bread. But you know, who eats this? Who eats the end bread, Carl? That's the same distinction you guys are making there. So if you're gonna make a question of legality and you're gonna make a statement of fact, you kind of need statements of fact and statements of legality. You kind of can't say, listen, bro, this kind of feels bad. I know so because I feel it in my soul. You kind of can't lead on that, bro. You can't go on vibes. You cannot go on vibes.
That's great, but I've also had a lot of people say this is illegal, this is illegal, this is illegal. Like, oh, illegal how? And I don't know, it just seems bad. Usually people use illegal as a proxy for bad, right? Let's say, and I'm curious, let's say that you go, you do look up, wait, real quick, let's say that you do look up the legality of this and you find out, well, I think this is illegal. Like, okay, well, by who? And you say, oh, well, the ICJ says it's illegal. Let's say that we look at this and we find out, oh, Israel doesn't submit themselves to their authority, and neither does Syria submit themselves to their authority. Why the fuck would I care what the ICJ even has to say about this? It seems like Syria tried to invade Israel, lost some territory, Israel took it, then, I mean, like, does an international ruling here even matter? Is it even relevant? Like, even if it was, they don't have jurisdiction to rule on the legality of this. So the question of whether or not is it clearly illegal isn't even a relevant part of our computation. We're trying to figure out if they should or shouldn't be there. The legality is a question. Sure.
The United Nations Security Council unanimously passed UNSC Resolution 497, which condemned the Israeli actions to change the status of the territory, declaring them null and void and without any international legal effect, and that the Golan remained an occupied territory.
Sure. A Security Council resolution is not a legal declaration. I don't care what the General Assembly.
It was unanimously. Okay, so the UN is not gonna be the body then. What body?
The UN can be the body. The ICJ is the legal arm of the UN that makes legal rulings. A resolution is basically just saying, I don't like this thing, it's not good. But it's not an actual, like, declared, like, legal. Like, for instance, let's say that what you just shown me is true, okay? And it is like
international legal effect. It's not just saying we don't like it.
Okay,
there's no legal basis.
Okay. Yeah. What is the binding part of this? Like, what is the part that punishes Israel for this? Like, what is the if this is like a truly legally binding thing?
Something can be illegal and they don't have a means to punish somebody for it. It's illegal to commit genocide. There's no way to punish the Myanmar junta right now in the international state.
Yes, there is. It's called we invade you and we fuck your shit. It is as simple as that. It's like playing a... I shouldn't say it's like playing a video game. Because this is not a game. This is real life we're talking about. This is war hawkish speak that most people would put on because they would never be the ones going to war. But there's actually a chance that my dumbass could get drafted. So I'm going to be very, very, very terse when I say this. There is a punishment and a crime. And there is a proper reaction to when a person is doing something that is very, very illegal. If a person is threatening you, and they keep doing said threat, with the implication of, oh, there's nothing you can do about this, no one's going to come to help you, no one's here to save you now, and maybe after the scene, let's say, for example, for the purposes of argumentation only, it's a woman who's been abused by a man. He did the worst thing a man can do to a woman. And then, as she's standing there, with her red black eye, on both eyes, because apparently he told her more than twice, a bunch of people standing around the room, there's a shot in a degree, an angle, somewhere. It gets real close in, and you just see somebody's hand up to the camera, just tighten it into a fist. You can be assured there's going to be an answer for this man. You can be assured there will be a reaction for this action. Okay? It's as simple as that. It's as simple as that. Oh, your husband said you fell down the stairs. He said you fell down the stairs 2 times on the same staircase point. While you were holding nothing, and there's secure railing in your house, literally it's impossible to slip down your stairs. It's new installed stairs that are anti-slip proof, especially for the battered wife and you. Well, don't you worry, Misty. We're gonna give Dale a good old talking to. No, don't you worry, baby. Don't you worry. Me and the boys will handle this one. Cut to a scene later. Smack, smack, smack. And what ain't you gonna do to Misty again? Smack, 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 smack. Every time you hit her, I'ma hit you. Smack, 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 smack. There's an answer for it. There's an answer for it. There is an answer for it. Guaranteed. On the world stage, you guys keep invading us. You guys won't leave us alone. We have submitted to the we have submitted to the ICJ multiple times. Please, somebody help us. And they said, "Oh, Kavir, we do not care about your rules. We do not care about your laws." Get to the info. What's that? Do I hear the whistling of a nuke dropping into the air? And then they do a real good close-up. Like, war in peace, smiley face. Fucking cringe, fucking LGBTQIA double plus like, crown. Levels 40 cities in one bomb. At the first review board, the United States says, yeah, I did it, and I'm gonna do it again. What did you say he can't do? You said he can't react? I got some for you. I got some for you. Don't you fucking worry. It is on his desk tonight, boy. It is on his desk tonight, ta. Don't you have to worry about there being a response. America's on your ass. Every single time from now on. Every time you abuse him, we in your ass. On your ass. Beside your ass. Lovingly caressing your hair as we snap that ass one more time. For the 99 and 3000s.
Wait,
There is a punishment. There is a punishment. There is a reaction. We're just too scared to do it.
there are absolutely ways to punish people for that. If you're committing,
without capturing them, without going in there and getting them.
if you're committing like genocide, or if you're doing acts of war where the ICC is ruling on individuals, the ICJ is ruling on countries, then things like the Security Council comes together and you do actual sanctions. You sanction.
I misunderstood you. So what you're saying is that we need some sort of mechanism that will arrest the people who passed the law and then put them in prison for it to really be illegal. And the UN Security Council resolution doesn't count unless we have that.
This sounds familiar.
Yeah, here's the thing, right? If you want to say like there's a resolution from the UN to condemn a particular thing, that's fine. But the argument means nothing. Nothing has happened from it. Nothing is going to happen from it. It doesn't inform. Wait, let me finish. You talk so much, okay? Nothing is going to happen from it. Nothing is being enforced by it. Nobody is doing anything about it. There's no sanctions coming from the United Nations over it. It's a bunch of people getting together say like, oh, I think this thing is kind of wrong, which they do like every 2 months for some shit that is
True.
Then it doesn't matter. It's not. This is not a strong argument for anything. That if we wanted to look at the Golan Heights and we wanted to criticize Israel's actions there, we might criticize it on not upholding norms. We might criticize it on endangering their citizens. We might criticize it on threatening the territorial integrity of another country and blah blah blah. There are all these things we could do. But saying it's illegal is like not even on the list because it's one, it's meaningless because the jurisdiction is questionable at best here, and two, there's not even a real legal body that's decided on this. The jurisdiction about. What do you mean? What am I talking about?
I'm so confused. Okay, number one, we were debating the legality of it, not because now you're saying the legality is kind of worthless.
Wait, no, wait, hold on. Well, wait, legality, jurisdiction is an integral part of legality. Do you understand that?
Okay, so what? Okay, wait. What jurisdiction am I missing? What jurisdiction issue am I missing?
The jurisdiction that the UN has over everything else in the world. Again, this is the reason why I said America should not be playing world police, because the UN is certainly not world police. It's just not. I'm sorry. They are quite literally the hall monitors of the world. If America and other nations that are considered global superpowers are the world police, the UN is the hall monitor. Ah, Syria, you can't do that. I'm telling the UN on you. That's what it is. And what the fuck does it matter if you say words if the motherfucker threatening us has a sword? The pen is only mightier than the sword when the pen is writing to the scribe of the executioner. Period. The pen is only mightier than the sword when the pen is writing the death certificate for the executioner. That is not me saying a buzzword. That is actually how that works. The pen is not mightier than the sword. The sword is mightier than the pen. I can kill the guy who's supposed to be the messenger, but if the messenger has already delivered the message, it doesn't matter what I do to him, because the messages have reached to people that are going to then bring more force than me. Period. That's how war works. That's why the most important thing to do in war is to cut off messages and supplies between the back lines, because if nobody knows what's going on in the front, they don't realize how dire it can be. Why having a battle IQ and understanding how the world works is very important. Because if you have a Western way of thinking, oh, the police will handle it, clearly there will be no way to handle these things at all, but we didn't consider that people are going to be very, 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 very capable of just making sure that it looks like something was solved, but actually the people who are in power are the ones who uphold this level of system. It won't fucking matter. Absolutely, Bloodwolf. Steel must back the pen. That's what legitimizes it! The seal of the king is only backed up by the king's authority! Because the king's authority can say at any time, oh, he said he ain't paying taxes? Get my battle standards ready! Rewrite at dawn! That's how that works! That's how that works! We live in a digital age where we have the ability for the messenger to not even be a person. It can be an application. But then we have technological warfare that's able to shut down that messenger. Where people unironically cringe cry about, oh my god, I don't have access to Twitter, I can't know what's going on in the news. In some of these places, that is their only way of knowing what the fuck is going on. They need that. They need that in order to communicate in these places. And yet, what's happening? A person tries to recite lyrics in the UK about a rap song. They're getting sent to jail. Jail! For a rap song! But unironically, thank you, John, migrants are stabbing civilians, they're stabbing countrymen, and they're stabbing immigrants, and they're stabbing migrants who are fleeing wars of terror if they aren't one of the people trying to freeload the society, just in the case of the British Isles. That shit under the fucking radar. But over the seas and places that have nothing to do with us, we're worried about the legality of settlements. Crazy. That's crazy. That's super crazy. That's so insane. It's not even our concern. It's super not our concern. But then, when people who unironically are constantly being terrorized by their own governments, by the way, into having to do something that, as I was told when it was said by BLM, is the speech of the unheard speaking through the barrier of their inability to have their opinions and viewpoints seen by the world, suddenly acts of violence done in political action, which is terrorism, by the way, suddenly that's the language of the unheard, that it now becomes alt-right. That's weird. But let's not look at Portland. Let's not look at Portland, Oregon, guys. There's nothing alt-left going on there. There are definitely not buildings that are being burned down. It is a fiery but mostly peaceful anarchism. That's crazy, bro. Bro, that's crazy. That's crazy.
As far as I'm aware, Israel is a UN country. It's recognized under the UN. It bases its nation-state status off of UN resolution. So
yeah, but they don't sign on to like the Rome Statute. They're not part of the ICC. They're not signatories to that. I don't know if the ICJ has established a jurisdictional reason to make a ruling on this, which is why it's probably just a UN resolution and not actually like a ruling from the ICJ. That, although there is one right now that's working its way through the ICJ. I think it's about the West Bank. I could be wrong on that. But no, a Security Council resolution. It would be like you saying this is clearly illegal in the United States. You go, why do you know that? You say, well, because the House of Representatives has.
If we use this logic, then Russia's kidnapping of Ukrainian children is really illegal because the International Criminal Court, which is trying to pursue Vladimir Putin, doesn't have legal jurisdiction over Russia.
My understanding, my knowledge on this is very recent. My understanding is that if you are a signatory, or if you sign on to or allow the ICJ to delegate issues, so if Ukraine goes to the ICJ and they say we want to do this, that your unilateral acceptance there, I think, gives you the right to take other nations. I think to the.
I don't want Conor McGregor to get arrested, but I know that happens. The Irish will show BLM what a real boogaloo looks like. True.
They have jurisdiction over territory in Ukraine. They have jurisdiction over crimes committed in Ukraine, but the Russian state does not allow to have jurisdiction over territory controlled by Russia.
Okay, well, is this a war crime?
I mean, yes, it's selling children.
Okay, can you show me that where that ruling has been made?
The kidnapping children war crime law on hand, but I'm sure if you give me like a few hours, I can find it.
Okay, I understand we're getting.
I love how consummate we're being. I understand why that annoys him, but at the same time, he can't say that. He can't say that. He can't do that. You cannot act that way. No, you have to be serious. I'm gonna upgrade Holy Shield. True, John.
Caught up in a lot of like whatever jargon bullshit here, okay? And I think, broadly speaking, I broadly agree with you.
Straighten your back, Carl.
But when we're talking about matters like, is it legal or is it illegal? I think we have to be like very specific to what we mean when we say those things. Russia kidnapping children is wrong. I agree with that. But in terms of like the legality or the jurisdiction or whatever, I don't know if it's meaningful.
It is illegal for any occupying state to take children and move them to their own state. The international legal standard is that you're supposed to take the children and move them to a third state if the question of their safety is
an issue. Sure. Okay, so here's here. Okay, so here's this. Moving to the ICJ right now, then it seems like Ukraine has said, hey, we do believe this is illegal. They're making allegations of genocide, I guess. I think I mentioned the prevention and punishment of the crime of genocide, and they are working that case through the ICJ because they feel like they do have a legal standing for it. The ICJ has jurisdiction here in this case.
On their territory, but the International Criminal Court does not have control of Russia, doesn't have jurisdiction in Russia. And so they're not going to be able to take any of those people, bring them behind a court.
Sure, they might not be to
travel outside of Russia.
They might not be to, but because Ukraine, I think, submits itself to the authority of the ICJ, Ukraine can make the request for this to be litigated there. I don't think Syria has done that.
I don't think I have no clue if Syria has done that specifically with the ICJ. But whether or not they've done it with the ICJ does not change that the kidnapping of children is illegal, just like the unilateral annexation of territory is illegal.
Well, no, hold on, because if somebody specifically says I'm not signing on to these rules because I don't want to play by them, they can't reference that rule book when they get fucked by somebody else. That's why I'm saying the jurisdiction here is really important. Israel hasn't. I don't believe Syria has either. So for either of them, like for instance, here's what I would say if you want. I guess like for me to be charitable on your end, if somebody were to invade Israel and start taking some of their territory and settle shit, if Israel were to say all of a sudden, hold on, UN criminal courts, I need you to come and defend us. This is bullshit. This is illegal. I would say very clearly, Israel, obviously you haven't signed yourself up to be under this jurisdiction of these courts in the past. You can't do this now. Fuck you. You have no right to do this, right? So
okay. Give me a second. I'm going to find the specific things, but Israel does fall under the UN Charter, right?
It does fall under the UN Charter, but I believe the ICJ needs to make a specific argument for why they would have jurisdiction over a particular reason, or over a particular situation. And I think let me see what right there. It would have to be either a special agreement that had been made between states to litigate an issue, some sort of compromissory clause. So there's a contract or a treaty that had been made between two people that says the UN can, or the ICJ can eventually litigate, or something having to do with an optional clause declaration, which is Article 38 says that states can make a unilateral declaration allowing anyone to submit cases against them in the ICJ. So they go to the ICJ, listen, we want to be able to take cases to you, but other people have to be able to submit cases to us with that declaration. I don't believe, you kind of wrong, I don't think, I know, I'm almost positive Israel submitted that. I don't think Syria has either.
What if I said that, what if it was Israel's Supreme Court that did it? Would that be fine? Could I use that?
Yeah, I would say it's illegal in Israel, and they obviously shouldn't do it for the Israeli Supreme Court, should then? Yeah, I would say that, sure.
Okay. I can try to get that. But I mean, I don't have the specific UN resolution on the acquisition of territory by force unilaterally before me. I'm positive that is illegal. We can pursue this conversation at a different time if you want. I've taken up a lot of your time. I know that don't come on. The other question I did want to ask you before we go out of here is about the success of the operation.
Which operation?
Whether the Israeli operation into the Gaza Strip, the invasion, the attempted holding of territory. How do you? I mean, I know neither of us are experts on this, but do you think that the Israeli government do you think this operation has a chance of, like, a real chance of success in what the Israeli government is setting out to do? Or do you think this is an example of the Israeli government doing something to do something because there has to be a response to what happened on October 7th?
This is my feeling on things, and people are saying I'm wrong, and I've already said I've been proven wrong, so maybe I haven't. My feeling on things is, one, completely eliminating Hamas is probably not ever going to happen. I don't think it can. Well, it can, but it would be like at great cost to civilian life. So number one. Number two, I think the civilian casualties are going to reach a rate that I don't even know if Israel's going to finish their southern Gaza invasion, or even do it, although people are saying they're already prepared for that. So in that case, it's going to be a big invasion into the Gaza Strip. I don't believe they're going to eliminate Hamas. I don't think they can do that. And they're going to walk out, probably how Putin, was thinking for a while. He was going to have to walk. He's like, oh, well, we did it. We beat Hamas, and then we walk away, and it's going to be fine. Yeah. So I don't think it's going to accomplish good things for Israel, necessarily. I don't think... but I don't know their political position is going to be strange too, because like if you do nothing, your citizens, your far-right factions are going to go fucking insane. But yeah, I don't think it's a... I don't know. My current feeling is that it's not a good operation for Israel. I don't think so. I think it should have been like they've done the other ones. Operation whatever the fuck, they send us the tanks, they blow some shit up, and they pull out. It's like full-scale invasion shit. It's going to be like... It's so many... Like if the civilian casualties start climbing past like 30, 40, 50K, it's like, that's like unbelievable. But I'm not sure.
I mean, the 6,000 bombs in the first 6 days, I think, really like set the tone for how like brutal of an invasion was going to be. I really think that they're just doing this to kind of do something. I know that I do think they have a general goal of damaging and or destroying Hamas. I do think that there's an attempt to take over the Gaza Strip so it cannot be used as a base to attack Israel in the future. But I don't think that they have... I don't think anything has changed between now and the war in Lebanon, and how Israel fights or what the government is going to do is going to change many of the same problems that they ran into when governing the Gaza Strip before, or many of the same problems they had before when trying to fight in these types of urban environments and stuff in Lebanon. I don't have a high estimation of how this is going to go for the Israelis, so it's very hard for me to at all align myself in favor of an occupation and or any sort of like ground invasion past what they've done at this point.
So what are you asking? If was the question essentially just like, are they doing something to do something? Is that still the...
Yeah, I guess...
I mean, I think they have to do something because they feel like they need to do something, right? The leadership probably feels pressure. Like, even the average Israeli citizen wants them to do something. But, like, did it have to be this? Probably not this.
No, I don't think so either. I think this is just going to end up getting a lot more people killed, and I don't think it's going to fix any of the underlying issues that cause the violence in the first place.
Yeah, I think I looked at it. I think the biggest feeling that I have, I don't know if anybody shares opinions, so I might just be retarded and be alone on this, but like I feel like Israel needs to do a really good job at not angering the rest of the Arab world, because over the past like 30 or 40 years, the biggest boon to Israel's security has been other Arab countries essentially like saying like, okay, fuck it, we'll like make peace and deal with you, fuck it. Like, and if the problem is that like I think the leadership is warmer on Israel than the actual citizens are, but if the citizens start to get so ass-paying that Israel is killing so many fucking people, eventually the leadership's gonna have to roll over. It's like, okay, sorry, like we're not gonna work with you, and then Israel has now lost all of its progress that it's made in shoring up alliances or friendships in the region because of some unhinged operation, you know.
So you think that Israel is going to undermine its ability to come to a settlement with the Arab world through this operation in the long run?
It could. If like more than like 20, 30, 40,000 people die, yeah, I think that would be really, really, really bad for Israel.
Yeah, I largely agree. I don't think that Saudi Arabia or any of these Arab states in the long run that were already on the trajectory of normalization with Israel are going to permanently dislodge themselves from that path in order to make a moral stand here, because quite frankly, I have a very low opinion of many of the governments surrounding, honestly, all the governments surrounding Israel. But I do think for at least the short term, it is going to have a negative impact. And it's a question of how Israel responds, what the Palestinian groups do, that I think will determine how long that delay is. And it's part of the reason why I really want to stop the settlement expansion, because it's such, I think it's just more barriers when there's already so many issues. It's just, I think, the worst possible thing you could add to the situation.
Sure. Yeah, the settlements definitely aggravate everything. I don't necessarily disagree with that, yeah.
Okay, dope. I think we talked about everything I wanted to talk about.
Okay. Well, I love you, buddy. Stay safe. You said you're here for 4 more months?
Yeah, I leave mid-March, then I go back.
Okay, well, good luck.
Oh, there was one. I forgot one last thing. I'm sorry. I forgot this last thing. Do you think we should join the International Criminal Court?
My gut says yes, but I'm sure the United States has its reasons for not wanting to.
The thing that really killed me on it recently was I believe what the United States did in assisting the ICC in an investigation into the kidnapping of Ukrainian children was good. I think it's providing that intelligence, helping them in conducting the investigation was good. I do think, though, and again, this is my issue with hypocrisy, that it is hypocritical for the United States to help the ICC investigate a non-member country of the ICC. It's basically stating that it's moral for them to do so, or at least implicitly by doing it, while also not being a member state of the ICC. If you want one nation state to be held to the standards of the International Criminal Court, I think it'd be good it would at least look better if we also held ourselves to those same standards.
You keep saying that, but I'm not sure if that's the case. Like, does the United States complain, like, we want you to be held to the ICC standards, or does the US just go in and fuck your shit up when it thinks you do something bad?
Well, the United States is trying to hold Russia to the ICC standards because that's the institution that's going after them for kidnapping children. And if we're holding them to one institution saying you should be held to the authority of this institution, but we shouldn't, I do think that's hypocritical. Because the ICC has tried to launch investigations to American troop actions in Afghanistan, and we have dodged those. In fact, Trump placed sanctions on ICC investigators.
Well, we didn't. To be clear, the United States will never explicitly doesn't submit itself to the ICC's jurisdiction. I'm pretty sure we have a. I think there was an act or something passed in Congress where the ICC would take U.S.
They called it
soldiers.
the Hague Invasion Act. Yeah.
Yeah, we would literally invade the ICC and
Yeah, I think the act should be removed, and we should adopt it. I mean, Bill Clinton there was at least an agreement to like the spirit of the institution. We assisted in the creation of it. Clinton signed it. The Senate never ratified it. And so there seemed to be an agreement while the system was being built after the collapse of the Soviet Union that we should also apply these standards to ourselves. It's just then we were like, damn, we're gonna have to apply the standards to ourselves, and we didn't want to do it.
Well, hold on. Not only that, but I'm pretty sure that these standards would be in violation of U.S. constitutional law as well, right? I think that was a big issue. We would have to actually amend our constitution to superseding like, international law.
I remember the main issue largely was the idea of we wanted to be able to do this ourselves. We wanted American soldiers and American personnel to fall under American legal jurisdiction. We wanted to resolve it ourselves while the international
Well, hold on. Wait, yeah, you're saying...
could usurp the process, but my problem with that is...
Wait, hold on. You're saying we wanted to do it ourselves. It's not that we wanted to. It's that constitutionally, that is what our constitution calls for. The idea that you can commit a crime on U.S. soil against somebody else and some superseding international body would come in and rule on that is a violation of your constitutional rights as an American citizen. So the only way to submit yourself to higher international authority...
I don't think it violates... I mean, I think that there's an argument...
It'd be a violation of the Constitution, because if you, as an American citizen, do something over here, but the person in question is supposed to be a foreign dignitary with wealth and power equal to that of a corrupted figure, let's say China. You insult the Chinese prince on a traditional Chinese value that you as an American could never know because you're ignorant to these kind of social issues, and you are a person who is working middle-wage job in a city that I guess you wanted to visit because they had really, really good food, and they say they want you to be extradited to an ICJ court that then will rule on it based on Chinese law, and they decide, yeah, we're going to take you, and you're convicted. I guess you're getting butt fucked. I guess you're fucked. I guess you're fucked. I guess you're just fucked, guys. I guess you're just fucked. I guess you're not going to be seen ever again. You're going to be just like the kid that got taken in for trying to take the poster in China. You're going to get shipped back overseas. Nobody's going to hear and see from you again. Then when you come back over, you're brain dead. You will have whatever case of botulism, whatever happened to the kid, and they're gonna pull the plug on you, and no one's gonna know that they beat the shit out of you inside of a fucking prison because you insulted the crown prince. It's gonna be one of those situations. You do not want that. We do not want that. Just saying. My 2 cents. Alright, now Smite's doing some damage. It was North Korea, not China. No, that's the point I'm trying to make. Although I probably did misspeak and say Chinese. But yes, the example was Chinese. The comparison I was making was to the kid that happened to do it in North Korea. But you understood my point. We do not want that to happen to American citizens, and we certainly do not want it to happen to American military members. Because then, what if to say we have a spy of ours overseas, something happens, it's an international incident, and now we have to give up one of our operatives because of something that happened overseas? That would be a goddamn nightmare. That would be a travesty situation. You would not want that to happen. No person in any kind of military community, let alone intelligence community, would want that to happen. I mean, it sounds good on paper. It's like, listen, bro, we signed the international act of doing what the fuck things said. Why can't you follow these rules? Well, eventually, someone's gonna break these rules, and then we're gonna be fucked. Listen, bro, nobody would break the rules. They're the rules. Oh no, there's an evil superpower that decided to break the rules, and they don't recognize it. They were last seen as they were in the middle of breaking the rules, saying, "Fuck you, bitch! I don't have to listen to the rules!" How could this happen, bros? No one saw it coming!
Violate the I mean, maybe it does. I don't think it violates the spirit of it, because the International Criminal Court doesn't come in and do the ruling every time or do the investigation every time, no matter what crime was occurred. It is the last resort. It comes in and does it if nobody else will. Which I think having that type of barrier as a check on the United States government is important, considering that governments.
I understand what you're saying, but it's nonsense. You can't, the United States government and the Constitution is not going to allow a supranational body to have a check on it. That doesn't make any sense. In the United States, if you're a citizen, the Constitution is the ultimate authority that you submit yourself to, and then the U.S. courts. The idea that some like ubernational court or international court is going to make a ruling on that contradicts or contravenes your American civil rights, that just can't happen under U.S. law.
Do you think that? Okay, well, let me see this for a moment. Do you think that American law should change to make it so we could allow American citizens to be tried under these types of bodies?
That's a really hard question, and I think I could be persuaded either way. I think I could be. My gut would say yes, but I could see good arguments going the other way as well. But I don't have a strong opinion. I haven't thought about that a lot. Should international law supersede on U.S. soil? I don't know. If I wasn't an American, I'd probably say yes, if I lived in a smaller country. But if I live in the United States, like if I do something wrong here in this country, I like the idea that I'm a subject of my country and then my constitution and my country's laws. The idea that another international body could rule on that feels not
I guess
cool.
for me, I guess the thing that bothers me with the International Criminal Court is that when they're trying to launch investigations to U.S. troop actions in Afghanistan, right? So we're not talking about actions on U.S. soil, we're talking about actions on Afghan soil. In Afghanistan, well, the previous Afghan government while we were there, you know, the ANA, they were a member of the International Criminal Court. And so there was a question about whether U.S. soldiers could be brought under the jurisdiction of the International Criminal Court, and it became a hot button issue over that. I don't think they ever found any like actual dispute by American soldiers, but the question of even an investigation prompted a very negative response out of Trump.
I feel like for international actions, I feel like the United States needs to coalition build and should submit itself to some sort of international authorities. I think that's important, but I know that gets complicated. For instance, like the fact that we do certain NATO missions instead of doing these as like UN missions is because obviously with permanent members on the Security Council, there are going to be some countries that you could never take action against regardless of what they do, right? So this has to be a NATO mission versus a UN mission. Or the idea that there might be certain things that we would declare crimes, but like the UN won't hold a certain party accountable because of the permanent veto power, right? Like, here's a question. I'm totally ignorant of this, and I should know this. Like, did the UN ever make explicit charges or formal declarations, or the ICJ make rulings, or the ICC do anything about Bashar al-Assad during the whole 2013, the Syrian civil war?
I believe so, yeah. I mean, I'd have to go back and check explicitly, but I remember so. But it was all like, we condemn.
Yeah, I don't just need resolutions. Fuck resolutions, yeah. So that's what I mean. So, like, if none of these people are...
Actually, I believe there's actually, this is recent, there was a warrant put out for Assad's arrest a week ago. I think I know somebody who worked on that. I can give you an article about that.
Okay, yeah, I'd be curious how that works. Because I know that, like, if Russia, for instance, I'm curious... Oh, I need to learn the structure of these. I don't know if the UN Security Council can, like, thumbs down ICJ rulings or how that works. Because if that's the case, then Security Council permanent member is always going to be able to veto any investigations into, like, something that's an ally, right? So I don't know how the International Court of Justice intersects with the UN Security Council, but, yeah, I'm not sure. Better check out.
ICJ, Assad, and I'll look at the French court thing. French, Assad. Yep, France issues arrest warrant for Assad. He ain't going to Paris anytime soon.
France issues an arrest warrant for Assad. This was recent. I wonder why. Over the alleged use of banned chemical... Yeah, but was this for...
So this is 2012, 2013. Yeah, no, the only reason I'm mentioning it is because it was recent, and I remember it. I'm looking for the ICJ anything on... Oh, look at this. ICJ to begin hearing on Assad regime's crime. This is this year. Woo!
Interesting.
10 years late, but
Can you... So something I'm curious about is, can a UN Security Council permanent member... Can UN Security Council member veto ICJ investigation?
I have no idea. I'm just going to plead ignorance.
I thought it was only certain states had veto power.
Well, yeah, but Russia would obviously veto anything relating to Assad, would be my guess. But
but it hasn't happened, so I don't think they can. They would have if they could have.
Maybe, yeah. Or maybe there are some cases that are so fucked up that, even Russia or China are like, But
I mean, Russia used UN data in Syria to bomb the hospitals. They got the data from the UN where the hospitals were and then bombed them. I doubt it's a question of, this is so fucked up we have to admit it.
Well, let me be more expanded. When I say it's so fucked up, what I mean is there's not much strategic interest in like vying or vouching for a particular person, so they say, we either abstain from voting and we whatever. Yeah. But yeah,
there are only 5 that can veto: U.S., China, France, Russia.
That's actually a good question. Do you think America could have abstained from that vote instead of voting against it?
Probably not, because we want to probably show historically we've supported Israel and we probably want to continue to show support for Israel. But I'm not sure.
Do you think there's a threshold where you'd want them to stop doing that?
No, there's no threshold. I think if Israel is infinitely raping 5 billion Palestinian women, the United States should still support them.
Well, I just don't know if the illegal settlements is not the threshold. I just don't know what the threshold would be.
It would probably be an excess number of civilian casualties in the Gaza Strip. Like, obviously, anything related to excess number of civilian casualties in any part of controlled territories, is
the settlement would not be far enough for you, but death of civilians would be if it's disproportionate enough.
I don't even know if disproportionate. It's just going to be arbitrary numbers. Like 10,000 feels bad, 20,000 feels bad, 30,000 feels bad. People say throw around disproportionate, but I don't know, like proportionate to what? I don't even know what you would compare it towards.
There's no comparative number. It's just the number of victims. Because the problem would be an issue since that the amount of people killed in the October 7th paragliding incident was what? Under 500? But how many of those were citizens of the region, Israelites, and how many of those were tourists out of seas and out of the area, especially Americans? It's less about the numbers, and in that situation, it is literally the feels. I'm going to refill my bottle. I'm going to be back in 5 seconds. By 5 seconds, it'll be like a minute. It takes me a little bit to walk across the house. Because in terms of what they are attempting to describe, October 7th, not to compare it to January 6th, because January 6th is not this, would be their 9/11. It's less about the number and more about the feeling. The feeling is in a civilian setting at a music festival. You butchered hundreds of Israelis, hundreds of Palestinians that were friendly with Israelis, which are seen as traitors in the eyes of Hamas, and several tens of potentially hundreds of Americans who came to have fun in the name of terrorism, to push back against the Israeli death camp that creates an open-air prison in the Gaza Strip that is controlled by Hamas. We feel we need to go in and get them. The mission will be accomplished. But in their pursuit to find, let's say, an arbitrary number of 10 people who are the heads of Hamas. They are literally the endgame bosses. You kill them, you kill Hamas. Why are you playing Diablo with controller? Because Diablo 2 Resurrected was on sale, and I got it and Diablo 3 Eternal Collection for $29.99, and the full price of both games would have been over $120. So I can play Diablo 2 on my Switch, because it's on Switch. It's only on the online store. There's no cartridge for it, but it's on Switch. Have we established that? It's on the Switch. I'm playing it on my Switch. It's on the Switch! Where was I? 10 Hamas leaders. You get them, Hamas is over, done, finished. It can never come back. It will be destroyed in history. It will cease to exist in the history books past this point. But in the pursuit of getting those 10 men, yes, you, playing a game on the Switch, playing a game in general, talking about video games and talking about world news while also playing games. How cringe! Please tell me that's not a first-time chatter. Please tell me it's not a first-time chatter and he's joking. Please tell me it's not a first-time chatter and he is joking. You get rid of those 10 people, but in pursuit of every one of those people, 10,000 people have to die. He is hiding in the tunnels. Every single goddamn house and fortification is a goddamn super mine. Just like the ones that Bin Laden was hiding in. Every single time we want to hunt down one person. He is a new chatter. Somebody let him know! Somebody let him know! Somebody let him know. Because if he's saying he's a new chatter, then he doesn't know. If he's joking, but he's also a new chatter, someone still needs to let him know! He was this close. He was this close. For every single one Hamas leader, they have to kill 10,000. Guaranteed. There's literally no way around it. He's literally hiding himself with victims. And he is sending messages in English saying, if you want to get me, you have to show everybody how bad you want me. How bad do you want it, America? How bloody do your hands want to get? It doesn't matter whether or not people know. Listen, bro, he was literally an accelerationist. He wanted the people to be dead. He didn't care about human life. He literally just wanted to take out as many people as possible. That's why we have to do it. It's going to be everybody who says that versus, but we killed people! We're supposed to be the good guys! How could you kill people? I want it and I saved always. We're the good guys. How could you? How could you? How could you? America, we trusted you! It's going to be that against all the people talking about the issue. You think this shit's gonna be wild here? Wait till this shit hits Breadsuit. Wait till that shit hits fucking Bosch. Wait till it hits Hassan, Bosch, Cringe Trooper number 61,874, mainstream news, headline news, then American press. Nobody is gonna want to stand next to that press. Because that's just for one leader, right? One guy, 10,000. 10 people destroy Hamas. 100,000 lives gone. It's not gonna feel good. If it's combatants, it's different. It's combatants, military targets. Unfortunately, since Hamas is the ruling party of this terrorist group, there are civilian casualties that will happen because they believe. They're true believers. They will die for the cause. They believe it's just. And again, to state for those who have not been tuning in and not paying attention to what we've been saying, they've been hyped up on war for years. So what will happen from the Palestinian side, inside of the Hamas stronghold, in the tunnels, they will believe it's finally here in American, because I can't speak Arabic. It's finally time, guys. America's coming for the ass. Remember, for every one of us, we take 10 of them. For every 100 of us, we take 1,000. Nobody wants to admit that that's what's going to happen. But that's what's going to happen. It already happens. Nobody wants to admit that that's going to happen. But that's what's going to happen. Nobody wants to admit that that is the reality. But unfortunately, that is the truth. There's nothing a person can do if we're not willing to just admit, listen, if you want to see this shit done, gotta get some wet work done. Like, if it's possible that we could get a gang leader to be on the Security Council as the African American interpreter for Warhawks, it's like, listen, fam, I don't know what the fuck you want. Like, America's here to do business, bro. Bro, we here to do business. We stand 10 toes and 4 eyes on principle. You take 10 of ours, we take 100 of yours. Straight up. This is how it's gonna be done. I understand you guys are upset about the victims. I get all that. I get that. I see that. I understand you. I hear you. I feel you. But listen, you want it done? We got it done. We can say whatever we want after it. I will go to the funerals myself, personally. Jay Dizzle on respect. Like, Jay Dizzle on stand respect. But I am not finna let them stand on that. You heard them. You saw them. We ain't finna do that. J-Dog out. That's what has to happen. Someone has to do that. But they won't. Because optics. Because the invasion is not about common sense. It's about feels. It's on feels. What game series has the biggest tourist problem? Persona. Second after that is Fire Emblem. Third after that, any anime series that's beloved by Westerners, but also gets used in talking points and video essays.
Well, the problem with proportionality is like each state ends up determining it for itself, but the general rule of thumb is supposed to be that the civilian death toll cannot exceed the strategic benefit to the state. For
yeah, but
example,
those are calculations that are made in Israeli military bunkers.
Yeah,
I don't know if we have access to that
problem.
decision. Yeah. Yeah. Okay. I need to be real
awesome.
quick. Yeah.
Well, talk to you. Thank you for talking to me.
Have a nice one. Say so. I'll be back 1 second. Be right back. Hold on 1 second.
Oh, fuck
Oh,
you.
hello.
Hello.
How's it going? I think Axe is here as well. What's up?
Who is Axel?
I mean, Fallout New Vegas is up there, but at the same time, you can just enjoy the game away from all the people who have the tourist issue, because at least in terms of Fallout New Vegas, it's already done material. More people who will try to come into it to claim it as though it is, for example, transcore, who fucking cares? It's a single-player game. It is an unironically true single-player game, unlike Baldur's Gate 3. It is truly single-player. You don't have to care about a single thing anyone says. You don't have to care about what I say. You don't have to care about what fucking Crobcat, that fucking cringe YouTuber who made something about Fallout, has to say. You can literally just play the game and have fun playing the game. My headphones are twisted. You can just play the game and have fun playing the game. And if people have opinions, you can be like, damn, bro, that's a cool opinion, but I'm going to continue to not care about it and play my video game. It's as simple as that. The Western scene, however, when it comes to games that are anime in aesthetic or in appearance, or have been simplified and dumbed down from its source material, which is very much the case of that of SMT into Persona, and anything that is Persona adjacent, it is number one of the biggest issues that has to be actually understood and addressed. What do I get for a shale rune? Shale. That's not how you spell shale. That's how you spell shale. Shale. I believe I wanted to use this in a shield, didn't I? Not a paladin shield. Shield in general? No. Body armor? Not hustle. Not treachery. Not peace. Although Peace would be pretty good for a body armor. Well. But yeah, those are the games that are most targeted. The most important one is the one that matters around it. It's literally just down to the video games that are basically anime adjacent. If you would see somebody like Hirohei playing in the background, talking over a video subject matter, it's one of those kind of games you have to protect. Those are the ones that have the biggest tourist problem. Period. I clicked off the page and now it's not a line. God damn it.
Pro-Palestinian guy who argues a lot about Palestinian. Not a...
Yeah, Destiny, I have an issue with just some of the...
Which movie has the biggest tourist problem? I couldn't give you an answer for that. It feels like superhero genre, but superhero genre is also crashing, so we'll have to wait another 5 years to find out.
Inaccurate stuff you've been saying, like clearly inaccurate.
Yeah, like what?
Around legal settlements. Sure. So, legal settlements, and I'm speaking strictly West Bank, East Jerusalem right now. The settlements are seen as illegal. Let me just phrase it that way by not just the Security Council, not just the General Assembly, not just the European Union, not just the ICJ, ICRC, Human Rights Watch, Amnesty International. It's not like some big collusion. I can send you the ICJ ruling from 2004. It clearly states the settlements in East Jerusalem and the West Bank are illegal, and ICC has already validated that they have jurisdiction over the occupied territories, as has the ICJ. So
well, yeah, then just show me the ruling.
ICJ one, right?
Yeah. Well, it wouldn't be the ICC because they don't rule on states. But yeah, you just show me the ruling of the ICJ. And I'll be like, oh, okay. Then it's clearly legal under ICJ. Yeah.
Fantastic. Okay.
Okay, it was Shale for Rhyme. I'm crazy. That's the one that has no +1 to skill. So I'd have to take that in a 2 socket. That'd be for resistances, for cannot be frozen, and magic find. I guess I can do that for a magic find setup, yeah. Which was 3. It's Plague, Hustle, Treachery, Cure, Hearth, Bulwark, Peace, Melody, Duress, Body Armor, Swords. Let me limit this to shields. Shields, pure shields. So, 1 in Rhyme, none in 3, none in 4, none in 5, none in 6. Okay, yeah. Because that's Paladin O skill 1. 20, 5 to 9, 2 to 5. Is these the only ones I have? It is. Okay. Shale F. Shale. My F. Do I not have an F? Can I make an F? I do have an F. It was for replacement one of these. Yeah, I can get an F rune from anywhere. Okay. Shale. F. Welcome to the party, Rhyme. Now I need to find a mace to put you with. Okay. Skills, weapon, 2. Leaf, Splendor, Lore, Helm, Shield, Stafe, Swords, Guitars, Daggers. Plague, Swords, Guitars, Daggers, Chim, Chill, that's not happening. Lem is, Helm, that's +2 for Helm. Helm, Missile Weapon, Enigma, or Heart of the Oak, and or Spirit. I could pair it with a Spirit Sword, but I need a Spirit Sword to put this into. And then, of course, Heart of the Oak for the main setup. I mean, Call to Arms, that's 5. That would have to be on the opposite setup just for upskilling O skill. For that, I need to do one of these. Where is it? It's in gameplay. Not there. There, not there, not there. Weapon swap, separate skill buttons. Okay, so now on the opposite weapon swap, I have it clear. I have to set them up now for this page. This to A, this to B, this to the R, this to, I believe I had that on X. Yeah, X. No, X is Holy Hammer. Y. X, correct. Defensive aura, concentration on in trigger. God damn it. There's one thing I definitely hate with this on this is I hate the fucking button inputs for having to switch menus. It's completely fucking anti-narrative. Anyways. Vigor. X. I'm not already set that. E. X. Right? Good. Good tree. No skills. Portal. Okay. I need to check and see if that button's accurate. Okay, that is obviously the lower health one. That's for shield. Yep, you're exact. So I don't need a button for auto map. That's great. That's fine. Alright, this is correct. Now I just need to correct for this. Make sure that I can tell them separately. Do that. I will make sure that this page only has this. Correct. Okay, there we go. Why do tourists exist in the first? I don't know if you saw me say at the beginning stream, but I wish I was involved with the Nocturne vid, because you have so much to say still. I haven't even started the production process, and I'm still in the research phase. Don't you worry. If you want to be there right next to me as we do back and forth takes as I go through shit, as additional context, believe you me, we'll be able to do it, because I'll probably try to pull Jay into it. Welcome, Aqua. You don't have to apologize. Why do tourists exist in the first place? Because they see cool shit happening somewhere else, in another place, and they want to be involved in the thing. As simple as that. It's FOMO. It's FOMO and the desire to insinuate bomb themselves because they want to feel special. That's it.
Just DM real quick.
What, before he sends it, what would you find in there that you think would make you disavow it?
I already disavow. What do you mean?
Wait, so you said send it, but you're already going to say I don't agree with this.
Oh, I think you meant the settlements. I already disavow the settlements.
No.
Whether we say something is legal or illegal is a factual statement that is like conforms to some legal body. If they've said that it's illegal, and it's like, oh, it's illegal, sure. That makes sense. That it follows logically. Yeah.
Okay, this is a pretty long report that I just sent you, so I'm going to direct you to page 51, paragraph 120. Page 51 on the PDF, not on the actual.
Page 21 of the thing.
Yeah, 51, and start at paragraph 120, and you can read from there. And the conclusion.
Wait, hold on, I'm
is
so confused. 1 second. Page 51 of the PDF, you said?
Yes.
Okay, what am I looking for?
Paragraph 120, as regards the court notes that. There.
As regards the court notes that the route of the wall is fixed by the Israeli government includes within the closed areas, see paragraph 85 above, some 80% of the settlers within the occupied Palestinian territory, more is apparent. From examination of the map mentioned in paragraph 80 above, the wall's sinuous route has been traced in such a way as to include within that area the great majority of Israeli settlements in the occupied Palestinian territory, including East Jerusalem. OPT, occupied Palestinian territory, includes all of the West Bank and all of the Gaza Strip, I'm assuming, right?
That's just fire resistance.
West Bank, Gaza Strip, and Jerusalem, yes.
Okay.
And
As regards these settlements, the court notes that Article 49, paragraph 6 of the Fourth Geneva Convention provides the occupying power shall not deport or transfer parts of its own civilian population into the territory it occupies. That provision prohibits not only deporting or forced transfers of population, such as those carried out during the Second World War, but also any measures taken by an occupying power in order to organize or encourage transfers of parts of its own population into the occupied territory. In this respect, the information provided by the court shows that since 1977, Israel has conducted a policy and developed practices involving the establishment of settlements in the occupied Palestinian territory, contrary to the terms of Article 49, paragraph 6 recited. The Security Council has thus taken the view that such policy and practices have no legal validity. It has also called upon Israel as the occupying power to abide scrupulously by the Fourth Geneva Convention and to rescind its previous measures and to desist from taking any action which would result in changing the legal status and geographical nature and materially affecting the demographic composition of the Arab territories occupied since 1967, including Jerusalem, and in particular not to transfer parts of its own civilian population into the occupied Arab territories. The Council reaffirmed its position in Resolution 452 of the 20th of July 1979 and 465 of March 1st, 1980. Indeed, in the latter case, Israel's policy and practices of settling parts of its population and new immigrants in the occupied territories is a flagrant violation of the Fourth Geneva Convention. The court concludes that the Israeli settlements in the occupied Palestinian territories, including East Jerusalem, have been established in breach of international law. Okay, yeah, this seems like in this 2004 ruling, the ICJ, which is where this comes from, yeah, it seems to have. Is this a ruling or?
Yeah, it's so this they give their opinion on the case. This is before Palestine was deemed a state.
Hold on, wait a second. This says advisory opinion. Which ruling was this an advisory opinion to?
This was mainly around the wall being illegal. The wall that started being built during the Second Intifada.
Sure. Okay. So let me ask one more time, super easily. Do you have anything from the ICJ? So that wasn't what you said. Do you have anything from the ICJ where rulings were made saying that the occupation of the territories was illegal?
So, okay, let me be clear. It is of the ICJ's opinion that the settlement.
So the answer is no. He does not.
Are illegal. True or false?
I don't know if that's the case.
That's what they
You
just
tell
said.
Russia?
It's
Sorry, scroll down if you want to see the actual rulings, the votes that happened between all the judges, and you can see, I want to say page 69.
Okay.
And this is when it ruled on the wall, and it was a vote of 14-1. The construction of the wall being built by Israel, the occupying power in the occupied Palestinian territories, including in and around East Jerusalem.
Wait, which part am I real quick? Where are we at?
I can just read through all these rulings down here. Again,
yeah, I was curious. That was the comparison I was going to make. It's like an amicus brief, basically. I'm curious if that's what this is. Like the ICJ. Which part am I reading here? Sorry. On 69.
Yeah, hold on. Let me read more. Okay, you can read. You start with. So, this ruling specifically, again, like these judges are voting on whether or not the wall is illegal, because Israel claimed that it was. If you read through this whole thing, Israel says that it was built in self-defense from suicide bombings, and the ICJ is pretty much saying, well, it can't be self-defense because it's in the occupied territory.
Wait, hold on. Wait, hold on. I'm so sorry. Just to be clear, you're saying that can you just say? You're saying the ICJ is saying something. Is an advisory opinion? Does this work in the ICJ the same way it works in the U.S. courts, or it might be the case that what you're saying is true, that an advisory opinion is an advisory opinion that's solicited of the court and given by the court, and the court has made this declaration on this, or is this like an amicus brief where somebody has written into the court and said like, oh, here's like my opinion on this. This is what I would advise. How would advise?
Sure. Let me be very clear in what I'm saying and what I'm reading from this. It's of the ICJ's advisory opinion that these settlements in the occupied territories, including West Bank and East Jerusalem, are in violation of international law. That's what I'm saying. Based on what we read on page 51, paragraph 120. That's what I'm saying. Now you can say, oh, well, that's not an official ruling, but this is their opinion on the matter. Not only their opinion, Security Council's opinion, entire European Union, because I know you like to use that super pro-Israeli, oh, the UN is corrupt by Muslim countries. The
European Union, I don't know why I would ask them about, or be concerned with their opinion on affairs in the Middle East.
Well, because when we talk about Security Council and General Assembly, you've like kind of gone back to saying like, oh, Muslim countries are voting a bloc, so it's not really fair. So, but if we were to remove every single...
That's because they do vote as a bloc as Muslim countries, because they are all part of the same religious caliphate, but... Alright, go off, King.
The Muslim country vote from all of the General Assemblies, it's still overwhelmingly in favor of one passing.
Okay.
So just a bad argument. It's like a super pro-Zionist argument I hear all the time. But yeah, so the ICRC, I can also send you their opinion on the matter, where they actually also quote the same article from the Geneva Convention, making it illegal. And I honestly think this isn't even like, sorry, I just want to say, like, if this many international orgs, not just the UN, as we're seeing, believe it's illegal, whether or not somebody's been prosecuted or not, they believe it's illegal. That is where I take my, I guess, information from, right? That's why.
And that information would be wrong, because as much as the European Union would like to say, yeah, that shit's illegal, bro. Are you going to do something about it? No, I just think it's illegal. But are you going to do something about it? No, we think it's illegal. But are you going to do something about it? No. So I can continue doing it anyways? Yes, but we think it's illegal. What's the point? Why are we here? Why are we here? Listen, Mr. Johnson. We understand you raped 10 million men in your life from the age of 25 to 50. Yes, I did, and I love every single bit of it. Well, Mr. Felice Johnson, we believe that was illegal. Yeah, and that's it. We believed it was illegal. So I can leave? Yeah. We just wanted to bring it to court and let you know that we considered it to be illegal. Would you please stop butt raping these men? I mean, I won't. Okay, I just want you to understand, it's illegal. But I'm not going to stop doing it. I understand, but we believe it's illegal. But I'm going to do it again. Like, I got one lined up outside right now! But, yes, but we believe it is illegal. Just imagine a sketch. Just imagine a Key and Peele sketch. Of Felice Johnson talking to Obama. He was invited especially to the White House just so that Obama could let him know that having sex against a person's will was illegal. Just, that would have been a top sketch. However, that is the equivalent of what it sounds like when you guys bring up something that is not what Destiny's asking for. It's like going to actual court and it's like, listen, Carl. We believe that it is wrong for you to play Path of Exile. But I'm gonna do it anyways. Yes, but we believe you're a fucking heathen and you deserve to be shamed. But I'm gonna play it. The game is fun. We understand, Carl. We understand you love Path of Exile. But we believe it to be illegal. What a crack! Yeah, I believe it's the entire map.
I would say it's illegal.
I mean, like, if the
Is that
ICJ is
not-
saying that it's, like, illegal, then, yeah, I mean, I would say that, like, yeah, obviously. Yeah, it would be illegal, right?
Okay, so was that satisfactory? Like the page from paragraph 120 of the court concluding that settlements are illegal?
It seems to be. If I don't hear a counter argument for this, and it might be, yeah, sure.
Sure. Okay, yeah. Take your time, find a counter argument, send it back to me if you want. But that was one, the settlements that I talked about. The two that you've been saying for the past few days, or not few days, really just today and maybe yesterday, is that Arab countries never recognize 242. I don't know if you still believe that or you're just like rambling. I don't know.
No, of course not. Initially, no, of course not. Right?
Okay. So I want to talk to you about mainly the peace processes. Not interested in talking about Gaza right now. I'd rather focus on the peace processes. Every attempt at peace that's happened between Israel and Palestinians or Arab states. And I'm going to show you why Israel has never made concessions. Palestinians have only ever made concessions. Argument of security is baloney. And you had mentioned, I think last time we spoke, you said something about no one ever starts from 67 borders, which is actually included in the Declaration of Principles of Oslo and the Camp David Summit. 242 is explicitly mentioned as the basis. So, given all that, and those are all signed by Israel, by the way, and the U.S. and Russia and the Palestinians, but given all that, 242 is clearly the basis.
Okay, that's fine. You can say that, but if you go and look at every single one of those negotiations, none of those started with 242 borders. So I don't know what the point of saying they were part of the Oslo Accords. Like, they used 242 as the foundation of, like, we need to come to a situation that's, like, fair and equitable for the Palestinian people. But it didn't explicitly say, like, we're starting at the 67 borders. None of those negotiations started there. Do you acknowledge that?
Destiny, you're...
Hold on, wait, I'm trying to do a thing, because people do this. Wait, no, hold on. I have to get, like, actual yes or no's people. Do you acknowledge that not Camp David, not Oslo Accords, none of these things started with the negotiations at the 67 borders? Do you acknowledge that?
I don't acknowledge that. I say all of them started on the basis of the 67 borders, but Palestinians have always, on every single major issue, refugees, settlements, borders, have been willing to make concessions. Always. Palestinians have been making concessions. Oslo was a sham.
Wait, hold on. Did any Palestinian leader go into these negotiations expecting the 67 borders to be the start of the negotiations?
They expected to get equal land swaps based on the 67 borders.
Says
so
who?
They admit. What do you mean says who? I mean, if you look
That
at
was never the case. It was 91%, 93%, 95%. It was never 100%. That was never a stated goal. I don't believe in any part of the... Or if you can show me where that was a stated thing, I'd be curious to see that.
Okay. Let me step back a little bit. Okay, because we're just jumping into like 5 different proposals at once. Since the mid-70s, the world governments had agreed that a just solution, and if you want to disavow the UN,
I should have read
that's
that
fine.
before I
The UN
realized
is
it
why
was
Israel
just
has
trying
Hold on,
to
wait.
persuade it.
No, Israel does not have sex with the UN. They have a state because they fought in battle for it. Number one. Number two, I'm not here to disavow the whole UN. I don't know why you're poisoning the well on this, okay? One issue at a time.
Okay.
You're specifically
So-
talking about whether or not the 67 borders were the foundation for negotiations for any of these peace
let
deals.
me-
And you said, hold on, you brought up the Oslo Accords, and you brought up Camp David as examples of this is where the 67 borders were used as a starting point. And then I asked you, really? Have any of those negotiations begun with the 67 borders? And you're not really answering because the answer is obviously no.
Yes, they have. Here, I sent you the actual document of the first Declaration of Principles for the first one signed in 1993. You can see page 1 signed by the U.S. and Russia, page 2 signed by Israel, page 3 signed by the Palestinians. If you start on page 4 where it says aim of the negotiations, aim of the and you can just read from there if you'd like.
The aim of the Israeli-Palestinian negotiations within the current Middle East peace process is, among other things, to establish a Palestinian interim self-government authority, the elected council, the council for the Palestinian people on the West Bank and Gaza Strip for a transitional period not exceeding 5 years, leading to a permanent settlement based on Security Council Resolution 242 and 338. It is understood that the interim arrangement are an integral part of the whole peace process and that the negotiations of a permanent status will lead to the implementation of Security Council Resolutions 242 and 338. Okay?
That is the aim of negotiations. That's my argument. Like, period. That's what I'm saying.
So, your read of this is that all the negotiations then are starting at the 1967 borders.
No, that's not what I'm saying. I'm saying my read of this is that is the goal. The aim is 67 borders.
That's not what he asked you, and that's not where it starts from.
What I'm saying is Palestinians have always been willing to make concessions based on the reality on the ground. Israel continues building what we just acknowledged are illegal settlements, making this reality impossible.
Hold on, wait. Let's just very, very carefully, one at a time.
Also, let's talk about we can talk about
No. Let's just talk about what you just read to me, okay? What part of this says that the negotiations will start with the 1967 borders?
The aim of the negotiations is the basis of what this negotiation is going to take place. Like, I don't understand what you're saying. Are you looking for? You were using this to say that the 67 borders were a starting point with 100% land guarantee. That was a starting point in negotiations. I'm using UN Security Council resolutions and UN General Assembly resolutions saying that it's the starting point. I'm using this as kind of like in full context of those resolutions saying, okay, this is the aim of our negotiations. Because again, every single year, the General Assembly votes on this, and it reaffirms every UN Security Councils that says what the solution should be. Meaning that should be, in my interpretation, the starting point.
So the starting, hold on, specifically, I'm gonna keep recentering this later. So I think the answer is no, you don't have this, or you overstated your initial position, or I don't know why you keep running around this. You stated that the starting positions of negotiations were the 67 borders, and then you linked me this to justify that. Okay, so my question very clearly then is, what part of this says the starting point is 100% of the land that Israel had taken in 1967?
Wait, sorry, repeat that sentence.
What part of this shows that the negotiations began with Palestinians assuming we're starting at 100% of the land that Israel conquered in 67?
Based on what is in 242. Is that not a fake, like...
Hello? Are you hearing me? We just disconnected for half a second. 1 second. Internet just cut out for you? Okay. Need to check the modem real quick, because we had to disconnect just now. Says the phone line's busy. 1 moment, I'll be right back. Okay. Voting's good. Voting's fine. Had to go make sure mother shit was done. Wonderful.
To bring this up. But my initial
Carl, remember, you have eggs on the stove.
point was that 242 hasn't even really been supported by the United States. Maybe like in the future it was, but yeah.
2002, 2007, 2017, every single one of those years, the Arab League, all 22 Arab countries have guaranteed security and peace with Israel if Israel is willing to create two states based on 242 and
Wait,
just
when was the first year that you brought this up? When did you say they started supporting 242? I mean, your first year you listed was 2002.
Also, it wouldn't matter if they supposedly created two states because Hamas does not want a two-state solution. They want a one-state solution. They want to get rid of the Jewish people and the Jewish state and Jewish powers. So it wouldn't even matter if you said the Arab states, because the Arab states are going to support whoever has control of the power, and they don't give a shit. On the long term, they will not uphold that. So that's not even a position that will matter. But Wolfgang,
right? Palestinians started supporting, Palestinians accepted 242, I believe, in sometime in the 70s. Syria accepted it sometime. I don't know the exact dates, but I know Egypt accepted it in the 70s. Jordan, they all kind of accepted it at some point. The Arab League as a whole made like a unanimous statement saying, this is what we see as a solution.
I would be curious to see the examples because the response to Resolution 242 was, I think the next month was the Khartoum conference, where all the Arab states said, no peace, no negotiations, no recognition of Israel. So even if they said...
Correct. How will you respond?
That they quote-unquote adopt 242. 242 calls for the recognition of Israel as a state. So it's kind of weird for them to say, oh, we support 242, while also simultaneously saying we're not even going to recognize them or hold peace talks directly with them as a state.
No. So I agree with you in 68 or 67, whenever that happened, post a war that just happened, okay? I'm talking to you when... I'm talking about, more... later in the future, when they all decided, okay, this can't go on forever, let's try to find peace with Israel.
Oh, you mean after Israel beat their ass? In those back-to-back 3v1s, 4v1s, 5, you mean after they got the shit kicked out of them, they're like, you know what, actually, we should rethink this position. What do you think? Very interesting.
Has not been interested, in my opinion.
Can you eat beef with broccoli and cheese? With beef rolling back. Back to the meal. That's what's not there. Can't eat that. I am. It's already on the stove. Vegetables? Yes? Fruits. Vegetables. What do you mean? What do I mean? I didn't say anything because you're on the phone. Huh? Okay, so you wanted me to interrupt you. So you wanted me to interrupt you. So you wanted me to interrupt you. The answer is yes. The answer is yes. You have the menu. What do you mean?
I don't have no menu here. No menu.
Yes, they did.
No, you didn't give it to me.
Yes, they did.
Bullshit.
Literally had this full argument before. On air, I believe. You're on air, by the way. Doesn't matter. No, you can't. That's why I was there. When I go... I look. Thank you. They give you one. You don't have one. They
No,
give
they
you one.
did not.
But you don't have one.
No.
How many God's Wars have there been? It's not even just God's Wars. How many times has the Fertile Crescent had wars, period? That's the question you have to answer, John. And the answer is several. Several tens of wars. Fought with the British consulate. Fought with the Ottomans before they became irrelevant. Fought with Israel, fighting amongst themselves to protect themselves. Several wars have been fought.
Oslo, I want to talk about Oslo for a bit before we go to anything else.
Okay.
Oslo never calls for a Palestinian state, period. You'll never see those words in Oslo. You'll never see the words in Oslo of removing settlements. You'll never see the word in Oslo of two-state solution. You won't see that. Oslo, in my opinion, was a joke. Arafat was desperate for recognition because he got cut off by all the Gulf states for supporting Saddam in the Gulf War. All the Gulf states cut him off financially. He was desperate, so he was willing to do anything for the Israelis to make a deal. Okay? When he did make a deal, he said, this is the way Yitzhak Rabin looked at it, he will be the enforcer for us in the West Bank and the Gaza Strip. It's now on him. We don't have to police those areas that we don't want. We'll break it up into Area B, A, B, and C. He can take care of Area A with the idea that we'll eventually negotiate. But the fact that Oslo never once calls for two states is crazy to me. That's why he got so much hate and so many of his advisors had left him.
I don't know about all of that. We can go look into it specifically on the last part. But when you say Oslo didn't establish a second state or do that, yeah, the Oslo Accords, the first ones, they were supposed to be temporary. The point was to set up a Palestinian government and start slowly transferring control back to the Palestinians or to the Palestinians from Palestinian territory.
No. It was look how Israel never finally Yitzhak Rabin ever denied, and he actually used this in a lot of his statements saying, I never recognized a full Palestinian state. I was going to give them less than a state.
Hold on, wait. Of course they didn't ring it. That wasn't the Oslo Accords 1. That was the first step. It was a transitional agreement.
No, I'm saying even this was never what I'm trying to argue is this was never meant to be resulting in a Palestinian full-fledged nation. It was never the goal because it's never discussed in any of these documents. All it ever says is, oh, we'll talk about this later. It never even says the end goal is to create a Palestinian state. That's not even okay, I would even accept that, right? If somewhere said, we're going to negotiate this stuff with the end goal being to...
Very interesting that you talk about these things from the political standard of a Westerner, but you never considered the position of an Easterner. That's crazy, bro.
States. How would it be?
Well, of course, many people don't have issues about this subject because how often do we talk about things that happen in other regions? Even for myself, it would be a new thing if it weren't for the fact that I have a very, very wealth of knowledge on this factor. I wish that I didn't, but I do. So now we're here. And of the things that I do have, I try to find ways to make it entertaining as I explain it.
Accept that, but that's never said.
No, what? This argument is wholly unconvincing. Of course it's never said. It's step one of the process. The first step of the process, because they haven't ironed out everything. Hold on, you just rambled on a bunch of crazy shit, okay? The whole point of the first Oslo Accords was it was an interim process. They were going to put a 5-year period where things were being transferred slowly to the Palestinians. The Palestinian Authority was created so they could have a government. They started to hand over security to them. And the goal was that in 5 years they would come to a more permanent solution. For you to be like, they don't reference a two-state, they don't reference... Yeah, no shit. It was a temporary agreement. There was nothing permanent established in that. And then for you to say that Rabin was never going to do this, blah, blah, blah. Did Rabin literally get fucking assassinated for moving forward on this process? If he was trying to fuck Palestinians... Yeah, this...
I don't think any sort of governance to the Palestinian Authority. And if you look at that before Oslo started, if you see the letters that were shared between Arafat and Rabin, I don't know if you've seen those.
Well, of course. The guy came in with the interest immediately after he was done talking to the first debater, whose name is slipping my fucking mind. It's on the title of the video, Carl. Click to the next fucking browser. Thank you. After he was done talking to Dylan Burns, this guy came on to try and basically do the thing that Destiny had been asking for in the last few videos where he was discussing shit with people, which was, I want you to give me an example of the ICJ ruling on a thing so that I can be able to say, okay, so this is illegal, so we'll see what happens. Shit's fucked. This guy came in, first thing he did was, here's a ruling on the ICJ. This is how we can be able to prove this is illegal. Are you finally going to accept this? Are you finally going to accept this? Are you going to finally accept this? And now he's moving on to another position. But his position there is less tenable than his first position. And even then, it's him getting a ruling from not the ICJ, but the UN. The UN. United Nations. And it was on an advisory board. And the governmental body of Brexit. That thing. Forgetting it. I believe it's the British Union thing. I'm forgetting the exact name of it, but it was that, not the other thing. Which is not the same thing as what he asked for. So now, he's getting upset because Destiny's pushing back on him, because he's not making sense to the history of the region, and he's saying shit that is obviously unfucking true, that needs to be shown as true or false. We'll see how the guy does. We'll see how the guy does. Good luck. Good luck, buddy. I clicked off.
Those letters, which Arafat gets roasted for. He sends like a page-and-a-half letter saying, "We denounce violence. We recognize Israel. We recognize Israel's peace. We regret all these things." And then in response, Rabin says, "Well, we recognize the PLO is representing the Palestinians." That's why I think it's a joke. It was never like a two-sided thing. It was all about Israeli security, never about Palestinian security.
What do you mean? It's literally transferring security of the regions over to the Palestinians. That was the whole point of like creating the Palestinian Authority and their local police. What do you mean there was nothing?
Well, no, but the police for who? The police for the Israeli military?
No,
Like,
for the
that's
Palestinians, for the Palestinian Authority. They were supposed to.
Sure. So what I'm saying is that all of the assurances that Yasser Arafat was supposed to take care of was thwarting any kind of violence against Israelis. What I'm saying is there was never talks of thwarting Israeli violence against Palestinians. That's why a lot of people have seen this agreement.
No, that has nothing to do with why people saw this agreement as bad. Because they didn't write, "We'll stop killing Palestinians." What? No, of course not. What do you mean?
Okay, why do you think Oslo failed? What is your opinion on that? Like, why do you think it just didn't work out?
Because I don't think either side. Well, it depends on how conspiratorial you want to get, I guess. I probably am partially the opinion that Arafat didn't want it to work out. He wanted there to be a more fruitful future in fighting than actually figuring out like a permanent like arrangement to the situation.
What do you base that off of exactly?
The 6 or so different statements that people had given relating to Arafat warning about or preparing people for violence for the Second Intifada after the Camp David stuff failed. The idea that every Arab nation.
Also, don't jump to Camp David. We're talking the 7 years from '93 to 2000 before Camp David started.
Yeah.
What happened, or why do you think that failed? I'm not saying what he said, during Camp David, or what the conspiracies are of why he wanted to start the Second Intifada. You've said a lot that you don't care about quotes, because I have a plethora of quotes from Israeli leadership during that time I can share with you, but I'm not going to because I don't see the relevance. I'm looking at documents, resolutions, what was actually happening on the ground, like the continuous building of settlements or expanding of existing settlements, as you'd call it.
Why specifically? I don't know specifically from 93 to 2000. I don't know specifically why they failed. I know that. Let's see. I know that settlement expansion was slowly decreasing in the West Bank. Even under Netanyahu, I don't believe they authorized any new expansion settlement. It might have just been one of those things where talks just weren't producing what they wanted, or it was taking longer than it needed to. But then eventually they rolled into like the Camp David talks, I believe.
Okay, so let's look at all the talks as like one block then, because it did roll into the Camp David block, Camp David summit, and at that point, again in the trilateral statement that was made by America, Israel, and the PLO, we are going to try to make a solution based off of 242 and 338, right? And they started talks again, and at that time, the Israel Foreign Minister Shlomo Ben-Ami, who was the lead negotiator, said himself, if I was a Palestinian, I wouldn't have accepted what was offered at Camp David, let alone Oslo.
That's fine, but there's like a ton of other. First of all, I would like to see that quote, actually. I'm
That's
curious.
why I don't want to get into quotes.
No, I just want to see the context of that statement. I'm curious. Because it seems to me that from everything else that I see peripheral to that, from Egyptian leaders to Saudi Arabian diplomats to everybody else, it feels like the Camp David offering was like pretty good. That people were surprised, and then the top summit was really good, and people were surprised. But maybe, I'd be curious to see the context of that quote, where somebody's saying like, "Oh, I saw Camp David, and I would never support that. That was a horrible deal."
The context of the quote by Shlomo Ben-Ami was he was saying that the Palestinians.
No, wait, hold on. I don't know what you're summarizing for me. Just show me where the quote is. Where's it from? Or I can look for it if you want me to. Shlomo Avi, or whatever was it?
Shlomo SHLOMO BENAMI. So I can send you an article that he wrote. You would like
on
about
Camp
Oslo
David
in general,
or on Oslo?
If you just at a slow tragic death. You can read through this, and he even like acknowledges that in his words.
Oh wait, I think we've read this exact article on stream.
Sorry, what?
I think we actually read exactly this on stream.
Yeah, so this is where he basically said Yasser Arafat was meant to be a subcontractor for Yitzhak Rabin during Oslo, and Oslo was basically a joke. He thinks that the Palestinians messed up in not accepting Clinton parameters.
Hold on. Your phrasing of that is unbelievably wild, okay?
Just read through it.
I'm going to read exactly what you just said. So you said that Israel wanted Arafat to be a subcontractor of them, or whatever. That's what you just said, right?
That's how Yasser Arafat saw the requests being made.
I'm just reading the article you've given me, and I think we've read this before on stream.
I'm going to pause this real quick because we're going to listen to this in English because everybody should hear this. Get ready to hear some quality voice acting, boys and girls. If I can find the audio section. English. No, English. Thank you. Give it to me, ancients!
We are the spirits of the Nephilim, the ancient ones. We are chosen to God's Mount Oriat, where the world so rests. Few are worthy to stand in its presence. Few still can comprehend its true purpose. Before you enter, you must defeat us.
And then it starts the greatest fucking jumping of your goddamn life.
At the time, Israeli Prime Minister Yitzhak Rabin hoped that PLO Chairman Yasser Arafat could stem the rise of Hamas and Islamic Jihad and assist in quelling the Intifada that had been raging in the West Bank and Gaza since 1987. But Arafat, wary of being perceived as a collaborator, refused to become Israel's security subcontractor. What do you think this sentence is saying that's unreasonable here for an expectation from Israel? That if you're going to be the leader of your government for Palestinian people, you need to quell the extremist terrorist factions of your society? Do you think that's an unreasonable position from Israel there?
I think that's an absolutely reasonable position, but I also think it would be a reasonable position if there was something stated in the inverse as well. Similar to
Hold on, Israel doesn't have radical terrorist factions as part of its state or government.
I disagree.
Okay, I'm sorry, can you give me an example of that? Can you give me an example that's similar to what?
I would say a lot of settlers.
Do you think that they're okay? Settlers are one if they get caught, they're prosecuted by Israeli.
Bullshit. We've already reviewed settlers like literally beginning with murder.
Hold on, we've seen things where it's been fucked up. Yes, who's better at prosecuting their own? The PA or Hamas or the IDF?
Oh, absolutely Israel.
Okay, so don't play this bullshit game. Okay, Hamas and I don't think PA ever prosecutes their own. I'm open to being correct on that in this case.
Yeah. There's supposed to be an additional line. Did they get rid of the extra voice acting? Really? Wow. Wow, that's gay. They got rid of the extra voice acting. That's unbelievable. This is supposed to give you the fucking, entire victory speech. Whatever. Back to the superior Nihongo.
They don't ever. So to compare those two is kind of bullshit.
Actually, one of the Israeli intelligence agencies even said that PA had arrested roughly 40% of terrorists since, like, I think this was in, like, 2016.
Okay, I'd be curious to see that, because my understanding is the thing that Palestinians do best is they kill other Palestinians when they get collaborators with Israel. Happened a lot during the first and the second Intifada. Hamas definitely doesn't arrest their own. The PA might in the West Bank, hopefully, although they also have the Palestinian Martyr Fund, although maybe you've got something prepared for that, but, okay. So you're telling me that it's not fair for Israel to say, hey, as we make these negotiations, you need to make sure that you're quelling the extremist parties in your Palestinian Authority government that are pro-eradication of Israel. Do you think that's an unfair statement for Israel to make because Israel's not saying and we'll do a better job at holding our own accountable or whatever? Is that?
No, I think it's a fair statement to say, but I think the absence of even calling for a Palestinian state in Oslo just to me makes it like this is, and not only that, by the way, I don't want to just stick on that, but also forget building settlements wasn't against Oslo, because I agree it wasn't in the letter. It was okay, against
real quick,
the
I just want to fact check this for a second. So in the Oslo Accords, there's no reference made whatsoever to permanent arrangements by the end of this, or that's the goal. What are they transitioning to?
Prove me wrong. Find anywhere where it calls for an independent Palestinian state at the end of this.
Among the notable outcomes of the Oslo Accords was the creation of the Palestinian National Authority, which was tasked with the responsibility of conducting limited Palestinian self-governance over parts of the West Bank and Gaza Strip, and the international acknowledgement of the PLO as Israel's partner in permanent status negotiations about any remaining issues revolving around the Israeli-Palestinian conflict. What does that mean?
Again, the way I interpret it is there was no call for an actual state, just a self-governance where Israel doesn't have to do a lot of the dirty work in quelling, quote-unquote, these terrorists.
When we say dirty work, you mean the dirty work of administering a government, right? That's just when we say dirty work, you mean running a country.
No, that's not what I mean. I mean being able to occupy Area C and not having to worry about attacks from Area A.
Okay, the first phase includes the withdrawal from Areas A and B. Redeployment from Area C would follow in subsequent phases. Article 11.3 states, Area C means areas of the West Bank.
Why did they play when I entered back? Okay. Diluted too, indeed. I still don't know why that played after I re-entered the region, but whatever.
And outside Areas A and B, which, except for the issues that will be negotiated in the permanent status negotiations, will be gradually transferred to Palestinian jurisdiction in accordance with this agreement. Is this not, when they refer to permanent status negotiations, what are they talking about?
it's too vague. And
Well, of course it's vague because we don't know what it's going to look like yet. Yeah.
it's not even called. Why can't? Okay, so why doesn't it say negotiate in a permanent Palestinian state?
Because
It will never be
this
said.
is
You
Oslo.
won't find
No,
it anywhere.
Okay, if this is the whole argument line here, this is wholly unconvincing. That because of course this is the first part of the negotiation. It is literally the transition process. Yeah, of course they're not making any hardcore commitments to anything here, right? Like here's a question. I don't even know if Arafat. I don't know if the Palestinians would want to say. What if they said a permanent two-state solution? I don't know if the Palestinians want to sign on to that because maybe like, well, fuck, now we can't do one state. Like the idea that because the idea that a state acknowledgement isn't in here means that there was never none of this was negotiated in good faith.
Okay, I'll tell you why I don't feel like negotiate in good faith. Because it's not just about states. It's about borders. It's about settlements. It's about military outposts. And like none of that is talked about. So what is if you look at the essence of what's being talked about in Oslo, it's just to create some self-governance in these usually dangerous areas within the West Bank that Israel doesn't want to build settlements in. That's why they clear.
Yes.
I mean,
yes, nothing that you're saying is not even out of the norm. Wasn't this literally the blueprint for the creation of the entire Middle East after the Ottoman Empire collapsed? The whole point was you had mandates on territories, and the British and French said, listen, there's a mandate for Palestine, there's a mandate for Iraq, there's a mandate for you guys will slowly transition here, create some fucking government, and once you guys are ready, we'll hand it over to you. Yeah, this is the blueprint for doing stuff like this. I don't even know if this is like out of the norm.
okay, so you believe that Oslo was actually intended to create a Palestinian state.
Almost certainly, yeah. Unless there's some very hardcore evidence that I'm not aware of that points in contradiction to that. Yeah.
I mean, my I disagree with, and I'll just say my disagreement is based on there not being a call anywhere to make a Palestinian state. Whereas in other peace proposals, there has been like clear goals, but in Oslo, it wasn't seen that way. But I mean, I'm not gonna just rule on the interpretation of this.
I mean, because you're wrong, but you're wrong.
Yeah. So moving on to Camp David. So what do you think? Why do you think Camp David fell apart?
The thing that the running narrative that I have on this is that Arafat didn't have an actual desire for ending this in any sort of peaceful negotiation, that he went into this with certain goals, and once those goals were met, he started to ask for more and more, and that eventually he preferred to fight and lead the Second Intifada and thought that they could make more gains or gain more support that way rather than actually finalize negotiations at Camp David, so he didn't leave a response to the final offer and then ditched, and then the Second Intifada more or less began a few months later.
I don't think... okay. Let me just say what my take was, and then you can rebuttal. I think there was an offer made. I think after Oslo, Arafat was just embarrassed with himself, went in and tried to play like a tough guy. His approval ratings were super low before Camp David, and after Camp David, they actually skyrocketed because he rejected the deal that Israelis had provided without providing a counter offer. And that's when that quote comes in.
When you say his approval was really low, why was his approval really low? Like going into the Oslo Accords and everything?
Because a lot of Palestinians saw that you're trying to negotiate with Israel and they're expanding settlements. That's essentially the essence of why Palestinians were upset with Oslo. Like,
weren't they upset? No, I'm asking why they were upset with Arafat.
Because he agreed to that. He was the only one.
Are you sure that they weren't massively ass mad at Arafat because in '91 he supported Saddam Hussein and it caused like 200,000 people to flee Kuwait after his invasion? I thought that was where a massive hit for Arafat's popularity came from.
No, of course.
Okay, so going into '93, I don't know if this idea like they hate him for being for I don't know whatever narrative you have here. My understanding is Arafat was decently unpopular for a while after that. Oslo Accords for 2 years post '91. Like I don't know if he took a hit because he negotiated a bad deal at Oslo Accords or whatever.
I mean that's what that's my take on it. My take is he negotiated that deal because it's widely known he negotiated a bad deal because he went there with no lawyers. He was there with one other person in negotiation of Oslo, and he was doing it behind the scenes, out of the view of like the Palestinian National Council that was supposed to be negotiating hard for what they want.
Yeah, but people blame this on Arafat as being a shitty leader or being greedy or not actually trying to reach any resolutions.
He's absolutely a shitty leader. I'm not saying otherwise. I think the only good thing Arafat ever did in his time was bring the Palestinian issue to like the well,
wait, hold on. Wait, now it feels like you've changed. Maybe I'm misunderstanding. It feels like you've changed your whole argument now because it sounded to me like initially you were saying Arafat went here arguing in some kind of good faith but was getting fucked by Rabin who didn't want a state at all.
No.
Okay, sorry. Rewind on this and give me the narrative on this.
Terrible. No. Okay, so I think we think Arafat is terrible for different reasons. I think Arafat was terrible because he was exiled in Tunisia after the Lebanon War. He was so desperate. The first Intifada had started without any influence of the PLO, and the Gulf states stopped sending the PLO money. He was so desperate for a deal. A lot of people say this. You can read some of his advisors talking about this, like Edward Said. He was so desperate for a deal that behind everyone's backs he was negotiating with the Israelis and giving them so much concessions, and the Israelis were realizing, oh wow, like this guy's basically giving us what we want. Let's just bring him to the table and talk to him and get what we want out of him. He went with none of his lawyers. He went and negotiated pretty much on his own and kind of fucked the Palestinian cause. It's his fault, and you can say both Palestinians fought for I guess making him a leader, and I would disagree.
Wait, okay, so who was responsible for the principal failings in '93 and in 2000? With
93, I think the 93 should never have happened. I think Israel had took advantage of the situation, but it was absolutely Arafat's fault for even agreeing to what was offered.
So in '93 he should have pushed for more?
93 he shouldn't have agreed to the ridiculous terms. He should have had
there weren't even any ridiculous terms set. It was just the creation of the Palestinian Authority and transference of security.
You need to read into Dunmore's also.
Okay, tell me what am I missing? I thought those were the big things that came from
Why
Oslo.
did he?
Yeah,
You need to read about why he even went into Oslo to make this deal. Like, what pushed him? Like, he was literally like ousted by his entire all of his advisors. They were like, fuck this guy, he's an idiot. Like, we're trying to negotiate for what is ours based on what the entire world agrees
Then
on.
why didn't the Palestinians have new leadership?
That's a whole other problem. That's just
Answer that. Well, because he was the ones representing the PLO at the time. He'd been representing the PLO for decades, right? So why didn't they have new leaders? Yeah.
You're treating Palestine like it was just this like unified country that was super happy. No, like half of the people were living outside of Palestine. The leadership was in Tunisia. The advisors were in the U.S. There were some living in the West Bank. Some were living in Lebanon. It was a mess. It wasn't the most straightforward way to operate. And I'm not saying that's Israel's fault or America's fault. I'm saying that's just a matter of fact, right?
I don't even know the point you just made was. So Palestinians are too stupid to take leadership, or?
No, it's not about like Arafat convinced the Americans and Israelis that he's the only one that can make a voice for the Palestinians. There was never like
Wait, so you're telling me the Palestinians wanted different leadership, but Arafat just stole it from them? Or
no. I think the Palestinians were too forgiving of Arafat for too long. That's what I believe.
Okay, so then it's the Palestinians' fault. We can blame the Palestinians.
Absolutely.
Okay, so then it's the Palestinians made a bad mistake with Arafat, who wasn't negotiating the Oslo Accords in good faith, but this was Israel's fault?
No, it's not Israel's fault.
I thought you said Rabin was trying to undermine it and fuck it up the whole time.
No, I'm saying Rabin was taking advantage of the situation. And smartly so. Like, if I was Rabin, I would have done the same shit. I was like, okay, this guy's desperate.
That's not a good thing to say. If I was that guy, I'd do the exact same thing he did, but he fucked everything up.
The whole world is shunning him. The Arab world is shunning him. Let me now finally deal with this Arab-Israeli conflict that's been going on this occupation has been going on for decades, and use this as like a show that I'm trying to make peace. That's what I'm saying. If you want to throw me some stuff that I need more context on, I'd love to read it. This is like 9/11 truth or conspiracy levels. Like, there is a very simple Occam's razor. Palestinians chose shitty leadership. Arafat has a history of being a shitty person. Arafat has a history of choosing violence, right? And then Arafat, as a negotiator for the Palestinians, signed I don't think I was looking for a bad deal necessarily. I don't know where you're getting this from. But like, even though all of the shittiness exists on their end, Rabin, the guy, by the way, who literally got assassinated for trying to make peace with the Palestinians, okay? That guy was secretly trying to undermine the Palestinian statehood process the entire time in a way that nobody else but him and some secret advisors ever could see, or like... No, okay. You just gave me a lot. So, first,
That's a lot. It's a lot to say. There's an Occam's razor that maybe they weren't evilly secret undercover Nazis, secretly evil undercover Zionists trying to fuck the plan of having Palestinian leadership. They were just taking advantage. Nobody knew what was happening. Shit was fucked. Maybe kind of sort of the guy that you just said was actually trying to undermine the efforts for peace. The guy that assassinated for trying to make things better. That guy was actually fucking things was fucking things secretly, but also you'd copy his order because you do the exact same thing if you're in his position. Maybe kind of sort of don't say that dumb shit if you don't believe that. Maybe kind of sort of that's the point he's trying to get across to you. Maybe just maybe, just a little bit, maybe. No? Okay. Alright. Everyone's innocent. They're innocent small flakes. They can do nothing wrong. I see.
I recommend you read the history leading up to Oslo. Don't just jump from 73 to Oslo.
Hold on. Wait, hold on. Don't just... Hold on. Okay. Wait, stop. Okay, hold on. Tell me what parts I'm wrong for on the history here. So, when you say history leading up to Oslo... Hold on. Wait. Let me be clear. You can tell me I'm wrong, okay? This whole part is like getting to Lebanese civil war. We're gonna read this, okay? Here's my understanding. Part of the roadmap for the Oslo Accords was Camp David, okay? Yes or no? Do you agree or disagree with that?
Talking about Camp David in 79?
Yes. So that was the peace treaty. That was the peace deal.
Actually, no. I would say Madrid was like the true start to Oslo. Madrid 91.
Okay, if you want to say that, that's fine. I remember reading that 79 Camp David Accords are what the Oslo Accord was based off of. But if you want to say the Madrid Conference in 91, that's fine, because that also led to a bilateral peace treaty with Jordan as well in 94, I think, right? So Camp David happens in 79, okay? 91 is the Madrid Conference, okay? When you say history, what's leading up to the Oslo Accords? Oslo Accords were in 93. I'm pretty sure 87 to 93 was the first Intifada, and Rabin probably wanted that to stop, right? So Arabs are protesting, Palestinians are protesting within Palestine, within Israel. It's not as fucked up as the second Intifada. There's a couple bad things, but whatever. And then to cap this off in a search for peace, instead of blowing everything up, Rabin was like, okay, well, let's do...
Thoughts on modern game PlayStation games. What games?!
The Oslo Accords, and this was the conversation that happened, and then between Arafat and Rabin and Clinton mediating, this is what was signed. What part of the history here am I missing that shows that Rabin is this like evil operator that's trying to undermine Palestinian peace the entire time?
So again, I think Rabin wasn't trying to undermine. I believe Rabin never offered a Palestinian state.
Hold on, wait. You said he wasn't trying to undermine. I thought earlier you told me that his whole goal with Oslo was to deny Palestinians a state. Did you not? Did I misunderstand?
No, okay.
Okay, sorry. Okay, let me.
I don't think Rabin was trying to undermine the terms of Oslo at all. Okay. 100%. I don't think he was trying to like.
Do you think he was negotiating Oslo in good faith?
I don't.
Okay, where do you get that feeling from?
Well, based off of, one, the settlements continuing to get built, and nothing called them out, nothing of importance, nothing called out in any of the
Hold on. When you say the settlements continuing to be built, correct, because the construction of...
Again, I say again, what games? They're not games, they're movie games. They are movies that have glorified button input presses that every now and again for maybe 1 to 2 hours at a time allow you to have gameplay that is very, very gameplay-like, just like the gameplay, which is to say the combat of Hogwarts Legacy, but where Hogwarts Legacy does actually have world puzzles and extra fucking events and the ability to just go over the world. That is a movie game of which the majority of the flagship console releases is literally the same game remade not once, not twice, not 3 times, but 4 times now. And then another flagship game, Insomniac Spider-Man, is literally the same game reposted 3 times in a row. Because Insomniac 1 is the exact same as the DLC standalone release of Miles Morales, which is the exact same as Insomniac Spider-Man 2. 3 releases. Those are the majority of the games that exist. And then everything else is a multi-platform console release. They have no games to speak of. They have no games that are console exclusive, worthy to buy, that you won't absorb just by simply watching it on YouTube. Because I should actually define that. Let me kill this pack first. When I think of a game, I think of something that I will tell people about. Literally, title of the stream. Path of Exile begins on the 8th. I will tell people about it. I will look for video game play of it. I will watch streams of it. Specifically, not streams of people playing through the game, but streams of people doing the highest tier content of it. High impact, high octane, entertainment, exciting, balls to the wall. Games. Gaming. When you asked me, what do I think? Yes, PoE on the 8th. Yes, that is a yay. It's a new league. I didn't have enough time to finish the build that I wanted to do, so if I'm going to do another exhibition video, I have to play the league harder and faster this time. When you ask me about PlayStation games, the only true PlayStation game, and I air quote it because technically it is a game, is Kingdom Hearts 3. That's the only PlayStation exclusive game that I can think of, and I don't even think that's exclusive anymore, that I could think, yeah, if there's a game that I'd be interested in playing, that I tell other people to play, that probably has some, key things to it, some interesting gameplay that could be had, playing on critical, whatever the hardest mode is, doing challenges for it, all the other shit that I'm very certain it was written into Remind, all that, that's a game. The Last of Us is not a game. God of War Remake and Ragnarok is not a game. They are movie games. They are interactive trailers of voice acting. They are not legitimate games in the sense that they are something that people are going to replay multiple times over and over again, and they actually feel satisfied doing that. I know there are people who say that, but it's not satisfying. Because the entire point of the game is the narrative. The narrative is the only thing that matters in those. That's the only thing that exists. That's the only thing that is there. Path of Exile, while it has a narrative, that narrative has been rewritten at least 3 times. Because in that game, timelines are a thing. And in the concept of those timelines, new shit gets added in each new timeline. And content is ever expansive. For example, Afflicted has fucking Trial Master back. We have Ultimated back. It's another part of content. I wish it would have replaced Ritual, but Ultimatum's back. We're getting new content in the form of the Afflicted Lead mechanics. 3 new additional extension ascendancies. New skills, new gems, new levels. New ways to interact with content. New ways for that content to interact with other things as well. An entire revamp of the Labyrinth system. We'll actually be having a reason to run Uber Labs. Instead of just ignoring it and running straight maps. Because everything I needed from Uber Labs, I could have gotten from the Helm Enchant. Because Uber Labs are so overtuned and do so much damage to a character that if they're not suited for armor evasion, you can't win. We actually get to experience real, meaningful content. Path of Exile. Death Must Die. Old School RuneScape or RuneScape 3rd Edition. Shit, even Diablo 3 can beat the allegations of not being a real video game. It is a video game. Diablo 3 can beat the allegations, but definitely not Diablo 4! There are so many fucking video games that have released across the border for ones that are either big, beloved on Twitch. Man, shit, even fucking League of Legends beats the allegations, as rage-inducing as it is. I'm just gonna open up Twitch, and I'm gonna open up the fucking gaming category, and I'm just gonna start reading off titles. Gaming, thank you. Fortnite, Madden 24, Counter-Strike, Garena Free Fire, GTA 5, Diablo 4, World of Tanks, Grand Theft Auto, League of Legends, Scary Teacher 3D, DayZ, Conan Exiles, Dragon Quest 3. I don't know why people are playing Dragon Quest 3. But it's auto-generated, so I'm just reading off the ones I see. Dragon Quest 11S, Minecraft, Bear NG Drive, Mobile Legends, Civilization 5, Call of Duty Modern Warfare 3 Multiplayer, Lineage, Overwatch 2, Call of Duty Mobile, what looks like a Korean mobile game that I cannot describe. Nope, I cannot read that. I'm pretty sure I mispronounced that. But Kick the Buddy over on Twitch right now in the browse section. Over on Twitch right now. Shut up, Pascal. Just Chatting, Fortnite, GTA, Pokemon Community Game. What the fuck is Pokemon Community Game? Whatever. League of Legends, Warcraft, Valorant, Minecraft, Counter-Strike, Lethal Company, Overwatch 2, which has a horrible fucking design for it. Why is this just so big? Why is this so big? Stormgate, Casino Jackpot, Apex Legends, Cyberpunk, Teamfight Tactics, games, actual games. The Sony line right now for the PS5 line, and kind of sort of for the PS4 line, has no games that anybody actually really wants to talk about. Wants to talk about, wants to play, wants to share with other people. They are only ever playing PC exclusive shit. They are only talking about PC exclusive or cross-platform shit. Only ever. They cope about how many games they have because they have no fucking games that anybody wants to talk about. They are not meaningful. I'm not angry at you. I'm expressing the passion that I have in the subject matter because it is so fucking egregious to see people say, oh man, we got really good games this year. We got really good games this year. And every single game that was up for Game of the Year last month for the Game Awards were all released within the last month with cross-platform crossplay versatility. They were all games that were released in the last year, all enjoyed by normies. So what games? What games? What games? Games! Games! They don't have games! And with the release and with the performance of Insomniac's Spider-Man 2, oh boy, that's a horrible thing to have. That's a horrible example. Those are horrible examples. It's definitely not beating the allegations. They will never beat the allegations. They are convicted, not a game. Oh, shit. Totally. I mean, I guess you could say that, but I don't think it's Game of the Year material, to be quite serious, to be quite honest. I don't think it's Game of the Year material. It's just not.
Then a man give us an overview of the whole.
That's Shlomo Ben-Ami's quote.
I'm gonna have to rewrite the section because I tabbed out really badly. Could not get to the screen that I had it in. Carl, start using the open screen you have for that. But it's just not. It's not a game. They're not games. They're not games. They're not games, and I don't think Baldur's Gate 3 is Game of the Year. Carl, remember, you have eggs on the stove. I'll be right back. Oh, what a... Oh, good joke. Good joke. as I return from the kitchen. The worst part about Sony games not being really games, but instead being movie games, that are an excuse for the companies to try and transition themselves into being movie studios, using video games as a medium to push their fucking cringe political views, is that fucking Stardew Valley. Probably one of the milquetoast, I'm a real girl gamer-esque games. Not because it is, but, you know, not necessarily anything as stressful as League. Is more of a game with more content, with more satisfaction, and certainly more mods than that of the movie games. Certainly, 100%. Alright. Alright. Right, let's move on.
SHL.
Sound, which was Israel saying, Rabin was saying, hey, you need to get these extremist factions under control if we're going to start handing this territory over to you. Because obviously, security is one of Israel's chief concerns at this stage in history when handing territory back to the Palestinians. So, yeah.
Before you hone in, because that wasn't the quote I even wanted you to read. So let me first send you.
Wait, what was the quote? Wait, don't tell me anything new. What was the quote you wanted me to read from this then? Can you tell me before we don't do it?
No, I didn't tell you to open that article. I was trying to link to that article. You just pressed it.
No, I googled it because you mentioned the quote, and then when you saw it on my screen, you're like, oh yeah, that article. You said that when I saw it, and then I clicked it.
I'm not looking at your screen. I'm looking at, okay, so.
No, wait, hold on. Don't gaslight me. I've had this enough in my life, okay? Don't gaslight me. You saw the article on my stream, and you said, yeah, click that. You read the words of the title of the article before I even said them out loud, I'm pretty sure. So you definitely saw it. You told me to click it on my stream, okay?
No.
You literally, I googled this because you mentioned Shlomo Ben Ami. You referenced this article, and I googled it and looked for it. That's the only reason I looked this up.
Okay, okay, I agree. I'm wrong. I can see.
Okay, that's fine. Okay, I'm just trying to find the quotes. I got it.
Shlomo Ben Ami. I may have thought that the quote that I was looking for would be there, but it's not. So, can you just look at his name?
Oof. What a mess. You try to tell him, no, I'll read you the quote. He gets tired of you fucking being fucking mealy-mouthed around the subject matter. He looks it up himself. You're looking through the stream, trying to fucking get ahead of him. You then say, no, not that one. It's a different one. It's a different one. And now you're coping. Whoa, wow. Oh, who could have seen that one coming? Oh boy, Morty, I don't feel too good about this one.
Hold on. Look up. What am I looking up?
SHLOMO.
SHL.
Shlomo.
SHL. Oh, Shlomo. Okay, sorry. Okay, what am I looking for?
There was a quote that I was referencing that
2006, Shlomo Ben Ami stated on Democracy Now! That Camp David was not a misrepresentation of Palestinians. If I were Palestinian, I would have rejected Camp David as well. This is something I put in the book, but Taba's the problem. The Clinton parameters are the problem. For instance, one book, okay. So, 50 debates.
Some of the headlines. This is Democracy Now!, democracynow.org,
Who's your
War and
friend?
Peace Report. I'm
Yeah.
Amy Goodman. What happens when a former Israeli foreign minister debates a scholar known as one of the world's foremost critics of Israeli policy? The answer is not what you may expect. Last week, Shlomo Ben Ami and Norman Finkelstein joined us in our Firehouse studio for
Actually, a whole video of him talking about this, about Oslo, about Camp David.
of what they had to say. Shlomo Ben Ami is both an insider and a scholar.
Okay, let me just read for a sec. Hold on.
Sure.
There's gonna be a whole lot of not talking, mainly because Destiny's not talking. He's reading the article.
Oh no, shit. Oh, fuck me. Hold on. Well, hold on. Sorry. Not my precious Wikipedia. Okay, hold on. Okay, I'm probably misreading this. This says right here, okay, in Wikipedia it says, in 2006, Shlomo Ben Ami stated on Democracy Now! That, and I quote, Camp David was not the missed opportunity for the Palestinians, and if I were a Palestinian, I would have rejected Camp David as well. This is something I put in the book, but Taba is the problem. The Clinton parameters are the problem. Referring to his 2001 book, Scars of War, Wounds of Peace, The Israeli-Arab Tragedy, right? I'm reading the transcript for this, and Shlomo Ben Ami says, yes, okay, the last third part of the book, as Dr. Finkelstein says, there's the diplomat, and the same diplomat still behaves in a way as a historian when he says in this book that Camp David was not the missed opportunity for the Palestinians, and if I were a Palestinian, I would have rejected Camp David as well. well. This is something I put in the book, but Taba is the problem. Wait, so this isn't a quote from Ben Ami. This is a quote from a diplomat that he's quoting. Am I misunderstanding this? I might be misunderstanding this.
I believe this is either from Swisher's book that quotes Ben Ami, or it's from Ben Ami's book, The Scars of Peace Talks or whatever.
But that's not what you said when you introduced that quote. You said that was directly from the guy. Which one is it? Why are you lying?
Yeah, I understand, but I'm just saying that this doesn't sound like a quote from Ben Ami. It sounds like a quote he's putting in the book relating to...
What he says in the book. This is his quote. He was the lead... So Shlomo Ben Ami was the lead negotiator at Camp David, at the Clinton Premiers, and at Hubble.
So he's just referring to himself in the third person?
Yeah, or either that, because I remember I saw this a long time ago, this video. They're like today, it's on YouTube, but...
I saw it in the video on YouTube. Oh, what a great reference. Carl says, a person who references videos that he sees on YouTube all the time. But it's much different in this context, because if he saw it in the video, and he's specifically stating it's a fact, why don't you just have the video on hand? Why don't you just show him where you got it from? Instead of telling him it came from this, and instead of having it ready on hand, like you were in everything else, you actually, know what the fuck you're talking about! Do your job. Do your job. He didn't do his job. He did not do his job. He did not do the job.
Shlomo Ben Ami quotes, so somebody quotes Shlomo from their book, as I'm saying, I'm sure it's their book this came from. I'm like 190, also 99.9% sure that's Shlomo Ben Ami's quote. What kind of book name, like, let me actually check that out. Will finding this quote change anything? Like, your viewpoints on anything?
Well, initially, you told me that Shlomo Ben Ami, I think you were saying he was involved in negotiations or intimately familiar with negotiations for Oslo Accords, correct?
Yeah, no, he was involved in negotiations at Camp David.
Or at Camp David. And then you're quoting this guy as claiming that the Oslo Accords were sabotaged with a quote from him. So that's interesting. If he was involved in these negotiations, he's saying that. I'm curious why he's saying that. But if he didn't say that, but he's quoting another diplomat that said that, well, now I want to know.
I don't think that quote even says that. I think that quote says Camp David was not the missed opportunity for the Palestinians. The Camp David offer of whatever offer was offered at Camp David, which was like the best offer up until that point. He said that was a bad offer. If he was a Palestinian, he wouldn't have accepted that.
Hold on, we're not contesting that right now. What I'm saying is that the transcript of this speech says that, yes, okay, the last third part of the book, as Dr. Finkelstein says, there is the diplomat. And the same diplomat still behaves in a way as a historian when he says in this book that Camp David was not the missed opportunity for the Palestinians. So that's not Shlomo Ben Ami's quote, is it?
No, it is. No, it is. It's 100% his quote. You should watch the video. You'll see what Finkelstein says. Shlomo's calling himself like he's a diplomat and he's a historian. And
okay, let me just find this in the video. Hold on.
I think it's,
let me hold on.
Difference between what they say and my vision of things is not the facts. The facts
oh god, wait, is this video not the...
Jerusalem having been acquired by war? It's an indifference.
I got
acknowledging
and they had no chance to...
and of Palestinian peace talks, including the Camp David and Taba talks. His about the founding of Israel in 19...
Lost
facing a ruthless Israeli army whose path...
difference between what they say and my vision of things is not the facts. The facts, they are absolutely correct in mentioning the facts and putting the record straight. However tough the conditions and however immoral consequences were.
I did want you to step back, Shlomo Ben Ami, and give us an overview of the whole peace process, of which you were a part, a critical player in this, the Oslo Peace Accords in 1993. Can you talk about what they intended and why they failed?
The Oslo peace process was an agreement. It started as an agreement between two unequal partners. Arafat sees Oslo as a way not necessarily to reach the summit, but more importantly to a tactical moment in order to come back to the territory and control the politics of the Palestinian family. Don't forget that the Intifada, in which Oslo brought an end, started independently of the PLO leadership, and he saw how he was losing control of the destiny of the Palestinians. His only way to get back to the Palestinians was through an agreement with Israel. So in Oslo, he made enormous concessions. In fact, when he was negotiating in Oslo with us, an official Palestinian delegation was negotiating with an official Israeli delegation in Washington. And the official Palestinian delegation was asking the right things from the viewpoint of the Palestinians: self-determination, right of return, and occupation, all the necessary arguments. Whereas Arafat in Oslo reached an agreement that didn't even mention the right of self-determination for the Palestinians, doesn't even mention the need of the Israelis to put an end to settlements. If the Israelis, after Oslo, continued expansion of settlements, they were violating the spirit of Oslo.
Stop laughing at me, Bale!
There's nothing in the Oslo agreement that says that Israelis cannot build settlements. So this was the cheap agreement that Arafat sought precisely because he wanted to...
Minions of Destruction, just as broken as I
Now,
remember
the
them.
thing is that the major problem with Oslo probably was that it saw very high issues such as Gaza and even people on the far Israeli right, who were going to give away Gaza. But it left open the future. The future was unknown. The two parties started to embark on a process when they had diametrically opposed views as to the final thought that, okay,
almost finished.
What was the impasse at Oslo? Since the Israeli conflict, most of the listeners will be people of international Jerusalem by war.
Fuck.
Palestinian by 60 nations and one. As Dr. Ben Hamid's colleague, a couple of years.
Oh my god, the video's not gonna have the fucking
to the PLO. The PLO is I'm calling Dr.
Israeli foreign
Like six videos, but they're all fairly short.
Okay. Okay. I'm listening to Ben Ami's opinion here, and he believes that the Oslo Accords didn't do enough for the Palestinians. So I see his opinion in here. That's fine. But
Yeah, that's kind of what I was saying, right?
Well, no, hold on. Wait.
Yes.
No, hold on. That's not what you're saying. You're saying that your initial claim was that Oslo was done to intentionally undermine the Palestinians.
Destiny.
What?
Okay.
Okay. Actually, I'm sorry. I won't even accuse you. Tell me what your statement is right now, so that I can be up to date and aware of what's going on. Tell me what the statement is that you're making a claim about.
I think. My statement is, Arafat was desperate, and he made a very bad deal at Oslo, and Israelis took advantage. When I say Israelis, obviously, we're being not all Israelis. The Israeli leadership took advantage of that and wanted to stop the First Intifada, like you said. I think that's a fair conclusion, and said, okay, we're negotiating with Arafat, who's been by far willing to give us the most of any Palestinian negotiator. That's why I say Arafat failed. Also, in my opinion, the first thing I said to you, like a sham for the Palestinians. That's my take.
Okay, two questions then. Here's questions that I have then in general about this, okay? This is all new territory. I haven't studied or heard, read, or known anything about this, okay? I didn't know anything about the idea that there were official delegates in the United States arguing over what the Oslo should be. One is, who were those official delegates? And two was, why would the Palestinians recognize anything that Arafat negotiates then?
That's a fair point. And the delegates were, so they were part of, a few of them were part of the PNC, the Palestinian National Commission, I believe it's called. And there's a video I had sent you earlier today, which actually, one of the guys is explaining what happened. Like, how Arafat was calling into his negotiators that were in the U.S. and kind of undermining everything that they said. And there was a lot of secret meetings happening between Israel and just Arafat, undermining what the Palestinian negotiators were asking for in like secret negotiations. So he kind of went behind everyone's back to negotiate on behalf of the Palestinians. Now, your question was, why would the Palestinians accept this? I think it's a fair question. I think there wasn't officially at that point a Palestinian state. Arafat couldn't really enforce anything. He was just looking for a way to get back to the territory after being exiled. So I think it's a failure on the Palestinians in that they should have just went out and said, no, Arafat clearly doesn't have our best interest at heart, right? That's
okay. Here's your homework. Here's the link somewhere next time you come here. Okay, we're gonna do PV stuff. Okay, listen. Find me information about this. I'm very curious about what were these parallel negotiations. Who were these negotiators? If Arafat's the head of the PLO, and that's the body that's like an observer status in the UN and everything, and like who are these other people that are supposedly chief negotiators that aren't controlled by or answer to or have anything to do with Arafat? And yeah, what are these?
Arafat just went behind everyone's back, pretty much.
I don't understand what you mean when you say went behind people's backs. If he's the leader, he's the leader. He doesn't have an obligation to listen to anybody.
Like, so when you have, imagine like a kangaroo, like a fucked up government there. The president says, hey, fuck the Congress, fuck the Senate, I'm gonna make my own rules. Since there's nothing in place that's gonna hold me accountable.
Wait, hold on. The president can't betray Congress because they have different roles, right? They have power. Yeah. But so I'm curious. So if Arafat is the leader and he's the sole like chief negotiator or whatever, is he if he disagrees with his like diplomats or whatever the fuck? Here, listen. I was saying because I gotta finish with some PV stuff. And we can do this tomorrow. I'll be here tomorrow. I'll be here all day. Nothing's happening. Yeah, I'm here now. Stream it for at least 4 more days. Okay. So you can come back tomorrow. Find more information about these like parallel negotiations. I'll read through the entire screen. This is interesting to me. The fact that there are parallel negotiations happening. Yes, because part of the narrative that I have relating to faulting the Palestinians is that Palestinians are choosing bad leadership, and the leadership is doing stupid things. If it was the case that the Palestinians actually had chosen people that were existing in the United States that were trying to negotiate on behalf of these things, and Israel's like, you know what? Maybe we can just talk to Arafat. We can undercut the actual Palestinian desires or wants or needs. We can start time. That's pretty shitty on the Israeli part. And I would say that like I don't know if that destroys the entire Oslo Accords, but it's definitely a point in the favor of like this is Israel acting in I don't know if it's bad faith or basically bad faith, like trying to fuck with us. So I'm curious about those parallel negotiating factors or whatever. That's interesting to me. Yeah, I've never heard of this before. Yeah.
I'll give you plenty of resources. Like I started this off kind of like with the assumption that you already know about this. That's why I think we were disconnected.
Well, there's your first mistake, dumbass.
You can just send them to you when you can read them on your own.
Oh, sure, man. All right. I love you.
Yeah. All right. Okay.
Hi, what's up, baby? Hey, Fiddlesticks, let's get through my survey. Oh, what do we have? Oh, hi, what's up?
Why did you do this?
Dude, what did I do to you?
You brought on the guy to talk about international like 2 hours ago, and you just brought in a guy to talk about.
Oh, I've been having people jump in and chat. Fuck yeah.
Yeah, I gave you a schedule at the beginning of the day. It was booked 1 to 7.
Oh, I thought people were just gonna like jump in. Wait, hold on. Who else? Wait, I did this one.
Well, yeah. We missed Airlight, and then she hung out after all day. Let's jump on later, and now she's gone. She had to go.
Oh, okay. This is 1,000,000,000% my fault. I should have said something more specific. I'm sorry, because people were like messaging me like, "Hutch wants to jump on, this guy wants to jump on," and then you messaged me for Sam and Eric want to jump on, and I gave him a person. I thought that's what we were doing. I should have been more. That's 100% nice. Pardon.
Straight is coming on now.
Who? I'm sorry. What?
Straight Raid is coming now.
Oh, my bad. That sounded like you said something very. Okay. Sorry. Yeah, sure. Okay. Dennis brings us very concerned, but this guy doesn't Israel can be someone expanded and helps in the future negotiations. So showing intention in something as possible because to stop or remove someone. Well, isn't that literally helping them in future negotiations? Isn't that can you just prove it through the next sentence? It helps Israel to goals critical expansion. It's counter to goals. Oh, I mean, obviously, right? They're probably trying to grab as much as possible. That's the only thing I can think of for. Yeah. No, the settlements will have to incredibly simple to understand. Seriously, no attempt to see peace with Israel like Egypt has. The settlements bring.
The aftermath of the war's destruction caused the mischievers terrorized. Hey, I'm not done reading that. The aftermath of the Warstone's destruction has caused dangerous tremors, terrorized game creation unlocked on this difficulty. Corrupted tremors strike Warstone Keep, Throne of Destruction, and the Worldstone Chamber. You see. So it announces where it will hit. Very interesting, very interesting. Let me pick up my loot here. Right, what did I get? I get Berserker's Hatchet and Saccharin's Chance. That's not Kara's Kaleidoscope. And Imp Winding. Lightning Resist. Versus Cold Resist. Life. I don't know, bro. You getting beaten out by level 3 belt. That's not very confidence inducing. Excuse me, Tyball. I got to put my loot away.
There, make it harder. A harder time for Syria to take it back by force and use it to launch attacks against Israel. I felt like Destiny cut off Dylan more. I might have. Yeah, I might have cut him off.
It even puts the notification of which ones are getting terrorized in the top right corner. Very interesting.
But it's because I felt like he was like going. Like he kept like it felt to me like he was restarting his argument over and over and over again. Syria has used Golan Heights before, just like the Sinai Canal. If Syria attempts to finally have peace and stop using Hezbollah to attack sovereign Israel, then the Golan Heights can be used as a negotiation tactic. But Syria is the Iran and Hezbollah proxy. Why would Israel not continue to settle the heights to decrease their defense or to increase their defense? Real understanding of settlements of defense, splitting civilians, contested land, some at risk. Fuck, I clicked another link. I shouldn't have done this. Testing's arguments for voting against the resolution is weak and inconsistent. He simultaneously claims the resolutions don't do anything, so no one cares. Voting against the resolution shows our support for Israel, which is something we want to do. No country lets the U.S. postures in the UN affect their decisions. 2 is inconsistent with 1 and 3, of course. Okay, I can't tell sometimes if I'm not being clear enough or if I should expect some reasonable interpretations of my statements. I'm sorry, let me clarify. When I say the resolutions don't do anything so no one cares, I don't mean that there is literally absolutely zero impact on resolutions. They're political statements. And I think I said as much. Yeah, people do this because they're like, I think I call them virtue signals. They're political statements. By the way, virtue signaling is not necessarily a bad thing. A country stating a position is fine. They're virtue signals. They're saying we support Israel, we don't support Israel here or there. Okay? Voting against the resolution shows support for Israel, which is something we want to do, which is what we do. That's the whole point of resolutions. Show your support or abstain from supporting or whatever. No country lets the US posture in the UN affect their decisions. On things related to Israel, probably not. 2 is inconsistent with 1 and 3. Yeah, I think only if you read 1 as being like me being literally artistic, that like resolutions literally mean absolutely nothing and do absolutely nothing for anything. Like, obviously they mean something. Like people cite them in ICJ cases and people are like, oh look, the resolutions say blah blah blah. Like they're like political statements basically, right? The whataboutism during debate is also annoying. You constantly shifts to, what about the other nations in the region of the world? Yes, they suck. That isn't relevant to why the US is falling on its sword over an obvious resolution. It wouldn't jeopardize the relationship. And the fact that this believes 3 when he simultaneously is very cognizant of bad optics and politics kind of belies his bias here? No, wait, what? And on that note, another argument that wasn't brought up is also just how bad it looks. Even domestically to Americans see your country vote basically alone. If you show someone that map on social media, it is a pretty easy tool to radicalize someone with, or at least make lose faith in any current. What? True, brainworms. Number one, I don't think the U.S. is going to fall on its sword over and over and over and over again. This is why the U.S. has been pressuring Israel to, hey, chill. There is a line that Israel can cross where eventually the U.S. is like, we're cutting your budget, or we're not funding you anymore, or this is too much. That is absolutely a possibility. You guys kind of made fun of him when he came in here because he suggested there was a caller that I brought in a while ago. I actually hate this because I am a bit more aggressively inclined in conversation, especially over this. And that guy was a little bit more kind of like passive, but he was the guy that came here to talk about the conflict. And he had mentioned that like maybe for a mediator, maybe China would be a better mediator than the United States. And then he also said something like maybe the United States should just say fuck it and abandon Israel because like do we really care about them that much anymore? And he made those two statements, and you know, Chad, and even I, kind of like it's kind of dumb, blah blah blah. But actually, when I think about it, you know, like would China be the worst mediator? I don't know. The Oslo Accords were literally signed fucking Norway, right? Oslo, right? That might have been with. I don't think Flynn was involved in meeting, I don't know. But like, and like, would China meeting maybe the worst idea? Maybe not. Also, Israel's strategic importance for the United States, I think, was largely founded in the Cold War era, because that's really the only time we supported them was from '66 onwards. Okay, if Israel crashed and burned, you know, 1950, who the fuck cares? It was 1960, who the fuck cares? It was really like '66 onwards that we really started to be a huge proponent, huge supporter of Israel. If that's the case, like, is it worth it right now to damage our credibility in the world's, in the eyes of the world over Israel? Like, is it that important of an ally? Like, we trade with them, they do make a lot of cool shit. I do agree with that, but like, enough so to damage our foreign reputation? I'm not sure. I don't know. I think it's a good thing to think about. I think that like the intelligence that we get from Israel, especially relating to enemies like Iran, I think that the obviously, I don't know how much it matters, like, you know, port access, Mediterranean shit. I don't think the U.S. can ship anything it wants anywhere it wants in the world, of course. Obviously, the intelligence there, support from the, like, the intelligent people, the educated people, the tech and everything that comes out is good, right? I mean, it's a good country to be friends with, but, like, so much so you throw everything away from it? You know, I'm not sure. But yeah, anyways, sorry, that was just a random. I remember that guy, when the guy spoke to me, he sounded like a little bit kind of meek, and I think that encouraged the audience to, like, jump down his throat really aggressively. But I think it's more like, okay, I don't think it's anything, like, completely stupid. I think we had one major agreement over, like, did Israel feel like they had to start the Six-Day War, which apparently was a lot of disagreement over, or a lot of, obviously, politically biased on both sides. But, yeah. Anyway, sorry. Still and Burns talking too much. He was making a lot of claims and piling them on top of each other because he clearly wanted to go.
Why are you about to lose your mind, horror? That shit is just up. There we go.
Congratulations, Ghetto Blaster. Will henceforth be known as Slayer Ghetto Blaster.
Why are you about to lose your mind, horror? Second trailer for Yu Yu Hakusho. Yeah. Yeah, it's gonna be ass. It's not Yu Yu Hakusho at all. I know they're skipping straight to Dark Tournament. What else is bad? Put it in the put it in on the podcast chat and I'll look at it. Specifically striking those areas. Hard elites coming in my way. 4 big guys, they finna bust in my eyes, put it in my butt just like an apple pie. Full of my guts of like wanting and die. I'm gonna motherfucking cry. Because people think that the most interesting part of Yu Yu Hakusho is Dark Tournament, when actually you need a lot of the early stuff that happens in the beginning. Because people have bad opinions, and they're stupid. It has higher spike damage, but this one has better base damage. I guess we take this one.
One by one, but he would keep changing. And this is kind of what I feel. I definitely cut Dylan off a lot too, though. We were cutting each other off because I think we both wanted to kind of like lay out like full claims for sure. Okay, hold on.
Well, apparently Netflix does not see it that way, so they're doing it the other way around, which is the dumb way.
Oh, that retard couldn't answer why the PA doesn't hold elections in the West Bank. I mean, I don't really know why they stopped doing it after Hamas. Was it just because Abbas thought he would lose power? That's my guess, and I've kind of heard that repeated, but I don't actually know the stated reason for why. I don't actually know 100%. I wouldn't bet money on that. I'm not sure. I don't really know either. The guy who said Hamas got his blood pumping at Destiny. Destiny, do you believe that Biden continuing to support the war effort is in his best interest for re-election? Yes, Israel's unbelievably popular with most American voters, of course. Why would you not have this level of relation with Israel? There is no reason not to, and there's a lot of reason to have. Well, the reason not to is because you start to look bad if Israel's on some fuck shit, and they kind of damage your credibility around the world. Wasn't Dylan offering more pivots disguised as whataboutisms though? I don't think I would say Dylan was like pivoting at all. I think he was just trying to make analogies to like strengthen his point. But I wanted to like be a little bit more focused on what we were talking about. But no, I don't think Dylan was like pivoting away from stuff. You know, Dylan claims on illegality were bad. I understand that Dylan's claims on illegality might have sounded bad, but like you gotta admit, my position on this right now is like pretty unique and also like pretty nebulous. I still don't know how I feel about international courts. I did make a tweet about this though a month or two ago, and people got really mad when people were like, oh, Bush and Obama are war criminals. Like really? Where? In what court? What do you mean war criminal? Right? I do feel like when we say illegality or something is illegal, I think we need to be able to justify
More
that.
than certainly.
I mean, I understand it's also as crazy as it sounds. It's a relatively
sewage.
unique position. People usually see you do things and they say, oh, well, you're bad, so you shouldn't do this. Obviously. So. Yeah, I don't know.
Wow, I'm straight in the calculus Pokemon. That's crazy. How did I open portal first and I immediately calculated?
No, I think condemnation is fine.
That's
I think
not
it's fine to condemn
supposed to
Israel. I
happen
just
like
mean
that.
somebody say legal or illegal. Again, I really have tried to maintain consistency on this. Like, for instance, I've never said, for instance, like, Russia is genociding Ukrainians. I hope I've never said it. If I have, I take it back where I was saying. I don't think I've ever said it. It's war, right? Obviously, they're going to be killing Ukrainians, right? Even when, I remember when that one thing came up, this is the most we'd ever dived into, like, war crimes before, was when Russia bombed power plants in Ukraine. And people were like, it's war crimes, it's civilian infrastructure. And then I started digging around a little bit. It's like, well, is it war crimes? I don't know. It's actually illegal to target power plants and shit. Doesn't everything kind of help the war effort? Yeah, I don't know. I try to be
I'm
pretty even on this.
completely
No, I'm
numb
not
to it
Russian.
now.
I'm super pro-Ukrainian.
I've gotten used to people destroying my favorite things. I'm gaining no experience from this. Well, I suppose I'm just doing this for drops.
Need to send in another assignment to my teacher.
Why are we giving so much money to Israel? Because we want to have a foothold in the West. We want to have a foothold in the West with Eastern states, especially when it comes to the Middle East. Because if we don't have people like Israel on board, we might not have an ability to access the region whatsoever. Short answer, oil. But that's not the full answer. That'd be the short answer. I'm not seeing any rune drops, bro. Not getting any experience, not seeing any drops. Do I just skip farming except for the Cow King? You might have been misinformed, because I do not have anything on book that shows that to be a factor. At least not to my current knowledge. If I'm wrong, show me something that contradicts me and I'll look into it. Even then, as I stated before earlier, my principal position on it is that we shouldn't be in the Middle East at all. We should leave it to them. And if they destroy each other and nuke themselves into the ground, that's the consequence of people not wanting to do what they should have done in the first place, which was take charge.
Russia kidnapping kids counts as genocide? That might. I don't know enough about that in particular, though. I see that number thrown around. I hate to sound... I'm so sorry. Take everything I say with a grain of salt, remember. I hate... when people say like 700,000 kids were abducted, that sounds like a lot of people. That's a really big number of children. Is that actually true? I think that was a number given. Kidnapping kids is super fucked up. How's it genocide? Trying to forcibly relocate or abduct children, I believe, is like the intention. If the intention is to destroy a certain type of people, it's an intentionality thing there, so that we consider that genocide. When mass everything of children. Would you be comfortable saying Russia's annexation of Crimea was legal in 2014? It was illegal without any court decision, no? When I fight against, and again, you can go back through my VODs, and if I've been inconsistent, you can nail me on it, and I'll further qualify my statements, because maybe I made bad statements in the past. I believe what I said in the past was Russia's annexation of Crimea is bad because, like, the new norms of the world that we established after the Cold War was you don't go in and conquer territory anymore. You don't invade places and steal shit. That's just not, like, the kind of peace that we've established today, especially in Europe and around the world, generally revolves around this principle of countries not invading and taking territory. That's a really bad idea for a whole variety of reasons. I don't know if I've ever said it's bad because, like, the criminal court said it's bad, or there's like a criminal court that says that this is not good or something. If I have said that, then that argument was bad and I shouldn't have said that. But I don't believe that I said that. But okay.
I mean, where anybody has oil, period, they're going to want it badly, but in the case of the U.S. Energy crisis, it is important to us because we're not willing to use things like nuclear power. So frackers have us dependent on oil that are inside regions and places like this, so we have to do business and proper dick sucking so that we can maintain access to that
rulings in the first place.
Yeah.
A law and text is written, some executives look at it, see if they think something breaks their the tax, and then the court decides that this
that's
is valid.
things we've all known since we were kids, because that's why we went there.
So here's my issue with why I don't like these big words like apartheid and all this shit with, can you refute this?
9/11.
The problem is that, like, usually, when we're thinking about whether things are legal or illegal, it's usually pretty simple, and it's usually, like, with respect to a very simple law. So if I have a store, somebody comes in, they steal $10,000 worth of shit, and then they run away, and they're like, I've got the same last name as you, so it's not stealing, right? I can look at it and like, hold on, there's no statute that lets you steal from me with the same last name as me, and clearly, like, other people that are arrested for stealing, like, this is obviously wrong, okay? This is clearly and obviously wrong, so fuck you, okay? Now, let's say that we're on a ship in international waters, and somebody's running a hot dog stand, and somebody goes to buy a hot dog, but right before the cash trades, the wind blows the hot dog away into the water, and then let's say that the guy with the cash puts it into his pocket and jumps into the water, and then goes and fetches the hot dog from the water and is brought back up, and now they've sailed into another country's waters, and now he goes to eat the hot dog, and the guy that ran the hot dog stands like, hold on, you just stole that hot dog from me. And the guy's like, hold on, I didn't steal it, I was gonna trade, and the money almost traded hands, and the hot dog fell over, and I retrieved the hot dog from the water, you'd already lost it, it was mine, right? Now, at this point, if somebody's like, oh, well, clearly it was illegal because he stole the hot dog because of this law, it's like, hold on. This is a really complicated situation that we have absolutely no other basis of comparison for. I can't look at case law relating to this. I don't know if people drop hot dogs in international water right before they trade hands for money. Like, I don't know if I could, yeah. That's my issue with Israel, is that a lot of the things around here are so unique that people want to just compare it to, like, oh, well, what about annexation of, territory in, like, what about Poland and Germany in World War II? What about when the U.S. occupied, and it's like, oh, these are so different. I don't know if you can very easily just say, oh, yeah, it's clearly illegal, right? That's the confusing part. Or actually, here's a better analogy, actually. Here's a really good one that's all relevant to all of us today and for all the time, okay? When somebody says, like, oh, that's clearly copyright infringement, right? There's a hot topic right now. And that's a much simpler issue than Israel-Palestine, maybe. I actually don't know if that's a simpler issue, right? But that's one where it's like, oh, well, copyright infringement. Well, is it? I don't know. Let's do the fair use test. Will this survive in front of a judge? I don't know. Do you ever do jury trials on fair use? Is copyright, does that be considered civil? Wait, you must have jury trials for civil issues, right? I think I asked this question before and the answer is yes, right? Do civil cases, what am I doing? Do civil cases have juries? Under the 7th Amendment, any civil case of the value of contracts are greater than $20 can be heard before a jury. Okay. Yeah. Look at the Johnny Depp case. Defamation and... Oh, yeah, because those are civil issues. You're right. Defamation. Okay, yeah. However, I think we can default to calling something illegal if it's reasonable to say it violates the text of the law. I agree with this. So when Dylan brought up the rule regarding encouraging population transfers in occupied territories, I would say it's pretty reasonable to look at that and then look at someone's bill and hide to say, hey, let's violate this rule, so I'm going to call it illegal. Here's something I don't know. And somebody can answer the question. I don't know. If a country tries to invade you and then you fight back and then you conquer some of their territory and take it, is that illegal under international law? I actually don't know. I don't know the answer to that. I also don't know if the ICJ makes rulings on issues between Syria and Israel. I don't know if either of them have submitted any jurisdiction for the ICJ to make any decisions there. I don't know the answer to that, right? So I don't know if the jurisdiction is there, and I don't even know the legality of the situation here. I don't think it's quite as simple, right? I'm not sure. Pure questions of law were facts on a dispute, i.e. this is fair use, will often be decided at a summary judgment stage, which is decided by a judge. Where the facts are not in dispute. Well, bro, don't make me do this, okay? I don't think that's true. I think that you can get a summary judgment if it's, like, clearly, like, somebody's clearly in the right or wrong. I think you can get a summary judgment. But, like, the facts could not be in dispute, but you could still have, because fair use would be an affirmative defense, I think, is considered, right? That would still be an argument you make in front of a judge. I don't know if you would do summary judgments for complicated fair use cases, even if the facts aren't in dispute, right? Hey, I broadcast this guy's video for 1 hour on my stream, but I added commentary around it, right? Boom, I agree. The other guy's, agreeing. We can motion, cross motion, whatever the fuck, but I don't think that a judge is like, okay, well, summary judgment. Unless it was literally like, I rebroadcast this guy's hours worth of content, and the judge looks at it, he's like, yeah, okay, summary judgment for plaintiff, you're obviously fucking wrong, you're out of pocket, right? Get the fuck out. But on complicated cases where there's actual arguments, even when the facts aren't in dispute, unless the facts are whether or not it, like, passes a test or something, but I could be wrong. I don't know. Your astute analogy, likening the Israeli-Palestinian imbroglio to a hot dog adrift in international waters is a stroke of artistic brilliance, a poignant portrayal of the anarchic dance on the seas of international law. Thank you, Criminal Cutie. Criminal Cutie's descendant, $20. Jesus. You aren't saying a court has ruled on this case or Israel's been convicted of this crime, but you can still point at it and say, hey, this is illegal. I think Lycan's analogy is decent in this case, but I'd go a step further and say that because it seems to so clearly match the letter of the law, was using more cut and dry example like stealing a car, since most reasonable people would say stealing a car breaks laws on property rights. But again, like, is it really that clear? I'm not sure. The other argument is about the concept of a law. Laws are meant to be principles of conduct that are determined by a community, laying out how they want to function and cooperate with each other. They're a product of their community, so when you have a resolution adopted by this entire world condemning action saying it is illegal, I think it's okay to say, hey, this is clearly violating some intended rule of the game. The international community wants members to abide by, and yes, I know it's a General Assembly resolution, and they're generally dumb, especially when certain blocs seem to be the ones pushing the vote. But when a resolution is adopted,
sometimes just won't look at it, won't be enough.
The defending party, maybe kind of. It's so hard.
That's
for
her,
me to,
since she cares so much about Yu Yu Hakusho. It's gonna be really annoying.
I'm a super US cuck when it comes to.
It should not be the first time something like this happened. But again,
I like the concept
remember,
of locality of.
It's the fucking tourists. The fucking tourists are gonna go there. They're gonna not give a shit. They're gonna watch it and they're gonna declare it good. Oh man, this is so good. This show is so good. I wouldn't have never watched Yu Yu Hakusho before without it. But now that you've done it like this, now I care. She'll be just like me. She'll be just like me, screaming, going, oh, oh. It'll be the exact same shit. I don't want this helm.
Jurisdiction and like jury of your peers. It feels so weird to me to have people like ruling on things that are not even remotely involved in them, where the issues are so hazy or never going to be applicable to another country, right? Like, let's say that like we were to do like a UN resolution on, and obviously this wouldn't happen for the right reason, but let's say you do a UN resolution on like, oh, like let's say 95% of the countries in the world were majority white. Let's say we do a UN resolution on slavery, and it's like, okay, well, I think that white people should be able to slave black people. Most people support that. Let's say there's like 5 countries of like black people or whatever. Now the white people are going to slave them or some shit, and they're looking at us like, okay, well, fuck you. This doesn't apply to you. It doesn't affect you. Like, why would I care what your statement is through me? Although that argument that I say was a little bit silly then, because it's like, okay, well, what about like Russia and Ukraine? Can nobody have an opinion on that because they're not being invaded? Are we not allowed to have an opinion on that? But then I would say that like the chance of Russia invading a country like Ukraine is more analogous to an ordinary invasion of a country, whereas the Israel situation is pretty unique in nature. But then the question is, well, then can you make no rulings on any situation ever that's unique in nature? Why do we have any kind of statements or commentary on like apartheid, for instance? It's not like every country practices. That was a relatively unique thing. I'm not sure. I don't know how to think about it. Rex criteria of what is illegal from rulings back to reasonable interpretation of text and overwhelming consensus of the community that in principle creates the law. Like, what about when you get an overwhelming consensus of, my understanding, I could be wrong on this, didn't the majority of legal scholars and judges and everybody, didn't the majority in the United States support the concept of the right to privacy being pulled out of those amendments and then using that to defend abortion? Wasn't that something that the majority of legal people supported? Was that constructed right? And the Supreme Court disagreed and it axed that. So it seems like the support overwhelmingly from a population, I don't know if it's overwhelming, and then for legal people it didn't matter though. I don't know, fuck. I hate the legal arguments, but... This part is more philosophical. What is law? Well, see, so that's the hard one, and this is why I hate talking about international, even morality, right? What I like about law is you've got a whole group of people that have all these different moral positions, but roughly speaking, they can draw a circle around something so they're like, this, we feel so strongly about this, okay? We feel like this is so integral to a functioning society that we're going to codify this, and we're going to establish third-party bodies to enforce these particular rules. This is what we're going to call law. So essentially, codified morality that we all agree needs to be enforced on the population, and we're going to trust the third-party body to do the enforcement here, okay? We're subject ourselves to these rules, right? That's law. However, in the United States, if you've got conflicting people, like, so here's like a really big example. Maybe people don't realize this as much, right? In the United States, if I'm breaking a law against you, and I live in Florida, and you live in Texas, one of the largest legal battles that we might have might happen before anybody steps in a courtroom, before any discovery happens. Our biggest legal battle might be me trying to fight for where I think I should stand trial, right? I might fight that I'm in Florida. I absolutely have a right to stand trial in Florida because I know the laws here are favorable to me. I know what I can do to say, fuck you. I'm not going to Texas with fucking... I almost said different word, sorry. I'm not going to fucking Texas to fight in your fucking laws where you guys, like, because I fucked 10 cowboys in the ass and you guys hate Brokeback Mountain, you're going to throw the book at me. I want to stand trial in Florida, right? And the guy in Texas might argue that, bullshit, you can't stand trial in Florida. This concerns me and my rights in Texas, or at the very least, because you attacked me on a platform that hosts all the conversations looking in Pennsylvania. We can go up to Pennsylvania, we can fight there, but I'm not fighting you in Florida. I'm not going to your home state, fuck you, right? Legally, some people would call this, although this is a bit malicious if I think of a term, people might call this forum shopping, right? Where you're trying to find what's the most preferential forum where they've got an agreement of rules we can go and fight, right? So that's a big part, choosing your forum when you're having a fight. However, in the United States of America, at the end of the day, you can always ultimately appeal to the Supreme Court. You can do your appeals, you go to your appellate courts, you go to your, district court, appellate court, your state Supreme Courts, your federal Supreme Court, right? You can do that. Then you battle in the federal courts, because you have your circuits, your circuit courts, and then your Supreme Court, right? Then you have an answer and you're done. That's it. The Supreme Court is the final say on it. That's it. However, when you're litigating matters between two countries, who is the ultimate authority by which you appeal to? That's the challenging thing. I can very clearly and easily come to, well, not easily, but we can settle in the United States, anywhere in this country, or U.S. territories, or on a U.S. base. I can figure out, like, at the end of the day, we'll know who's right or wrong, because at the end of the day, we got 9 people that will make a determination on it. We'll know for sure. But when countries are fighting, it's so difficult for me to be like, well, who has the jurisdiction? Who has the authority? And I know that, like, these questions sound like lame and stupid. It's like, oh my god, jurisdiction, who fucking cares? Who's got the authority? Blah, 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 blah. But when you're talking real law, please go back up here, okay? When you're actually talking about legal systems, things like jurisdiction aren't always, it's not even just important, it might be paramount, it might be the most important issue. This is why when organizations for economic deals exist, like the WTO, things like mediation, arbitration, or agreements for how to resolve disputes are very, very, very important. They're the most important parts, I would argue, of the WTO is how these courts are ran, who's giving authority to who, how the judges are. It's very, very, very important. Yeah, so that's why, like, I know there's like lame, or I sound like I'm being lame, like, well, who has jurisdiction and who's even signed on to these, blah, blah, blah. But they truly, this is like the backbone of how most legal systems run. And if you want to invoke the terms of like legality or illegality or whatever, then yeah, I think it's more. Sorry. Okay, that was my vomiting of all that. Jesus. Also, though, I do believe the ICJ is hearing a case relating to the Palestinian settlements of the West Bank, so you know, you got that too. Yeah. Okay. Here's your Destiny's thoughts on this. I already said it. Okay. Was this posted on last night on Destiny? I'm curious. What my fans thought. I think if it got posted on last night on Destiny, my guest's gonna be like super sided with me. Wait, is this my? Oh, it was on Dylan's. Because I think I've got a lot of conservative fans on that channel right now.
Why is it so?
I'm wearing the boots. These give magic find. These give fire resist and run walk. With a set bonus, I'm getting attackers take damage of 5 and 450 to attack rating. Source Iron Heel. HS. Full set. Cannot be frozen. Lightning resist. Attacker takes damage of 5. I mean... 10 per level. Attack rating based on character level. But 20 magic find them. But 20 magic find, bro.
Not to the Palestinians.
That's the end of the Destiny video. First one. First one. It took us, what, 3 hours? 3 hours, 42 minutes? That's about right. Why Steam's monopoly is actually a good thing, question mark?
Use Steam. And it almost feels like Steam has a monopoly over the distribution and the systems that we use to organize our games on PC. And that as a concept is pretty scary. But no one really seems to care because Steam is the best. And no, this isn't sponsored by Valve or anything like that. I just want...
It's because everybody knows that it is better, period. Because the person who runs Valve has demonstrated he understands the issues. Next.
To bring awareness to the situation that we're in on PC, and if maybe we should be considering the alternatives. All these games that are in my library.
There is no alternative if companies are not willing to give physical releases for their content, period. You can't put Pandora back in her box. It's here. You can only deal with it.
Except for Cyberpunk and Alan Wake 2, I'm pretty sure I've gotten for free on Epic. But most people just take these free games, they play their Fortnite, and just move on from the Epic Games Launcher. A good old gamer. And this is by the people who make Cyberpunk. This system allows you to play games completely offline because this service is DRM free. And some people really care for that. And then on top of that, Xbox Game Pass is an amazing value deal, but its major downside is you can't use these games on Steam. And most people, I don't think, are interacting with the whole Xbox ecosystem beyond just Game Pass, at least on PC. So why does Steam have this go-to aspect about it in the PC gaming world? I think there's a variety of reasons for this scenario that we're in, but here are my top 3. And that is because, number 1, Steam embodies the essence of PC gaming. Number 2, Valve has a great reputation and is slow to change things. They operate with the mentality, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. And 3, Steam has been around for a long time, and I am willing to bet a ton of people feel very invested into it. So let's take a deeper look at all of these to explain why Steam is kind of alone at the top. Steam is one of the first things that I bet almost everyone downloads on their new system, and that's because of the large degree of control, customizability, and community that Steam as a platform has alongside it. PCs at their core basically allow you to do anything that you want. I mean, look at this YouTube channel. You can make music, you can animate on PC, you can browse the web, talk to friends.
The Five Nights at Freddy's movie is the highest grossing movie of 2023 worldwide. All right, Fast Gang.
Look, whatever you really want to do, and this is very different from what like consoles offer, that is the beauty of personal computers and why Steam fits in so well. It's because you can basically do whatever you want with Steam too. You can go as deep as you want to or as shallow as you want to. Community tabs for games are great. Bro, what the f? This is Elden Ring. Some of these are so down bad. Even users can leave reviews on whatever game they want, and some of them are absolutely hilarious. 20,000 hours on record. I am 69 years old, and the only gaming I do is in VR. Very cool, man. Whenever you're playing a game, you can always just hit Shift Tab, and your friends list is right there. It's also so easy to browse and install.
I don't know a single person who uses the Shift Tab feature for that at all. And very rarely. Very rarely. It appears the terrorize zone moves. Interesting.
Mods for games on Steam.
Interesting.
The store itself is very organic, and it leads credence to games like Dave the Diver doing so well because devs and publishers aren't able to pay for advertising places on Steam. It's just whatever games are popular or trending, those are the ones that get pushed to the homepage. Yeah, sometimes it does mean you go to the new and trending tab and you just get ahead that game. Whatever you want, guys, whatever you want. Then on top of that, the Steam hardware survey and the Steam player.
I like how you go over the fact that it does one of the things that most of these things do not do. It is a home for people who want to make risque, lewd games. That's also part of their success. Like, that's part of the success model. And that's a good thing. It's a good thing. Because guess who gets paid for those games most often? The voice actors who are in them. I'm still shocked that nobody's found the one that I'm in. I'm waiting for it. One of these days, when y'all gonna find my voice acting, and you're gonna tell people, and it's like, oh my god, Carl never told anybody. But I know which one it is. And it's gonna be hilarious. It's gonna be hilarious. Right. Let's try a Terror Zone. It even has a scare cord. Interesting. Specifically a fire function on this smoky pit.
The charts are really fun things to geek out about with numbers on Steam, like a lot of PC gamers are. We're kind of geeks. These also allow devs to make more educated decisions when making games. They don't always, look at this, but at least they have the option to. The list just goes on with Steam. It allows us to do so much, and it really reflects what makes PC gaming great as a whole. So I just did a quick Google search of Steam's biggest controversies. Going into this, I couldn't really think of any. Not a whole lot really came up other than controversial games or something like that. It isn't really controversial about Steam itself. You would think a gaming company that came around in 2003, which is only 1 year younger than me, would have quite a bit of controversies surrounding it. But this is probably a clear sign that most people view Steam pretty positively, and there isn't a whole lot wrong with the platform as a whole. I mean, when I think about it, at one point in time, I'm pretty sure Steam or Valve, they thought about asking us to pay to play online. But PC as a platform is not like Xbox or PlayStation or Nintendo Switch, because we're not locked into one ecosystem. And Steam realized that we didn't want to pay for online directly. They didn't end up doing it, and they really haven't looked back since, as far as we know. Even though we still technically pay for online play, when we pay for games, we pay for the servers and stuff like that. But it just goes to show like how in touch, at least it seems like Valve is with the community. The other most controversial thing that I can think of that Steam still does, obviously, is they take a 30% cut from the games that are sold, compared to, say, Epic Games, which only takes a 12% cut according to The Verge here. But you might think GOG takes less than Steam, but they take 30% as well. So as industry trend, I'm not sure if Steam taking 30% is even that bad, or GOG might.
Well, you see, the thing you have to ask yourself is, what is the importance of that? And the importance there is, well, if you only look at the numbers, they're actually doing better because they're not taking as much. But you're also not getting the ability to play these games and getting good at better deals across the board from all of the other distributors that would be giving you the opportunity to get deals on a different platform, and also then filling your game with a bunch of fucking laggy bullshit that directly affects the production and the quality of your gaming experience. So on top of that, for specifically just fucking Epic Games Store, you also have in good old games of the past. Like, these are games that are going to be collector's editions, that if you could find a physical download for them, it'd be really, 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 really hard to do so. And so, part of it comes from, oh yeah, well, we can do the thing. Like, it's a whole thing, bro. It stays this way. We like it like this. Not gonna really find a lot of people who are gonna be against it, one way or another, if they just get to play their fucking video game and all they have to do is pay the money, and then afterwards they're like, well, we don't think the system's fair. And then the developer comes out and is like, no, bro, this system's fair. Like, let us keep the system. We love the system. Please don't take the system away from us.
Have also like used Steam as a reference point, but 30% for Steam, I can kind of excuse it because Steam is very well kept. It's frequently updated, and they do provide servers to play online for our games that comes out of the cut of games that we buy, and Steam itself has the largest number of players on the platform, which means game publishers, no matter what the cut is, are probably going to be putting games where the players are. Yes, Steam might take a pretty hefty cut, but I don't think us as users on the platform really care a whole lot when Steam does a good job to provide for us. So the point is, Valve generally seems like they're doing what we actually want them to do, and that means that it's kept them out of a lot of controversy or hate. Most people seem to be positive on Steam. And I want to start this section off by talking about how Apex Legends kicked off very strong back in February of 2019 on EA's app called Origin. But over the course of the year and into the next, the game gradually started losing its popularity.
But now it's become this incredibly boring and stale game that most players are leaving. The game is dying incredibly quick.
And Apex did many things to work on the quality of the game, started listening to the community, but one thing that they also did was they chose to release Apex Legends onto Steam. And to this day, you can see that Apex has gradually been doing well for itself. Its player base has increased over the years and is looking relatively healthy to this day.
That's not because they made the game better. The game has actually got so many problems. On top of the fact, developers are leaving the studio that makes it because it's starting to fall to the effect of Activision putting their fucking fingers in the pie, as they always do, making shit worse. What it actually demonstrates, for the most part, is that in terms of just pure business, they keep themselves afloat another day by doing this. But they didn't do the things that needed to be done that would have kept the hardest paying and the biggest of whales there. And in fact, the game is getting worse in terms of quality because of the people who are not there, not being truly a part of it, and those who still are there that are a part of it, not really having any camaraderie or any trust or sense between themselves, because the majority of people who are playing the game are the kind of people who name-check other people as a way to try and shame them into behaving the way that they think they want. And it's also a game that also falls to the same consequence as every video game does. Get your ass back here, boy! What's your from me? Take these hammers to the face! It falls to the same consequence that every game falls to, which is believing that you have the right opinion because popular content creator agrees with you. For Apex Legends, it's Timmy. Most guaranteed. Most definitely.
I'm not going to attribute all this success just to Steam, but it undeniably did help Apex Legends in the long term. And why do I say that? I mean, it's because people are on Steam. People are invested in Steam, and people want all of their games in one place. What platform would you be buying a single game on? And most of you guys, 83% of you guys, said you'd be buying a game on Steam. But if you had to choose any other option, most people were picking Epic at 34% compared to GOG, Xbox Game Pass. 34% of people said they don't use any of these other systems in place. The thing is, Steam's legacy precedes it, and Valve knows this. It is a huge ask for people to buy games on another platform like Epic or GOG, buy these games twice, or to have their whole game library divided amongst a bunch of different launchers. And on top of that,
See, that wouldn't be a bad thing, because the way this ecosystem used to work is it was downloaded games off the internet, which we're going to label as portal website games, or just portal games. This is your Maple Stories. This is your Guns the Duels. This is your Luminaries Rise of the Goonzoos. This is your Gunbounds. This is your Night Online. This is your Run Online. Technically, this is your League of Legends. The portal games hosted by a single company on a single website. Path of Exile falls into this because using Steam only became a necessity through this because we started streamlining the process as the game started getting improved over the years. You have the portal games. Then you have the download disc games. The physical hardware download software. So, portal games, physical games, and then digital release games. On all platforms. Because digital doesn't just apply to PC, it also applies to console. And if we include console inside of that, portal games are internet only. Physical games, it could have internet, it could not have internet. Because single player, it could be multiplayer, but you own it. You physically go out, you buy it, you do the sleeping at the store. Yes, sir, I'd like to have one new game, please. You bring it back, and it's yours. You have it, you keep it, you own it. Maybe you don't have the ability to download it on a newer PC, because, you know, it's something like Dungeon Siege that only basically runs well in compatibility mode for Windows 95, but you physically have it, you own it, there hasn't been a remaster for it, probably should be, but you have it, you own it. Downloaded games, digitally, it'd be hard to fucking sell. Much harder to fucking sell. It's not going to be as consistent. It's not going to be as right. Not going to be as just. It's going to be a much harder argument in those bases. We used to be fine with that system. That system was okay. You want to play this new game I found on the internet? Is it going to put a fucking virus on my computer? I don't know, bro, but it's really fun. Now how do we hear about the games? Hey, bro, I saw a video on the internet, on Twitter. I saw a video of somebody really, like, grinding hard on it, on here. I was told about it by a blogger. I saw it on a blog post. I saw it on a Twitter post. I saw it on a YouTube video. And sometimes the game's not that fun. It's just you heard about it, so you have to try it. Because there's no other way to see it. Or, better yet, I saw my favorite streamer playing this new game that nobody's ever heard of. And I want to try it. Come on, bro, it's going to be cracked. He's super good at it. I promise, bro, I promise. Same shit. We used to be fine with that system. The only thing that's changed in that is people's attitudes surrounding it. And of. Attitudes only change because there are people that don't feel comfortable with it. And they only don't feel comfortable with it because there are a bunch of people that don't like the idea nowadays. But the majority of the Zoomers, oh, they're all sold into this. They don't give a shit. It'd actually behoove us, for the gaming industry, if we returned to some simple level of that fashion. Because there was nothing wrong with having video games that were online only, that were download and install. But it also came with the caveat that the game needed to be good. Sometimes these games are good. Terror zones are actually pretty much a very good way to farm extra zones in the game, to be quite honest. And it's not bad. It's like after you kill all the bosses, the game shifts you around the map. That's not bad. Also, I definitely need salvation for mana recovery. Put it on L. And then I'll have to reset it once I get to my Den of Evil, but that's okay.
For that
Steam does a very good job of allowing you to organize your games on your system. They intentionally choose to take a very long time to implement changes, and an example of this is they've actually completely revamped Steam's UI, the user interface, but they chose to do this very slowly over the course of a year or two to ease us into the change of a new UI on Steam. Not to mention, Steam also allows you to literally level up. The more you play, the more achievements you get.
Ah, that's not how that works. You level up not based on how much games you play, but how many games you own, and then the amount of achievements that are tied to that game that you've unlocked. That is literally a system that doesn't fucking matter. Why did you even fucking mention that?
The higher your Steam level will be. Some people might take pride in this, but it just doubles down on the idea that Steam wants you on their platform.
If you're a whale!
Long term. Then Valve has even doubled down on this idea with the Steam Deck, which primarily allows people to act.
They released a video game software system that allows them to take the Steam Deck on the go. That is not the same thing as saying, listen bro, they care so much about it. They even made a handheld They like money. 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 Say it with me now. They like money. Making a handheld version of Steam gives them more money. They like 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 money. Money. They like money. Money. They like money.
Access their precious and vast Steam library wherever they go. And hell, I might even be getting a Steam Deck because the idea of taking your Steam library anywhere sounds so damn good. And it in turn means that your Steam library is even more valuable if you have a Steam Deck. And this will probably encourage you to keep investing in Steam and your life. Because technically, Steam does allow you to load just about anything you want onto the Steam Deck. Valve themselves have been actively working on a way to use Windows on the Steam Deck. They allow you to install plugins for the Steam Deck, allow you to customize the power draw, the refresh rate, and you can make the Steam Deck your own. It seems weird because they're not locking users to only buying and using Steam to play games. It's funnily enough exactly what Steam should be doing, because that level of customizability and that control is what makes Steam Steam. And that's what we want in the PC gaming world. They know what we want. Valve also knows that at the end of the day, most people with a Steam Deck will still be using Steam to play their games most of the time.
What the Steam Deck is absolutely awesome at is being a Steam library backlog slayer.
All roads lead to Valve winning here. They just have to basically make us as happy as they possibly can. It's really until other companies like Epic or GOG can legitimately offer us an ecosystem or a service that is genuinely better than Valve and what they do with Steam.
I feel like Epic?
They won't, because it's not possible for them to. They literally cannot compete in this avenue, because they're not going to have the ability to do it. GOG focuses on aftermarket games. If they try to get into the main way of sharing new type of games, they're going to lose. Simply because Steam has a bigger fucking library. And Epic can never compete because Epic's not interested in that. They're interested in creating the new gaming experience in Fortnite. If they were to shift gears and try to actually beat them in the competitive route of what it is they need to focus on for overalls, they're not going to win. Period. They just won't. They just will not win. They will not win. So now that I've cleared the area, will it change if I'm out of the area long enough for it to choose another one? I'm curious. Corrupted tremors fade from the world's tomb to destroy the destruction in here, and then corrupted tremors. So yes, it will. And it gives messages. You left the game, you reconnect to the game. And it persists between ads. So it's always going to change and going to be refreshed. So if you're farming a particular zone, it's actually in your interest to immediately beeline it to that zone and kill it as many times as possible until it wears out, I guess. Not bad. So it'll eventually make the same choice here, right? I suppose. But I just continue doing what I was going to do. Travel call.
They would have stood a chance if they were to implement everything Steam had first, like before dropping.
I don't see any other service surpassing Steam in the space. I mean, Epic even has some clear advantages. I mean, they literally give out free games, and they give a better percentage cut to game developers or publishers to put games on the platform. However, for me personally, that doesn't really change the fact that I don't like using the Epic Games Launcher. I find it annoying. It's hard to manage my library. I have to re-download games most of the time to move them between drives. And GOG seems okay on the surface, but what does GOG really offer to persuade people to go to it, other than the fact that you can play games DRM free? Is that enough to push people away from Steam? Those are the...
Not particularly. DRM free is a concept that comes with the understanding that people know what that means. And the problem is that most people don't actually know what that means. They don't care what it means in the first place, but they also don't know what that really means. To have a game be DRM free means there is no additional add-ons that are being added after the process of installing it. That is a problem between you and your ability to play the game. I'm getting a lot of runes here. I've actually got a lot of runes going through the jungle. That's crazy. That's crazy. It means that when I make the ability to have somebody play my game and it's DRM free, it means there is no de novo. It means there is no game guard. It means there is no secondary process that effectively, other than in the online gaming aspect of multiplayer for legitimacy of making sure a person isn't cheating, that there is not some extra system that is going to be added to the product for no other reason than because you felt that you needed to have it. Shout out to De Novo for being so fucking useless, because usually what ends up happening is that hackers will use those hooks that get added into the game's registry files as a way to exploit it, their vulnerabilities to affect your PC. And nobody wants to be nearby that. Nobody wants to be associated with that. Nobody wants a single thing to do with DRM in that state, because they do not want it. We do not want it. We as gamers do not want it. We didn't ask for it. We don't care. Don't give it to us. I'm going to go back to the Flare jungle. Because I know the teleport starts here, but I didn't clear the entirety of it. We want literally nothing to do with it whatsoever, because we really hate the fucking concept so fucking much. We will defend our right to have the ability to put whatever the fuck we want on our computers, because goddammit, I know what I made for my PC. That's why I built a PC. That's why I have a PC, etc.
Other two biggest services I can think of that really are competing with Steam, and they are very successful in their own right with their own niches, but at the same time, none of them have even come close to toppling the king. So is Steam being on top actually a bad thing? I don't think Steam being on top is a bad thing. As long as Steam remains to be a good place for us and we enjoy it, Valve seems to know their place in the PC gaming market. They're already making so much money owning what they own in terms of PC gaming. It makes you wonder, why would they want to engage in things that we don't want, but they would be greedy if they get it? If they choose to do things that we don't like, we always have other options to fall back on. Valve knows this, and this alone keeps Steam in check. Like, they have to make something that is more engaging and something that...
It's not Steam as a company, it's Gabe. I understand the desire to be like, yes, Steam, the company, but no, it's Gabe. It's literally Gabe. Gabe is the reason why Steam succeeds. As long as he continues to understand that the reason of piracy is a service issue, the Steam will never be affected by any of the things that affect other people. Ever. That is the sole factor that's keeping them in check, by the way. It is not, oh man, the company's just got so much good value, blah, 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 blah. It's not like you're given a sunset interview about your 40 years at working at a company. No, no, no. These people know what I want, and the person who owns the business knows what I want, and he gives me what I want. He gives it to me exactly the way I want it. I know him on a first-name basis. In fact, he's calling me right now. Hey, Bob, what you doing, baby? It's as simple as that. It's as simple as that.
We like more than the other services. That's exactly what they're doing right now, or at least that's what they appear to be doing, because like honestly Steam appears to be very like consumer focused. That's why I think most people primarily use Steam, and why right now, despite it being worrying that they own so much of the PC gaming market, I don't really think Steam being on the top is all that big of a problem, at least at this moment. Now, you know, famous last words when it comes down to it. But do you not use Steam for some specific reason, or are you already scared of Valve getting too greedy and taking advantage of this? Or do you think it's already happening? Like, let me know. I just wanted to bring like a cautious awareness of how monogamous that we are with Steam when there is so many other options on PC to choose from, but we still choose to use Steam. So let me know what you think. It's been it for me on Valve, Steam. I do love the platform. I can't lie. I'll see you guys in the next one. Peace.
Yeah. Fear your husband.
Well, after 2 months...
Horrible marriage advice for men. Fashion, fit, or horrible. William Mack Show.
The red pill seems to be collapsing. Tristan Tate has disavowed the red pill. The father of the red pill himself had a meltdown.
For just 5 seconds, okay? This isn't a joke here, because the point of it was to get douche nozzles like yourself to have this conversation in the first place.
Even Sneeko has moved on from the red pill. Not that that means much. The guy changes his core values every 12 months, but it's
true.
Who is the high value man? Who qualifies that? Because all the women in here, they just said that it's about ambition, it's about character, your personality. Is it you flexing for other guys? Who's qualifying? Like, who are you becoming high value for? Other dudes on the internet?
Yes, the red pill is just for men to impress other men. Last week, I made a video on Fresh and Fit, whose main thing is teaching men how to keep their girlfriend living in fear.
Andrew says all the time that respect equals love. And I believe that fear equals respect equals love.
Yes, respect. One of the mandatory ingredients for respect, you guys want to know what it is? Fear.
Of losing.
Yeah, fear. Whether it's physical violence or of loss. But the point is that woman needs to be scared.
Oh, did I accidentally say living in fear? I meant dating advice. Totally sound dating advice.
My thing is, as a man, I'm the authority. So what I say goes. If you don't like it, get the fuck out of here. Like, this might sound fucked up, but I don't negotiate with women. Ever. This is how it is.
What a fine gentleman that every man would want his daughter to end up with. Hello, I am Professor William. I'm going to be taking a bit more of an educational approach today, because I've yet to see a more organized video breaking down the red pill space and why it is anything but some profound truth.
Liberal or Republican, well, if you pick a side, then you're done. You want Trump to grab your pussy, he'll be clean to cover you in calm.
The red pill's a pretty vague term. Depending on who you ask, we'll get different answers. With Nick Fuentes, it's the Jews. With Sneeko,
That's not That was just funny.
Any and every conspiracy theory, but the one thing they will all tell you is how to become a high-value man. I want to introduce you to Rollo Tomasi, the father of the red pill, Myron Fresh's hero.
I've been doing some shows with Rollo Tomasi. I've always been a fan. I've read, I have the first book in hard copy, which we have all 3 books right here.
Would you debate Rollo? Of course I would. He would body you. Okay, he would body you.
Well, Rollo recently dropped an 8 commandments, if you will, on how to become a high-value man. Now, some of it is good advice, like staying focused and eliminating temptation, but then there's others like getting a vasectomy in your early 20s. Oh, so when it says don't get married and avoid family creation, it means like ever. Looking at this list, it seems like the only thing that makes you a high-value man is your bank account. Well, if that's the point, why is red pill content completely based around complaining about women? So that led to an interesting question being asked.
Because it's all about complaining about a certain type of woman. And that certain type of woman is their words, not mine.
What makes a high-value man?
What he means in this context is being a guy that's like desirable to women and being money, being attractive to women, so that you'll be
Well, desirability is in the eye of the beholder. Need to go get her eggs and her bacon because it's ready now. Desirability is in the eye of the beholder, but the women that he wants are basically floozies that don't know how to take care of a man because they don't know how to keep a man. They only know how to get a man with their fat asses and their titty injections. But they only give advice about how you're supposed to pick up, basically, the bottom dregs of women. Women who are not truly women, in the standard of them being feminine, attractive, and able to have sex legally. In the sense that they are above 18 and can consent. They're not women. They're ladies. Or at the very least, if they're very mature, girls. They're not really women. Because a self-respecting woman, which is usually what people mean when they say woman, staying away from the argument of, do you identify the woman, in layman's terms, means self-respecting. No self-respecting man and no self-respecting woman is going to get with a fucking piece of shit that treats them like garbage, that has no redeeming qualities, no future prospects, no plans, no vision, no nothing. Saying, you gotta listen to me, you gotta have my authority, you need to do what I say, otherwise I'm gonna smack you! No one will listen to that person. But because Fresh and Fit are about basically a lifestyle appearance, not truly living the values of that lifestyle, but a lifestyle appearance, that is what they're going to tell people. That's what they're going to tell people. That's what they're going to sell. But they're selling a fantasy on purpose. It's a purposeful fantasy. Because they want you, because we've covered it before, I'll state it again, I'll state it as many times as necessary. It is a selling point to get you to give them money. Oh my God, he's so cool. Yeah, you own that woman. Take my $20. Take it. Take it. Take it all. Take it all. You guys are such gods. You're such kings. Oh my God. You're legends. It's an embarrassment. And when this shit stops working, they'll dump it. They'll switch up. That's if they'll be fucking financially solvent. So, summary. Remember, when they say this shit, they're not saying this shit because they believe it. They're saying it because they want you to believe it. Especially if you're a guy who has absolutely zero game. Pearl is the exact same thing, but for women. Alright.
I guess unmarketable sexual partner.
Well, but that doesn't make sense, right? Like, avoid family creation and get a vasectomy
That's what
and
women
be
want.
attracted to men.
Don't fuck yourself up to ensure that you're going to be successful. He's retard-proofing it. But that is a pretty retarded advice because you're saying, do this so that you become more attractive to women. So what's even the point of having a relationship with a woman if you can't have kids with her? Then you're just having an empty relationship just to fuck her for your whole life. And
No, he's saying to become high value, which means you make the choice. Do you want to do that or not? So he's giving you the choice to do that. But once you become high
Myron
value,
just said that it's to become high value, to become attractive to a woman.
yeah, if that's what you choose.
The father of the red pill then has to come on to give his definition of a high value man, because the space doesn't seem to know what the one thing they teach is.
What is your definition of a high value man?
It doesn't matter. That's not what I was talking about in this.
It's really great that Destiny's just laughing there while that's happening. We can't get away from him. He's in all the content. He's even in your video games. Look out! Destiny's hate over the world.
I don't know what you're talking about. That's what the first part of the tweet is. How to become a high value man.
The fastest way to become a high value man is to recognize the fact that you've got sacrifice.
Also, Carl, I'd rather use GOG because I'm closer to actually owning my digital games, I suppose. Carl, I was opening a chocolate bar that came with this box of HelloFresh my father got. It looks like somebody took a mosaic tile chunk out of Wesley Snipes. Send a picture, John!
Sacrifices to make.
Like getting a vasectomy.
Okay,
so what is that? Telling like stories from Vietnam. Like, just say, what is a high value man? It's the first part of the tweet. What does that mean?
You tell me what a high value man is. Because here's the thing: it doesn't matter what I'm going to say is a high value man. You guys are fucking
because it's your tweet. The point is a high value man. You gave a list of 8 things. Do these 8 things to become a high value man? Do 1 through 8 to become A, and you're not defining what A is.
The fastest way to becoming a high value man is these things.
What is that?
Okay? So here's the thing. So if we're talking about family creation, we already talked. Okay, so you want to go? Okay, let's go one by one. You want to go one by one? Okay.
No,
So
I want to go before 1 by 1. What is a high value man?
We can't have an argument if I don't even know what your
the
definition
point is. But the very fact that you're even asking this in the first place is the actual point of the fucking.
I love that breakdown. This is old shit, but I love that breakdown. Because that then led to him giving his fucking rancid fucking screech fest when he got fucking shimmied by both Lauren and Brittany. However, Oh Lord, it's just so good. It's just so good. It's also the reason why nobody should listen to. Ooh, drops bullshit. Maybe it drops. Maybe terrorized zones drop up to what the act can be able to, or what the difficulty can be able to drop. Because I wasn't dropping fulls until I got out of 4 and 5. This is not bad. This is a good addition. It should have been in the base game for certain. SinglePlayerCarl. Yes, the cat. How can I help you? This is the first thing I've seen from you. How are you today? I'm certain this is John posting it for Discord, I assume. At least I assume. I could be wrong. Get him, Razan! Get him! Stab that man in the chest! Change that, re-ray. Ah, he posted inside of here. It is an image. Thank you. I mean, that's a pretty rough looking piece of Ghirardelli. If it's not expired, that kind of looked like it could have been mold, but maybe it's just some weird packaging shit, some speckle. I don't know. Eat at your risk. Have fun.
Tweet, okay?
He can't define it because he doesn't know what it is. None of these guys can define the very thing that they're selling. This guy would then get so salty he would go on to post Photoshop porn of Sneeko and Destiny. A day later, he would finally come up with the definition of what a high-value man is. The man other men want to be and women want to bang. I wouldn't want to be any of these guys. And I'm pretty sure he stole that from Austin Powers. So these guys are selling the idea of how to become a high-value man, but it took them 2 days to define it. This definition is shit. There's nothing tangible to measure. I don't think anybody has watched more red pill videos than me, so let me give you my analysis of what they mean when they say high-value man. A high-value man is simply a dream they are selling, much like Ty Lopez.
Sell the dream, sell the dream, sell the dream.
Here in my garage, just bought this new Lamborghini here.
Russian Fit, Rolo, Andrew Tate, Sneeko, all of them are self-described high-value men, and all of them sell terrible scam courses on how to become that very thing. With Andrew Tate, it's the idea that you'll be rich from dropshipping. With Sneeko, it's to avoid college and become one successful steal. With Rolo, it's his book, and with Russian Fit, it's for $500 course on how to pick up women, or maybe high-value academy for $700. $500 for the advice of use Instagram to pick up women, then grow a following by buying ad space on Instagram. Through ads, I could amplify myself and increase my reach exponentially, especially for me. I have a thing for celebrity. Yeah, they get that in 90 minutes worth of videos for $500. And finally, their last selling point is relating to me. I used to be a loser just like you.
Live with my mom, being a fucking dork, no one respecting me, not fucking having girls actually be attracted to me because I haven't done anything, no one fucking takes me seriously. That's a fucking problem. That's serious.
Myron writes, hi, my name is Myron Games. That's me on the left. You're probably wondering, how did I become this good with the ladies? Well, it wasn't always this way. You see, I used to be a gamer nerd. I used to play Halo 2 semi-professionally, and I made Grandmaster with McCree and Overwatch. Oh my god, he is just like me. If they were honest about what they meant by high-value man, they would say it's a product, a dream they sell to their audience that has no ending. And if it doesn't work out for them, they easily have someone to blame to keep them paying for another month. Maybe it's the Matrix keeping you down, or feminism, or whatever boogeyman they can come up with. It doesn't matter.
If it's chocolate shavings, good luck.
You're still
Let us know if you live.
watching, donating, and paying for the course the next month. They're all a bunch of snake oil salesmen, and you guys are the suckers. We got I want to take a moment and focus on how flawed the logic is from these guys, because their audience doesn't recognize it. When I criticized them for having the rapist Charleston White on their podcast, people left comments saying, nice cherry-picking the after-hours show with the girls versus picking better examples from podcasts with other guys. That completely destroy your weak arguments. Rape culture isn't real. Rape is a choice. Just leave. Rape is by definition not by choice. That's what makes it rape. Charleston White never actually did those things. It's part of a character play, where he says outlandish things to get attention and to have people hear his actual message. This guy killed someone wearing a jacket from Foot Locker. He went to jail for it. Charleston White is not just a character. These are his life stories, most of which he's...
The funny part about Charleston White is that that story specifically that's quoted as his rape example was literally him saying, we used to bring women into groups of guys high on drugs and we would fuck them. That's rape.
Never been punished for it. Another common complaint was people saying that I took Fresh and Fit out of context. Clips taken out of context where he couldn't explain the whole logic behind the statement. Remember, their show is usually 3 hours long. This is just a typical YouTube video meant to paint them in a bad light. Nothing is out of context. Please, show me what context I cut out. What, do I gotta show the whole 3-hour podcast before I can make my point? That's ridiculous. Their show is not that deep. It's the same logical fallacies used over and over again in the same argument. And it only works because the girls on their show, as well as the fans who watch, are not savvy enough to spot it. Now, I thought I showed plenty of examples in my last video, but this week I'll go a bit slower so everyone can follow along. And I'll pick a podcast that happened this week. And over and over again, I'll say how all women are gold diggers. This is the argument.
I mean, let's just keep it 1,000. I always say All women are gold diggers. Some are just better at hiding the shovel. They hide it up with words like passion, ambition, or drive. Gold. All men find you all down. But it's not a bunch of bullshit. They don't even care about any of these things unless they're attracted to you first. That's my first.
What makes you attractive, though?
But hold on. But you're not going to give a fuck about his personality or being genuine or his integrity if he's not handsome enough or if he doesn't qualify.
But it wasn't talking about what they're attracted to. It's their idea of a high value man. But so then what's more important?
But they're not going to give that guy a chance unless he meets a certain prerequisite.
This is not a good point because everyone has prerequisites. Myron has prerequisites. The girl with 200 pounds and a mustache, it wouldn't matter how good of a mother she might be, because Myron would never give her a chance to prove that, right? As a guy, you don't have to be rich to get a girl. Most people who are married aren't rich. It's a stupid point. Just look around. Most families are two-income households. Now we are going to pick off exactly where we left off.
It's a certain prerequisite. Girls always assume attraction when you ask them.
I feel like you're assuming that somebody. I feel like there's a lot of girls who you can use the word settle. You know, if it fits
So
their
you'll
box.
accept integrity, passion, loyalty, and honesty. A homeless guy can do that.
No, a homeless man probably can. Integrity and passion is not how I describe most homeless people. This is a classic question fit logical fallacy. Then when the girl goes to challenge Myron on this, he cuts her off and shifts the goalpost.
I mean, I think there's a lot of girls who are graduating situations which are like.
Ooh.
What I'm saying is that
Two of them.
level answers that a multitude of men can actually give them. One from a minority of men. Because girls.
I have way too many restoration potions.
Dude, you know how many guys can give you guys this? But y'all.
Ah, he's getting fucked! Someone is getting their taste buds fucked!
So many. Man, let's operate a reality here. The dude, he doesn't even get to show you these traits unless he's attractive first. That's my point.
So what makes him attractive?
Maybe his height, maybe the way he speaks to you, his tonality, all these things.
His game.
He shifted the goalpost entirely from
His money.
you need money to now there just needs to be some sort of initial attraction. I want to touch back on this one more time.
But you'll accept integrity, passion, loyalty, and honesty. A homeless guy can give you that.
Most people can't give you that. Myron has shown zero intellectual integrity in the last 3 minutes alone. And loyalty? This guy says men can't cheat.
He asked for it and he still cheats, so what's the explanation there?
We told you already, men don't cheat, they just have sex.
Yeah, that's cheating.
How much passion can Myron really have when he doesn't even care enough to find the clip?
It's way more important to protect her than to please her. Who gives a about a woman's orgasm? It's useless.
So in 3 minutes of straight conversation, we see Myron start a debate around gold digging.
All women are gold diggers. Some are just better at hiding the shovel.
Hypocritically shame a woman for having prerequisites as if everyone does it.
They're not going to give that guy a chance unless he meets certain prerequisites.
And make a logical fallacy saying that homeless men meet these standards.
A homeless guy can give you that.
When in reality, Myron doesn't even meet those standards. And then finally, he shifts the goalpost and cuts people off when he realizes he's losing the exchange.
I think you're exaggerating the situation, but I think there are a lot of girls.
It's not that. What I'm saying is that.
So please tell me again how I cut things out of context and that these guys are the smart ones.
You're about to burn some calories on my dick.
Fresh and Fit talk a lot about the reality and facts.
Well, who hurt you? Because you're stating these facts that don't make me feel good, even though they're facts.
Your fans have even told me that I don't live in reality, but they don't realize that these facts Fresh and Fit's site are entirely cherry-picked. They take niche data and dishonestly apply it to everything. Fresh and Fit like to say that the top 20% of men are hogging 80% of the women.
There's a minority of men that are fucking all the girls. We know this.
In their course, Myron writes 10% of the men are having sex with 90% of the girls. They get these numbers from Tinder showing that women only swipe right 20% of the time. Now the problem is, it doesn't say that only 20% of the men are getting those swipes. More than 20% of guys go on dates. It just says that women swipe less. But they interpret the data in a way that only fits their narrative, and they apply it to everything, especially in their courses. They literally think 30 to 50% of women are being flown out to Dubai to bang, right? And she's probably talking to some high-value guy that wants to fly her out.
Well, see, Willie Mack show. That's actually happening. That is an actual thing. And it happens a lot. A lot. A lot. They be on dicks. They be sucking a lot of penises. Angelic Mantle. Do I want to keep this? Angelic Mantle. Angelic. Partial set completion, 10 dexterity, 50 mana, all res, 40%, magic resist, amulet, ring, mail, saber. No. No, I do not. No. The only one I think I could justify keeping would be Angelic Halo. Angelic Wings, Angelic Halo, and it's a fucking 4-part set. Angelic Wings is all skill with 3 set. 75 life with a 2 set. Angelic Mantle getting fire resist and a 3 set, but not for a normal character. Angelic Sickle getting enhanced damage. I suppose you have to keep the chest. I suppose. I don't wanna go. keep blood pressing. Clay Golem, Ray Skeleton, Bone Armor. Okay.
It's global.
It's not global for 99% of people. A girl in Kansas City is not getting flown out to Dubai.
Yeah, she is, bro.
No.
Hey,
You guys are wild. You guys are wild.
You're coping on it.
I just want to hear, for the record,
Yeah.
for you three to answer this, what percentage of college women do you think are being flown around the world? I want to hear from all
If I have to
three.
argue,
I want to hear.
off of like probability-wise, if I argue, maybe like 30, 40, 50.
Holy shit.
50%? Bro, 1% is too high. They then get laughed at by all the girls there.
Okay, say it's a state school in Iowa. Are those girls getting flown to Dubai?
Off season, they can be.
Okay, 30, 40%, is that what you said?
Well, globally speaking, but I'm just saying, like, for example,
You understand that's the actual number is like less than 0.1%, right?
Of girls getting flown out?
Of girls getting flown out to guys from normal
Very
girls.
little. It's very little. I forget and I
Have you ever been flown out?
No, you've
never been flown out?
If anyone's not living in reality, it's them.
We tell ourselves, promise ourselves that we'll do better tomorrow. We tell ourselves, lie to ourselves.
Oh damn, he hit him with the fucking Dexter Laboratory Glue Eater! Where's that fucking... Where's that Powerpuff Girls? No, that's Powerpuff Girls, I think. Yeah.
We'll do better tomorrow.
Fresh Fit's advice to find a good woman is terrible. If anything, it'll probably make girls disgusted with you. Their first piece of advice is to f 50 women. That way you know how to spot a hoe.
You don't need to fuck 100 women to realize what a hoe is. A hoe is a girl. You look at her Instagram, you know she's a hoe. You don't need to get all these women in order to understand.
No, you don't.
Can I
Once again, you need to be able to decipher from experience who's a and who's not. We're just saying, look.
Do you think it's that hard to see who a hoe is?
Bro, come on. Really?
I'd argue you don't need to bang any woman to know who a hoe is. You just gotta use common sense. For instance, if you find them using a sugar daddy website, they're probably a hoe.
You approached me on a sugar daddy website and asked me to be your sugar baby.
The fact that I don't pay girls off sugar sites.
Facts.
Thank you.
Then why are you
and
on
then
there?
also,
Why are you on there?
because I use it as a dating site. I've said it many times.
If you go to strip clubs to pick up women, they're probably a hoe.
So you go in the strip club and you don't spend any money.
No, but we still respect though.
They make it sound so complicated when it's not.
Once again, you need to be able to decipher from experience who's a hoe and who's not. We're just saying, look.
Do you think it's that hard to see who a hoe is?
Bro, come on. Really?
Really, this is not rocket science. Also, this idea that they push that a girl respecting you means that she's constantly living in fear, that's terrible.
Respect? One of the mandatory ingredients for respect. You guys want to know what it is?
Fear. Of losing.
Yeah, fear. Whether it's physical violence or of loss. But the point is that woman needs to be scared.
Physical violence. Did I hear that right?
Fear. Whether it's physical violence or of loss. But the point is that woman needs to be scared.
This video is titled How to Maintain a Long-Term Relationship. Your girlfriend should not be your hostage. Finally, the producers like, don't hit her, and they all laugh about it.
Don't hit her, guys.
Yeah. Some of y'all niggas gonna be like, oh, good. Oh, really? Okay,
Yeah.
Chris Brown time.
Yeah, you gotta.
Like, nah, they're like, don't do that. Okay? But what I am saying is that respect can only exist with a mandatory requirement, which is fear.
But he never clarifies what he meant by physical violence. Was that a Freudian slip? Jesus, man. Sneeko, in his new enlightened state, gives much better advice when it comes to attracting and maintaining a long-term relationship.
You should be working on your character. You should be working on your maturity. You should be getting closer to God. A lot of the things that we're praising the women for to become a good mother, that's important things for men to focus on too.
I work on character.
I didn't say be broke. It's equally important to work on your finances. Women aren't going to say that, of course. I'm telling guys, you should get rich as possible too. But you should also be working on like building your character and looking at how I'm going to raise my kids and how I'm going to be a good father. If you're 40 and you have all these hoes and you have experience with hoes, is that going to make you a better father? Probably not.
Men and women are different. I don't think anybody would argue that.
Men and women are not the same. We're not the same at all. Okay, I'll give you guys an example. Can I get into my question first?
There's such an insignificant difference, bro. But we all are human at the end of the day. We get a lot more similarities than we have differences. That means if you cheat,
Men don't cheat.
most women would get jealous and mad, just like how you would get jealous and mad if you were cheated on. If you don't sexually satisfy your woman,
It's like any one of them, so it's the guy. So
she's probably gonna leave you or cheat on you because she wants to be satisfied too. I know, shocking. The real red pill is that relationships are hard. It's hard to find somebody that's willing to deal with your bullshit that you probably aren't even self-aware of, and it's hard to deal with somebody else's bullshit that they probably aren't even self-aware of. That's why it's important you don't waste all your time trying to pick a post from the club if you do want that long-term relationship, because the only experience you have is with hoes. You need to learn how to be a good partner. There's a reason these two aren't in long-term relationships. Getting your heart broken is normal. Being mad about it is normal because relationships are tough. But sitting there festering listening to these two idiots every night, it's just gonna turn you into the equivalent of a cat lady.
I like my woman like I like my coffee. Ground up and put in the freezer.
One of the things I said that triggered a lot of people is calling Fresh and Fit feminist for men. Feminist, if you will. I agree with you on most of this, but saying they're feminist for men and both sides of the same coin is some centrist bullshit if I've ever heard it. Okay, now you tell me if this sounds similar or not.
Yes, it's hard to meet high-quality men. I get it, because men are so spoiled today. It's truly a challenge.
Because women are able to enjoy all the benefits and privileges of equality while simultaneously being able to be treated like ladies, which is inherently better treatment.
It's the same thing. They all bitch about how the other sex is privileged. They set the same boundaries. 6-step checklist to determine if she's long-term material.
Let's just forego hanging out with friends and public saying such night clubs, etc. for you.
The whole point is, if he's in a serious committed relationship, why does he still need to be partying every weekend, every Friday, every Saturday, all night long? And especially without you.
The reason why girls want to keep Instagram, go to the club, and do all this extra fuck shit is because women always want to be able to reserve the right to have backup options.
This is such an obvious sign that he's texting other people because he's looking for her stuff. Because he's
not sure, honestly.
Even though fans leave the same YouTube comments, fear of loss creates respect. Woman's motto should be hard to get, easy to lose. I actually love this because all the Fresh and Fit fans are gonna be like, but that's actually true about women. That's actually reality. And then there's gonna be all these angry feminists being like, you're part of the problem. You're oppressing women too. I stand by it. They are feminists for men, and if you watch them, you're the equivalent of the blue-haired cat lady.
If you want to be a fat hoe, fantastic!
Ireland's a closeted hippie man. I have no doubt about it. He's crying out for help at all times.
If I wore heels, right, and put lipstick on once a week, you probably wouldn't date me, right?
Let's say me and you are dating, right, hypothetically, and you find out that I might have done some big points in that.
What would happen? I feel like...
You would break up.
I would assume it would take, and then on your secret to cover up your...
My past matters, right?
Well, it's not necessarily like the fact that it's your past and that, it's just the fact that you aren't being...
It was unattractive.
It's unattractive because she'd be straight and you'd be gay. Like what, are you afraid of this scenario? It turns out Myron's past does have some gay activity, like him being kissed while embracing another man, being snuggling but shirtless with another man, potentially while touching his wiener. I just don't know many straight guys that say these sort of things.
You find out that I might have done some porn in the past and make some money. What would happen? You would break up with me. That's true.
I bet if I was gay, you would leave me. Yeah, because I'm straight and you'd be gay. He's closeted. Somebody explain it to me any other way. How else does it make sense?
We are physically superior to women.
In conclusion, I get why Fresh and Fit is popular. It's a place where a lot of young men can go and cope and feel validated about their problems with women. I just want to point out that it's not any cooler or more based than the blue-haired chicks complaining about the patriarchy. It's all pretty cringe. The red pill may look like medicine, but it is pure copium. Subscribe to the channel. Also, I'm gonna live stream on Willie Mac Live, so check me out there. And shout out to the homies over on Patreon. Thieves, Crimson Glass, Zombie Fox, Riveter, Christina Vina, Detective Pika, Back Monkey, Bo Blacks, Necro Valley, Stephon Goldman, Abby Blackbird, The Confused. And the mega homies, Reynolds Hughes, Hellison, IGP, Jason Johnson, Your Taxi, Latchkey, Godboy, Free Spear, Katie, Lori Reloaded, Papa Gut, Evan Do Things, Friday 13, Eddie Chris, It's Authy, Hayden Lulin, and Luis M. Gonzalez. These are the people that allow me to make the videos I want to make without having to worry about YouTube's monetization system. So thank you. Follow me on Twitter, and until next time.
She's so nice, she's so nice, she's so nice. She's so nice, she's so nice, she's so nice. She not about me, but she comes back every time. Because the show is gonna be told worth a dime.
Changed. Now it's City of the Dead and River of Flame. Man, I just changed the Chaos Sanctuary. Seems you have to be inside the game for a long time for it to finally change. Next video. Video isn't on screen, Carl. I know, I'm fixing. I had to fix it twice. Because I already have the videos pulled up, I have to reset them.
Welcome, everyone.
Where's Garsonia?
My name is Sean, and today I want to talk to you guys about the Brendan Deppa case. This is the case, you might have seen the video from 8 or 9 months ago, where a 17-year-old kid brutally and viciously attacked his teacher, or in reality, a teacher's aide, over the confiscation of his Nintendo Switch. Now, this was a viral video. It was all over Twitter. People were throwing out their commentary related to it. It was a 6'6", 17-year-old black kid attacking, I believe, a 57-year-old white woman. So you can understand that there were a lot of reactions to this story. And I think that me, myself, on Twitter, might have quote tweeted and told a joke about it, and then decided not to make a video on it until more information came out. And the reason why is because initially I didn't understand what the exact motivation was behind a 17-year-old initiating this vicious attack against the teacher. Also, when I cover crime stories, I look for policy failures of things that we can change rather than the most brutal event. Well, it turns out waiting is actually the preferred option because new details have emerged, and it turns out the story's a little more complicated than initially thought. There's more to it than that 30 seconds of surveillance video, which is the most brutal thing that you'll see in a public school, except for that North Carolina stabbing that happened last week. So that's what we're going to talk about today. But before we do, I want to say thank you to everybody who signed up over at naturaljusticewarrior.com/join.
Oh, give me the money. Give me the money, okay?
And they get the podcast from Spotify, Apple, and Google Podcasts, and Platter.
I'm so sorry for my sentence, and nobody would have ever had to go through that. But at the same time, please consider that my son has had a hard life, and he's gone through so much trauma in his life. He has autism. Please show mercy.
So I'm not going to show you this video because my video will be age restricted and fewer people will see this, and that is just not a good thing. But linked in the description under where it says sources, you will find the link to this, and I suggest you watch it because this was a brutal, vicious attack.
It's devastating that my heart is breaking. I'm terrified for my child. I feel like if he gets sentenced to prison, it's a death sentence for him. He's scared. And to have your child call and cry and say, I don't know why. This is awful. But in his IEP, it was stated that in the anticipated reform that he was living in, if they ever had to remove it as a consequence, they call it a crisis team. And the original IEP called for a token economy for motivating to do his work because earn tokens to go to a snack closet. This year, we had a new teacher who, it's not Joan, Joan's not his teacher, she's a new teacher who was a first year teaching, and she didn't understand IEP, which she didn't need it. But she approached the group home and asked the group home to send it in.
That being said, with the new updates to this story, my joke commentary on Twitter from about 8 or 9 months ago, whenever this video initially emerged, was completely wrong. I was wrong, because it turns out that there's some interesting information related to this kid and to this story, and there's actually a third party at fault, and we got this information from the adopted mother of Brendan actually doing things in the station, and I want to cut to some of the clips of that so you can understand what we're even discussing.
Yeah, thanks so much for being on with me. As a mom, I'm just sort of curious how you're processing all of what's happening.
Berserker said here.
It's devastating. My heart is breaking. I'm terrified for my child. I feel like if he gets sentenced to prison, it's a death sentence for him. He's scared. And to have your child call and cry and say, I don't want to die.
Life.
It's awful.
So initially when I saw the beginning of this News Nation segment where you have the adopted mother crying, sounding very melodramatic about how her son going to prison is essentially a death sentence, and how he cries every day on the phone with her, I thought that this was going to be some complete and utter objective nonsense. However, it was very important for me to see this story all the way through, because I did want to talk about it 8 or 9 months ago. However, there just wasn't enough information, and it turns out that the mother's emotional state is not backed by nothing. In fact, it's backed by something incredibly substantial, and that is the failure of the Florida State education system.
So can I ask, was his autism, was that ever brought in the litigation of his case and in the plea deal, especially as pertains to the sentencing? Because 30 years in adult prison is a very long time, especially for a 17-year-old kid.
So I gotta clear something up because this is the internet.com, and the word autism is kind of the most overused thing ever on the internet.com, because what they're talking about is not internet autism. It's not, I'm weird, I'm socially awkward, so I call myself a divergent from that knockoff of the Hunger Games series. This is actually a legit, real diagnosis of autism that is backed up by a long series of paperwork that actually had specific instructions on how to care for Brendan in the public school system. And by the way, many of you are thinking, if somebody has these series of ill diagnoses and they have all these problems, should they be in public school? Well, it turns out the answer to that question is no. However, the state of Florida removed that choice from the mother and placed them in the public schools under the promise that he would be cared for in that institution. And this is why things get really bad.
There are a few things I think that the audience should know about your son. Autism isn't the only disability that he's living with. There's a host of special needs that your son was coping with and that the school was supposed to be accommodating for. Let me just go over some of it. There's, of course, the severe autism, and then there's ADHD, attention deficit hyperactivity disorder, something called oppositional defiance disorder, which is, as it sounds, it makes a child extremely defiant and oppositional to even getting breakfast can be a battle. Reactive explosive disorder, that's another condition that your son is coping with.
Now look, one of the things that I did for this particular story is run this by my fiance. The reason why I did that is because she actually grew up with a relative that had autism, that went to a specific school in New York City, or had specific classes with kids who also had autism, to let her determine, based on the facts of what was being stated without knowing the overall context of the case, on whether or not this sounds like it makes sense.
With all of that list, why did the school even allow a Nintendo Switch to be part of any aspect of his day?
That's something I asked that day. Not understand why. But in his IEP, it was stated that in the intensive behavior group home that he was living in, if they ever had to use it as a consequence, they called it a crisis team. And the original IEP called for a token economy for he could motivate him to do his work. He could earn tokens to then go to like a snack closet.
And it turns out this sounds like it makes a lot of sense. You have a kid with a series of diagnoses. Normally, at least in New York, in New York City, that kid would be separated off into separate classrooms or be separated off into a completely separate school where you have people that specifically cater to the needs and to the illness that the child is afflicted with. However, in this particular case, not only do you have a kid with all these diagnoses being thrown into what seems to be an ordinary public school, but apparently they gave this kid the Nintendo Switch and then took it away without actually going through the process of doing so, which is really unfortunate. And by the way, the paperwork, the IEP, which is the Individualized Education Plan, which is a report that is tied to a child like this, was completely ignored during this whole process. So you have a kid that is essentially a ticking time bomb. He's a ticking time bomb not due to the fact that he is violent just for violence sake, but due to the fact that he has a series of medical conditions that basically let you know, and by the way, there's a history of this, that he could pop off in this way, and all of that was ignored by the public school system, and then we got the vicious enrollment results that we actually got. Now, to be clear, the teacher's aide in this instance, definitely a victim. She had multiple broken ribs. Again, the video is linked in the description if you want to check it out, because this was, in fact, a violent attack, and I understand why the school resource officer, upon arrival, placed this kid in handcuffs, and why initially so many people were outraged. But the thing is, if you have the paperwork that says that your kid has all these issues, and the public school says you're not allowed to homeschool the kid, and over your objection, they put the kid in the public school with the promise that they're going to take care of your kid, and then they violate the well-documented paper trail on how to care for your kid, the responsibility for those actions is on the school, it's on the schooling system, not solely on the kid who initiated this violent attack.
In his IEP, it was stated that
Realistically, God damn it.
if they ever had to remove it as a
Realistically, that's on the school system. And realistically, that's not just on the school system. Thanks, Bush. Thanks, Obama. Thanks, No Child Left Behind. Because more than likely, other than just very lazy school officiaries, you motherfuckers led to a woman being fucking bruised and brutalized because you guys didn't want to follow the fucking lesson plan. Oh, boy. I hope she wins in court. That's unfortunate. For the aide, for him, for her. I hope you take them to fucking court and you wipe the floor with them.
the consequence they called in the crisis team. And the original IEP called for a token economy.
So as the mother explains right here, you have this individualized education plan that was specifically for this kid. This is how he was managed in the group home, and this is what the protocol is for educating this kid, how to motivate him and how to discipline him. And in that IEP, it says that if you are going to remove something from this kid who has all these disorders, you need to bring in the crisis intervention team because this kid has a rage issue, because he is 6'6", he's incredibly strong, and obviously you don't want a 57-year-old woman to go one-on-one, go toe-to-toe with this kid because we saw the results. On top of that, if you're trying to motivate him in a positive way, and again, this appears to be by all of the reporting backed up by the source documents, you're supposed to motivate him with snacks or whatever, and I know this sounds weird and unusual, but the thing is, this kid is quite literally diagnosed with a weird and unusual medical condition.
We went through a process to where we were not able to invite with him and bring him back home because of the limitations of seeing him in that year due to COVID. And so he was president at this behavioral group home, and I questioned it at the beginning. I had always homeschooled him because he didn't handle the school environment. I asked the group home if he had to go to public school, could he not run school online, and I was assured by them that all of their clients were in public school. So even though we were 6, and I never got to run public school, I didn't have a choice.
So this is the part to me that is absolutely crucial. Kavanaugh, obviously she cares about a kid, and obviously I'm not blind to the fact that she is going to be advocating for a kid, especially when he's facing a 30-year sentence because he was 17 and initially charged as a minor. Those charges about 2 days later were upgraded to adult charges. That was concerned about the group home's assessment that this kid should be sent to public school. She questioned it. She explained to them that she specifically homeschooled him because he did not do well in the school environment. That's also in the history. That's also in the paperwork. It's also well documented. But the group home assured her that it would be totally fine, and the school had every capability of caring for her child, which is a huge problem considering they did not have those capabilities, or they did not have the follow through with those capabilities, especially with the new teacher, because they did not follow that protocol. We can see that for ourselves. We can look at how you're supposed to remove stuff from this kid and how you're not supposed to do it, and they followed the not supposed to do it category. We can look at how you're supposed to motivate this kid versus not, and they did the not motivation. Now, Brendan has actually pled no contest to the charges that he's faced. He's essentially going with the strategy of throwing himself to the mercy of the court, hoping the judge won't put him in prison for the maximum sentence, which, by the way, is 30 years on these charges, and I actually do think the court should grant that mercy to this person. If you're going to sentence him to anything, sentence him to a behavioral hospital, somebody that can cater to his medical needs, so that way he's not put in prison with hardened criminals, because it does not send the right message that the state can fail in such a way as they did right here, and this kid is the only one who faces the consequences for it. I'm not saying you ignore the fact that the kid has these violent tendencies. I'm not saying you ignore the fact that this happened. I think the woman at the center of this, the victim in this particular instance, has a great case for a lawsuit against the public school system based on them not following the protocol. But the thing is, the point of justice, the point of punishment, the point of deterrence is that you want to prevent this behavior from happening again. But the behavior that actually needs to be corrected in this scenario is not necessarily the behavior of this kid, who we had all the paperwork, all the protocols, all of the procedures to prevent him from lashing out in this way, and that wasn't followed. It's actually the behavior from the state, who failed in their duty of care after making promises to the mother that everything was going to be all right, even though she warned them about this, she was worried about this. They have an IEP specifically to prevent this, and none of that was followed. So yes, this video is vicious. Yes, 6'6", 17-year-old attacking a 57-year-old woman is never going to be something that I'm okay with, and it's not something that I want to ignore. But the thing is, we have to take things in their whole totality, and it's okay, just like I was with my initial reaction on Twitter, for you to acknowledge that you were wrong in this particular case. Based on everything that I'm seeing, based on the long paper trail, I was wrong. This was not 100% on this kid. In fact, it's an institutional failure, and the idea that you would punish somebody who is not the victim because he attacked somebody else, but who is not a part of that institutional failure for that failure, doesn't make any sense to me, and it's not justice. This kid needs to be granted some level of mercy. Like I said, if you're going to divert him to some place that is not home, not the group home, and you're going to keep him out of the public school, which I understand makes perfect sense, then you should put him in a place that can cater to his medical needs, not surround him with violent prisoners. Now, to be clear, there is a threat from this kid, no doubt about it. I believe the reporting is saying that there are 3 previous battery charges. However, unlike a normal circumstance where I'd look at past criminal history and say, get repeat offenders off the streets, the fact is, this is all priced in to the IEP. This is all data that was worked with in order to craft how to interact with this kid, and this is why he should not have been in the public school in the first place. That group home, the Florida state government, they did a bad job. They botched this. They had at least 3 battery charges, 3 separate indicators, medical diagnoses, a parent that is advocating for this kid, and a group home assessment, and they didn't follow those protocols. They let this kid in the public schools. So yeah, while that normally would be indicative when you're talking about a regular kid of a criminal history that you need to watch out for, in this case, it's a level 6 autist. I don't know what that means. I don't know what their rankings are. I don't know if that's like Super Saiyan 2 or maybe Super Saiyan 3 level, but the point is, that's a big deal.
You know, I feel like if he gets sentenced to prison, isn't that sentence for him?
Now look, I don't know how true it is that a prison sentence for a level 6 autist is going to be a death sentence, but honestly, based on the way that things go down in state penitentiaries across this country, I would not be surprised if this did lead to the death of this kid, especially if he got 30 years and he wasn't put in some kind of protective custody or some kind of program in the prison in order to deal with his conditions. The fact of the matter is, it is very unlikely that the state of Florida has such a program. The fact of the matter is, it is very likely that this kid will end up in general population, and when you lash out like that in an environment where there are violent people that are specifically going to test you, going to try to punk you, and all those other issues, I think it's just not right for us to do that as a society, and if he were to be sentenced to the full length, I think Ron DeSantis would have to step in and grant this kid some level of clemency. What happened was absolutely horrible. My heart breaks for the teacher's aide, who was unbelievably viciously attacked and injured, had broken ribs, all of that, but the thing is, the school is at fault here. It's just an objective fact that that is true. Is this kid violent? Yes. Is this kid dangerous? Yes. But the fact of the matter is, he was in the trust and care of the state of Florida, and the state of Florida violated that trust and violated that duty of care. Now look, I'm going to link some articles in the description of this video if you want to read up more on this case, if you want to know about the history, if you want to know about the long trail of paperwork that backs up and supports the claims of the mother in this particular case, and if you want to form a more informed opinion than what was first presented to us by just the viral video. But I want to know what you guys think down in the comments below. If you like this video, then show me by leaving a like, subscribe for more content, follow me on my social media, support me via the support links in the description of this video. This has been me talking about an institutional failure that is being presented as an individual failure. Till next time.
Thanks, Sean! That's horrible. Fucking Christ. I want that woman to get the full extent reward. Those people need to be fired from their jobs.
Do you feel...
Destiny gives us an honest opinion about Fresh and Fit.
like Fresh and Fit are so rich that they can like survive like losing like the YouTube income?
I mean, Myron says he does a lot of investment property stuff. I don't know what that means or what that looks like on paper. I don't know what his financials are like.
Fresh.
Walter can maybe rent out his Lambo that he leases. I'm just kidding. I'm sure. I'm gonna be honest. I really shit on Walter a lot because the subreddit does it, and it's just funny. But there are a lot of times on the show, not even just nice, but there are a lot of times on the show where it's so fucking weird, and I know this isn't the case, but nobody is understanding what I'm saying, and then out of nowhere, Fresh, like this quiet dude, will come out and be like, I think what Destiny's trying to say is this, and he actually gets it 100%. And so I wonder sometimes if he's like, mask on, you know, he plays like some...
I doubt it, right?
You don't think so?
Listen,
but I mean, he seems like a nice guy. I've never ever had a problem with Fresh ever in my life. He's never done anything weird. Or anything,
And like he stutters too, like me. So like we, you know, are on the same plane.
True.
But like, yeah, in terms of like what they both bring to the show, there's a large percentage of people who look at like Myron as like the thought leader, and look at Fresh as like the, you know, as like, I guess like the, I don't want to say dweeb, right? But like the guy who's just there, right? Now,
the better way for him to try to express what he's trying to say is that he has a perspective that they have a Phineas and Ferb type relationship. And I would say maybe that's a little bit true. Like sometimes he shocks people with his level of maturity and intelligence. I feel like if he were to break out on his own, it'd be a probably good thing for him. But we'll see what happens.
Now, here, from like actually like talking to these two, is their dynamic like that in person? Like, is
here's what I'll say. Okay. Normally, I'd never wade into the. Wait, is this live stream by the way?
No.
Oh, okay. Just checking.
Yeah.
Oh, I know you guys don't cut shit. Okay? I saw the house trap saga. No, I'm just kidding. Wait, was it House Trap? What was that guy's name?
No, House Phone.
Oh, House Phone. Sorry. Yeah. Here's what I will say. Okay, I'm only saying this because I have so much respect for Myron.
Yeah.
Is Myron has a couple of personality traits that are double-sided. The one the most is his loyalty. He's very, very, very loyal around him, which in and of itself can be a commendable trait. But Myron operates like on another level. That dude is incredibly driven. Like he sets all the camera shit up. He's like running around with everything. That guy was at gym at like 2 in the morning and like show up for a show. Like he's like he runs shit on another level. And sometimes I understand his loyalty. You know, I'm still here, who I started with, that kind of shit. But I wish that the other people around him sometimes I think could step up a little bit more to match his dedication. Yeah. Well, anybody. To me, I want to reiterate, I don't think anybody's a bad person or anything on that show or whatever. And I think even like Fresh, I think other guys would acknowledge that like Myron is like, he's like pushing everything forward hardcore. That's just the kind of person he is, I think. Yeah.
Better question. So, hey, right, I bet. So there's Myron and there's Fresh. Right, let's say this. Does 2 Freshes, meaning if you like take Myron out and like replace Myron with another Fresh, does 2 Freshes take Fresh and Fit to where they are now?
Why do you ask me these questions, man?
Yeah, come on. Huh?
I gave my answer. Q, okay?
No. Right. Better question then. You take Fresh out. Does 2
Here's
Myrons,
what I will say. Let me put it this way, okay? Yeah. Fresh at his best is a really good counterbalance to Myron, and the dynamic of them works really well. You got Myron, there, he's 100%, and then you got Fresh, who's who's chill, who's cool. What do you think about that? Like that? Yeah, right. They work really well when they're both at their best. They work really well together. Yeah.
All right.
Okay.
Now, how damaging do you think that particular like content is to, I guess, society and in general?
I would say incredibly damaging. But obviously, I mean, they would probably, I imagine they would feel the same way about me, right? Because I'm giving advice. It's completely on the opposite spectrum of what they're saying, right? Yeah.
Yes, right? But, okay, so then if you feel like that particular content is extremely damaging to society, right? Then shouldn't there be like an argument for, hey, listen, bro, if we all exist in society and the goal is to keep us as harmonious as possible, then anything that disrupts the harmony should probably be eradicated from society. So then why wouldn't you be pro them getting banned if you believe they're extremely detrimental to society?
Diversity is our greatest strength. Unironically, like the cool thing about the United States, and it's way cooler than any of these dog shit Middle Eastern countries these guys obsess over, going to fucking Dubai, the UAE, whatever. The coolest thing about the United States, we have so many different people with so many different opinions that like I can think that content is actually demonstrably harmful to society, and they could say, I think your content is demonstrably harmful to society, but at the end of the day, we all live in the same country, we live in the same state, we get the same vote in elections, we get to occupy the same spaces, and at the end of the day, we get to fight it out over who we think is right or wrong. I think that value is really important to protect, because you get a collaboration of people, and this mixture of people that you'll never, ever, ever, ever see in any other country in the world. Right? Where you're gonna have a panel with a cokehead Zerka, with Sneeko, who is any religion at any point in time, with Destiny, white dude, with fucking, with Nick Tez, like the white nationalist guy, and then with Fresh and Fit, 2 black guys in the United States that have a really popular podcast. That collection of characters for that show can only happen in the United States, and partially because we defend people's right to say things, even if we think it is damaging to society or harmful. So no, I think we should absolutely do. That's why I think that you shouldn't be celebrating when people like Fresh and Fit get demonetized, because you should be, unless they broke a rule that I'm not aware of. If they broke a rule or something, then there's a stronger argument for it. But at the end of the day, having a diversity of opinions is really important for what this country stands for.
Have you seen Pearl's new grift?
What is it now?
Now is the IQ tests are rigged to like make women feel like they're smart when they're actually stupider than men, and there's no woman who can compete. So here. So again, verbatim is the IQ tests are rigged to make women feel like they're as smart as men. Okay. At some point, is it just beneath you to even
a cage with Pearl?
Yeah.
It has been for months. I blocked her on Twitter. I was like,
really?
Yeah, it's retarded. It's stupid. It's just like every possible negative thing you can think about women, she comes on and tweets. And she does it as like a teenage girl, because that's essentially what she is, right? She's got no long-term relationship. She is a Nepo baby. Her first jobs are working for her parents. Now she's got like her fun little YouTube channel that she travels around the world for, because mom and dad will pay for everything. And yeah, she's just like a child. She has no life experience. So for her to get out and be incredibly hateful and all this is like, I don't know why anybody even listens to you. You have no life experience to even speak from. Like, why are you talking?
Yeah,
right?
man.
I remember being on that show with her, and she was like, "Do people really care about chores?"
One of the big problems with households.
For divorce.
It absolutely is a reason. When you get older and you manage a household on your own, Pearl, you'll see how fucking annoying it is when you're working and then you come home and everything is f***ed up and horrible and nobody's fucking cleaning anything. Yeah, that is a totally valid reason for divorce, of course.
Chores to break up a home,
Pearl,
a family.
have you lived in a filthy home before?
You've never lived with a difficult person. If it is consistent, where you're consistently having to have that burden upon yourself, you keep telling him, please, can you clean up?
Like, it's so funny because like lifelong friends from like grade school to high school will dorm in college and then hate each other forever over like bad dorm roommates, and that's not even a relationship. So yeah, of course I think stuff like this is perfectly valid. I think splitting up duties in the household is like one of the most important parts of like a relationship, because it's where you're spending most of the time together. This is why I say, people get triggered when I say, I don't think you're even dating until you live together, because until you live together, you don't really know who the other person's like. And once you start living together and you see what the household duties are like, then you get a feel for what the relationship is.
I mean, I just think that, like, I don't know. I feel like that stuff can be worked out. Chores, like,
hold on, wait. Do you understand? Wait. You're not saying anything. Or do you do this intentionally? Where you're like,
I don't know about that.
And I understand her saying it because she's probably got like 7 different Hispanic maids, you know. Maybe you don't care about chores, but yeah, for a lot of people.
Wait. Why the maid's got to be Hispanic, Dustin?
Because I don't think she's hired white people to clean her house. That's why.
Oh, wait.
That's not fair. That's a little bit evil. That's a little bit evil.
Because niggas too lazy. And like, white folks too rich. Right? Hey, right? No, but, bro, listen, man, like, I like hop off the Pearl when she like started like talking about like virgins, right? And then like when you check into like Pearl's past, she done like 7 black guys. So like to me it's kind of like, why are you like harping and on this virgin when she's not really right here, right? Now, right? So hey, bro, what was like your like thoughts when like I think Ethan can like confronted her?
I was really worried because Ethan Klein doesn't do the best in debates.
Oh, really?
Oh my god, it was absolutely brutal. He
it was
absolutely
bad.
fucking destroyed her.
It was bad. Now, do you feel like though, like there should be? Now, Pearl's a dick, right? But there should be like some good faith, right? Meaning, like if you tell her,
she's like decently nice. She's just like a retard on Twitter.
Yeah,
but she's
right?
never been like mean personally to me or anything. She's never done anything. Yeah.
I feel like her ideologies are probably like but like if you like tell her, hey, listen, man, we're trying to interview you, and she's going and under the pretense of, hey, yo, this is gonna be a mutual, friendly, good faith interview. Do you think that Ethan, like, in older, like, the right to tell her, hey, listen, like, we're gonna go hard on you, or do you feel like her walking into the lion's den was all fair?
I don't know. I'd have to see the emails that they sent beforehand, because everybody will claim, like she did the same thing with Piers Morgan. She's like, oh, they didn't tell me what it was going to be. But they never, why not publish the emails then? Show us what they actually said. Because, I mean, it's Ethan Klein. Like, you know that he does a podcast with Hassan. You know that they're fairly left-leaning, progressive, like, podcast when it comes to politics. Like, wouldn't you expect him to roast the fuck out of you?
Of course.
Like, that's what I would be ready for, yeah.
Yeah.
Thanks, Destiny. And ironically enough, this is No Jumper. This is Adam 22's podcast. So why is there a black guy here? I joke. I kid. This is 2 months old, though. I'm not interested in going past that on that particular issue. This clip was actually posted 8 days ago, so that's relatively meaningful. The unsolved mystery of Skullgirls. I don't think I care about Skullgirls. At least for now. Dev has a video in the works. I'd say wait until he gets that, because he has more information that has been unearthed from basically him and technicals that will probably give a much bigger overview of what's going on with Skullgirls IP. I think that would be smart to wait for that. I appreciate that you liked it, Soup. I know what I thought. I think I hit my head way too many times trying to pop up from the desk. Because originally, the entire I'm playing with her emotions while I'm playing with her hair, the line originally went, and then I'm going to hit it to where the light sees the scan. What you doing? But you see, this mounted on this is higher. But this camera does not mount correctly for the laptop, or excuse me, for the desktop screen. Because I have to tilt it all the way forward so it holds in the correct position. Because when I am using my PC now, I angle the screen backwards. So it's like I'm looking at a lectern. Because it helps me read. But this, if you actually see here, I can actually show it on the webcam. This here is easier. Because then, once I pop up on the next line, what you doing? It's much easier to pop up like that. Because the screen, my television, it's basically like a fucking travel-sized mini TV. This TV is big enough that I can take it with me to travel places if I need to have a small screen. But, Carl, do you want a new emote? You can make one. By all means, Soup, make one. I'm sure the members will. I am sure the members will appreciate having more emotes of me. I mean, shit, you could probably make one of the fucking Carl from the learning one. But this pop-up, this didn't look good to me. What face do you want? You pick. You're the artist. Paint me like one of your French boys. But that looked to me better if instead I came from the side. As you can see here, this is the beginning of the frame. So I can't pop in from the side and be like, what you doing? Because my head will appear here. I can't have this centered on this. Because this mount here for the computer screen is not as simple as this. Because there's actually a little bit on the back of my television. And because the way that my camera mount actually works, it's the normal top hook, but then it's got a little angle dongle on the back. There's a little button on the back of the TV that I can basically put it up against. That lets it mount. So, when instead I did this, I made sure that it was angled over here, so that when I came in the room and hit it with the, what you doing? I could walk into frame to my block point and be like, oh yeah, I got your bitch ass now. Come here, come here, come here, come here. I'm finna nap! And it was much easier that way. Now, the writing for the video, I want us to get this one out clear. I want y'all to understand this. When I write these things and I script these things out, I script these things out very, very quickly. My process of scripting the videos is like this. What makes it harder for me is the creative process of how I go about execution. If it's not execution, it's research. Those two things. Some of you might have been like, Carl, you were working on that video and been working on a bunch of other videos for months. Yes! Execution. I am nothing if not a physical creator. I'm very loose with my body. Very loose with my body. So, if I do something physically for a video, I'm going to, like, clip my body into it. I'm not going to be lazy about it. Physically, at least. Because realistically, the slapstick physical side of things makes sure that people understand what it is I'm doing. It's not streaming to Twitch. I am streaming on Twitch. What do you mean by that, babe? The chat room of Twitch is not reaching restream? Because we're streaming there. What am I listening to? I was listening to a video, and I'm about to go pee. 1 second. Because I see you sent a message at 7:20 that said what you're listening to. So. Mike? Okay, no, your message didn't go through. It's over here. It's underneath John's. He reminds me of me. I probably didn't notice it. That's probably what happened. But it's going through, baby. Because you see it's popping up here on the screen. Right here in the box. Yeah, it's going through. Anyways, I hope everybody liked it. It was like 2 minutes shorter than I thought it was going to be. But, wanted to put that out before I ended up working on Path of Exile. I would have hoped if, well, actually, no, I don't have to hope. It's the 4th. Or, excuse me, today's the 5th. Tomorrow is the 6th. Path of Exile's Affliction starts on the 8th. I have 2 days to finish Baldur's Gate. Finish as in finish my save file. I've literally gotten all the stones. I just have to do the final mission. First I gotta find the fucking clown pieces. Because I want to see what the fucking reward for the clown mission is. Twitch shows on YouTube live chat. YouTube doesn't show up on Twitch live chat. Okay. It's probably a bot problem. Because at some point on the stream, I disconnected and lost connection through OBS because of something on my modem. That might be the problem. That might be the reason why. I'm about to actually probably stop the stream for today. It's 7:33. I'm gonna do a thing. And by a thing, I mean I'm gonna eat. If I come back, more video games, maybe talking to people in the server. If I don't, I'm gonna see y'all tomorrow. Alright? See y'all in like 30 minutes, if not tomorrow. Bye now. Bye, everybody. Remember, like, share, subscribe, tell your friends, join the shit. Versus chat gonna come at some point. So it's a week after next, in the middle of December. I don't know how I feel about a holiday special for Versus chat for Christmas. Y'all are gonna have to figure that out in the server if y'all want to do that, because I was gonna go against it because I felt like you guys would want to spend time with your families and whatnot. Y'all do that. I wish. But y'all soon. Alright, leaving. I'm leaving. I'm leaving. I'm fat. I can see the outline of my titties. I'm leaving. And I'm leaving. And I'm leaving. Right. Bye, everyone. I'm gonna eat food. By food, I mean hot dogs. But I actually have condiments now. I'm gonna enjoy it.